The surroundings are bleak, marked by an old, crumbling wall and broken wooden furniture that looks ready to collapse at any moment. Metal bars cover the windows. As small insects occasionally drift through the ventilator, they're buzzing a faint sound in the stillness. Watching them, a quiet thought forms. He envies their freedom. His hand reaches out, almost instinctively, towards those tiny creatures. A soft shhh escapes him. As Unsu looks down, lost in thought, his hands clench and release, a nervous habit as he surveys the desolate room. A bitter taste fills his mouth, a reflection of the life he feels he has spent entirely within these walls. Again, his fingers twitch, a restless energy he can't quite contain. He stands in what is clearly a basement, the stark reality of his confinement pressing down on him. Only 2 days remain. The single bare bulb above casts a harsh light, illuminating the emptiness of his prison. Later, sitting at a small table, he begins to write, starting with the unsettling realization that he seems to have lost his memories. Normally, one would begin such a task with a simple introduction. But even the act of writing his own name, a basic self-introduction, feels like a monumental challenge. He reflects on his lack of a name, a fundamental part of identity he was never given. Believing he should have one, a name his mother must have bestowed upon him. Though separated from her shortly after birth, he knows this from a picture of her holding him as a baby. Gazing at the image of the woman, a faint, hopeful smile touches his lips. Convinced she must have loved him, until a chilling voice shatters the illusion, declaring, she's dead. The voice, belonging to his father, clarifies, your mom, that is. A jolt of shock runs through Unsu, his eyes wide with disbelief as he demands, what do you mean? His father, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, reveals the grim truth, by jumping off a bridge. Unsu's face contorts in a silent scream of rage, his hands clenching against the chains that bind him. A framed picture on the wall shows a man, whom Unsu recognizes as his father, yet simultaneously despises as a degenerate bastard, questioning who truly embodies such a title. The cell's circular, barred window ensures no escape, just as the long, dark stairway leading to the basement and its locked doors seal his fate. All the keys to his freedom are firmly within his father's grasp. With a chilling smile, his father assures him he will never be sent outside, before cruelly reminding him of their last conversation, about the reason his mother ended up jumping off the bridge. As Unsu reaches for something on the floor, a sudden realization washes over him, leaving him utterly shocked. His father's voice, cold and distant, declared that his mother had been afraid, terrified of the very world she lived in. This, because she knew that an apocalypse was coming. As the words echoed, Unsu stared, a small, significant object slipping from his grasp. The man continued his cruel monologue, his voice dripping with a twisted affection, insisting that his son's imprisonment was an act of love. Tears streamed down Unsu's face, the father's words twisting the knife deeper, claiming he couldn't bear to watch his own son commit suicide. But Unsu knew the truth. His father was lying, just as he had lied about the true reason for his mother's death. He glares, his voice raw with fury, refusing to believe the man before him. Don't talk about my mom like that. Do you think I'd believe you? You've looked me in the eye and told me lies like that the whole time. His father, however, remains calm, stating, whether you choose to believe me or not, but... A sinister glow emanates from his glasses as he adds, this self-introduction will be the last time you see the light of day. Unsu's eyes widen in terror as his father's hand reaches out, prompting him to cry out, what are you doing? Stop. But it's too late, a lighter ignites, setting the book ablaze. Overwhelmed, Unsu collapses, burying his face in his knees, muttering, someone like you doesn't have the right to be called a dad. His father simply smiles, feigning concern. Oh my, you shouldn't say something like that. His eyes glow with an unsettling intensity as he declares, I'm doing this all for you, as you can see. Now then, follow me. It's time. He walks beside his son, their steps echoing softly through the dim, brick-lined corridor. It's the same hour, every day, the same corridor they always pass by, a monotonous rhythm defining their existence. And in this confined space, there are no sounds of other life forms, only the quiet hum of their isolated world. His father and he are the only inhabitants of this vast basement, locked into the same routine, day after day. Even today, the familiar thack-thack sound of his father's hand reaching for something signals another moment in their unchanging schedule, as they settle at the desk, his father offering a knowing smile. This boring daily life of his, this same routine, it continues without end. Yet, there's only one thing that allows him to overcome the monotony, a small escape in his otherwise unchanging existence. In brief, the free time granted in the daily routine allows him to take books from the basement library. He can read them, finding solace and knowledge within their pages. He continues to find solace in the small library within his confined space, though the books only serve to fuel his imagination. The ones he cherishes most are those that depict the world beyond his underground vault, a world he can only dream of. He imagines it to be vast and boundless, far grander than the limited confines he has always known. With a yearning gaze, he reaches out towards the imagined light, a silent plea for freedom. He dreams of experiencing a peaceful, ordinary life, running through beautiful scenery under an open sky. More than anything, he longs for human connection, to speak with others, and perhaps even join them. He imagines a serene moment shared between two people, but most of all, he desires to be a part of it. His longing solidifies into a fierce determination, his fist clenching with resolve. Suddenly, his father's voice cuts through his thoughts, revealing that everything has been prepared for his free time, and it's time to look about the outside. A cruel smirk spreads across his father's face as he mocks Eun-soo, whose chained hands tremble, asking if he still clings to the outside world. Standing over his kneeling son, he reiterates his decree, reminding him that he can never leave. His expression hardens, detailing a grim prophecy of an apocalypse, where only ashes will remain, and this basement will be the soul's sanctuary, a truth Eun-soo still hasn't realized. Eun-soo's eyes close in anguish, the familiar words echoing in his mind as nothing but a repeated lie. His gaze sharpens with resolve, rejecting the absurd apocalypse story that has kept him imprisoned his entire life. Enduring constant torment and physical abuse, he vows to escape this prison, no matter the cost. With renewed determination, he takes a single, resolute step forward. Eun-soo's father, his gaze sharp behind his spectacles, reiterates his grim philosophy, reminding his son that the time for escape is not yet upon them. But Eun-soo, his teal eyes burning with a quiet defiance, knows better, understanding that he must simply wait for the opportune moment, biding his time until his captor lets down his guard. He fixates on the small, ornate key, a symbol of his imprisonment, knowing that the moment his father's vigilance falters, he will become utterly defenseless. Time passes in the desolate basement, and Eun-soo, still bound by his chains, strains with all his might against them. Sweat glistens on his bare chest as he pulls, his muscles taut, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve to break free. His father, however, remains ever present, grabbing Eun-soo by the hair and pulling his head back, his voice laced with a cruel taunt. Are you tired of just that? You won't be able to survive the apocalypse like this. Despite the torment, Eun-soo continues his relentless training, performing push-ups with heavy weights stacked upon his back, his body pushing past its limits, determined to be ready. Eun-soo's hand slips, the chains rattling as he falls, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. A pained groan escapes him, leaving him sprawled on the cold, hard floor. His father, however, extends a hand towards him, an unexpected gesture. He stands over the boy, his arm still outstretched. Confused, Eun-soo can only manage a hesitant question, wondering why he would offer assistance. Before he can fully process it, his father grabs his hand, pulling him up with a sharp, almost violent tug. He holds Eun-soo firmly by the arm, drawing him close. I was helping, his father states, the words carrying a chilling finality as he holds the boy captive. As his father pulls him up from the ground, a voice echoes in Eun-soo's mind, a stark reminder that in times of hardship, if someone reaches out, he should never trust them. The mentor's words continue, warning him that he should be wary of humans the most, especially those who seem to offer help. That is why he had trained him and taught him combat, so that when he inevitably encounters those people, he would be able to survive even alone. Therefore, the mentor had pushed him through countless grueling sessions, shaping him from a child into a capable fighter. A final, dismissive thought from the mentor echoes, how weak. You'll be out of my sight soon. Let's put it here for the end. As the memories fade, Eun-soo's eye glows with an intense, vibrant green light, a silent acknowledgement of the carelessness that led him to this moment. He trains relentlessly, his bare hand striking with brutal force, shattering the target. His father watches, a grim satisfaction in his voice, declaring this the moment he has been waiting for. Every kick is precise, every stomp deliberate. As he plans for the moment his father drops his guard entirely. He envisions the act, a cold resolve hardening his gaze. He will kill him in his careless sleep. Then, he would obtain the key and escape from this place. A chilling satisfaction crosses his face. It worked. A swift, silent movement, and the blade rests against his father's throat. As the cold steel pressed against his throat, a single thought echoed in the father's mind. That's bitter. But for Eun-soo, watching the man who raised him, he knew there had been one critical mistake in his plan. His father was someone who never dropped his guard at all. The realization swirled in his mind, a dizzying vortex of understanding. Eun-soo lets out a guttural scream, his face contorted in raw agony. As his father's own face twists into a furious, distorted mask, his head snaps violently back from an unseen blow, then is forced downward with brutal impact. The older man's glasses fly from his face, his expression a terrifying blend of rage and despair, while Eun-soo's eyes widen in pain and shock. But then, with a sudden, decisive motion, a foot slams down, and Eun-soo's fist connects sharply with his father's jaw, sending him reeling. A powerful kick follows, launching the older man backward through the air. A guttural scream tears through the silence, echoing with raw terror. A sharp, percussive sound punctuates the air, as a stark countdown, D1, flashes into existence. The only other sound is a slow, rhythmic drip, which pulls Eun-soo from the depths of a nightmare, his eyes snapping open in panic. He finds himself in a desolate, concrete room, the dripping sound a constant, maddening rhythm. His gaze shoots up, startled, as a voice cuts through the quiet, stating, "You're finally awake." The figure stands over him, adding with a dismissive tone, "Good attempt." He listens intently as his father explains the consequence of his recent actions, stating that his attack was not sanctioned. His father continues, reminding him, "Didn't I tell you already? If it's not with my permission, then all this training means nothing." The older man's gaze is firm as he delivers the verdict. "Therefore, your penalty for using a weapon." Unsu's eyes widen slightly as his father concludes, "Is you're going to have to train twice as much." A metallic click echoes through the room, and his father turns, offering a small smile as he advises, "Get some rest for now. Tomorrow is going to be a tough day." Footsteps recede as the door closes, leaving Unsu to his thoughts, a quiet determination settling over him. He knows something his father doesn't. As the light switch clicks and darkness envelopes the room, all the frustration he'd been holding back and all the noise disappears. In that moment, he focused entirely on his listening. A soft, rushing sound filling his ears as he pressed his hands to his head. He could hear things he couldn't before. Sounds of things from far away. He perceived the subtle hum of the world, the sound of wheels turning, of birds chirping, and even the distant noise of a bustling city. His father told him his training was genuine, but in reality, he was gaining some secret knowledge. He grapples with a profound question, wondering if his own father could be lying to him. His father claims she's dead, but a deeper intuition tells him it's all a fabrication, that she's still alive. He resolves to break free from his confinement, no matter the cost. And then, looking at a cherished photograph, his true mission becomes clear. He will find his mother. Whenever he presses his father for answers, the same cold lie is repeated. She's dead. Sitting on his bed, a growing suspicion gnaws at him, convinced there's a hidden meaning behind his father's words, his hand clenching in frustration. The truth, he believes, is that she's alive. Lying awake in bed, he vows that one day he will escape this place and find his mother, no matter what it takes. A final click of the lock echoes as he stands in the hallway, looking back at the door that holds him captive. A man in a turtleneck, seen from below, looks down with a stern expression, beginning to speak. As he walks through a dimly lit corridor, he suddenly pauses, a subtle hesitation in his step. His eyes widen behind his glasses, a gasp of surprise or alarm escaping him. With a soft rustle, he slides open his phone, a distinct click confirming the connection. Holding the phone to his ear, he demands to know the reason for the call, reminding the caller of his strict instructions to only contact him in an emergency. Meanwhile, in his confined room, Unsu lies awake in bed, his eyes open and restless. The man continues his conversation, his expression now shadowed with deep thought and concern. Unsu sits up, gazing intently at the stark walls of his room, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. Finally, he rises to his feet, standing resolute in the dim light, a quiet determination settling over him. A small, broken shard of something lies on the ground, reflecting a dim light. He lies crumpled on the floor of his confined room, a single overhead bulb casting a harsh glow on his form. His body convulses. The struggle continues, his legs twitching uncontrollably on the cold concrete. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, glowing with an eerie green light. The crackling intensifies, manifesting as a vibrant, blood-red aura that erupts from his back and neck. He rises to his feet, his back to the viewer, the crimson energy still violently surging around him. Then, in a disorienting flash, he finds himself in a different, equally stark room, his glowing eyes scanning his surroundings. He looks down, realizing with a jolt that he is bound tightly to a chair. He struggles against the ropes binding him to a chair, demanding answers and his freedom. A faint red glow emanates from his eyes as the figure dismisses his pleas with a touch to his head, forcing him to concede, though a hidden resolve hardens within him. A grimace twists his features as he strains against the bindings, the ropes beginning to fray under his unseen effort, vowing to break free. His hands continue to work against the restraints, the subtle sounds of friction echoing in the stark silence. The figure's hand remains on his head, repeating the same dismissive phrase, a constant, oppressive pressure. He looks up at the stern, unyielding face of his interrogator, his eyes flaring with a more intense red glow. A powerful, internal command echoes through him. His mind reels, a chaotic storm of defiance and confusion swirling within him. The interrogator declares that today's training will be twice as difficult, but Unsu retorts, questioning the figure's own memory. The interrogator, a man with a neatly trimmed goatee and glasses, calmly informs Unsu that their plans have changed. He continues, explaining that they won't be doing anything today, as Unsu's bound hands are shown, still struggling against his restraints. But Unsu, his eyes now burning with a fierce red glow, defiantly retorts, no. The interrogator dismisses his resistance, stating that he won't be able to withstand even a bit in his current condition. Unsu challenges him further, demanding to know what he's talking about, reminding him of the promise to make him survive. The interrogator calmly declares the training over, then adds a chilling challenge. Let's see how long you can last, as Unsu reacts with a grimace. Still defiant, Unsu insists he doesn't remember being told that, and firmly states his refusal to break. The interrogator pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face, before questioning Unsu's actions. With a pained grunt, Unsu strains against his bonds, his body trembling with effort as he pushes himself to his limit. The interrogator watches him intently, observing the young man struggle with an unreadable expression. A sharp, percussive sound echoes through the space. The interrogator's chilling laughter begins to fill the air, his form twisting into a grotesque, shadowy caricature as the cackle intensifies. The maniacal sound continues, accompanied by the splintering of something unseen. But in a blur of motion, Unsu closes the distance, delivering a swift, decisive strike that sends the interrogator reeling. He crashes heavily to the ground, a loud thud marking his impact. Unsu steps forward, his gaze unwavering as he approaches the fallen figure. "Didn't I tell you?" he states, his voice calm amidst the silence. Bound tightly to a chair, Unsu endures the interrogator's looming presence. As a chilling, mocking laugh echoes through the confined space, he strains against the thick ropes, a guttural sound of effort escaping him. A surge of power makes his face contort, steam rising from his head as he pushes past his limits. His gaze lifts, still trapped, but now burning with an undeniable resolve. With a violent surge, he shatters his restraints, the ropes snapping around him as the interrogator recoils in surprise. He stands amidst the splintered remains of the chair, reflecting that he doesn't know what got into him back then. He considers the alternative, a more strategic approach, believing it would have made more sense to have a quiet conversation with his father while looking for another opportunity. Yet, a resolute determination hardens his expression, his gaze fixed forward. He recalls the moment, but in that instant, something shifted within him. A deep-seated resentment towards his father, the man who had locked him away and made him suffer, fueled his every thought, as he vowed never to become like him. A strange question echoed in his mind. Was he growing stronger? The ropes fell away, and a surge of excitement, unlike anything he had ever known, washed over him. He was curious to know what his true power would look like. His father, the one who always looked down on him, was about to witness it firsthand. A fierce grin spread across his face, his eyes burning with newfound resolve. He lunged forward, a blur of motion, confronting the man who had held him captive. The raw power coursing through him, a testament to his awakening. He had always imagined his father's fury, a looming shadow with burning eyes, his mind conjuring the image of the man who had always been my father, a figure whose anger would undoubtedly be absolute. But this time, something was different. What he saw before him was not the rage he expected. Instead, he perceived the eyes of a deeply sad man. Indeed, behind the facade of his father, a profoundly sorrowful figure wept. "Why?" his father questioned, his voice trembling, as Unsu met his gaze with newfound resolve. "Why do you look that way now?" The words barely left his lips before a sudden force sent him reeling backward, his body collapsing into the cold, hard surface. He lets out a silent, agonizing scream, his face contorted in a raw display of shock and despair. Then, his father's voice echoes, a final plea hanging in the air. "I hope you'll understand." Unsu stands alone in a stark, concrete room, a single light bulb casting a harsh glow on his face. A bitter taste fills his mouth as he reflects on a life spent entirely within these confines. In the present, an interrogator leans forward, his voice a low rumble, reminding Unsu that the first rule of surviving the apocalypse is to always have a bad attitude. But Unsu simply replies that he is not like that. The interrogator's gaze intensifies, his words echoing a familiar command: never leave the basement. A memory surfaces, of his father standing over his childhood bed, reiterating the same dire warning. There would be no safe place in the outside world. Thousands of people had perished in the chaos, leaving only a few survivors to cling to existence underground. They had been living in the basement for years, a hidden sanctuary from the ravaged world above. His father's voice, firm and resolute, had always emphasized the futility of hope, explaining that trying to leave meant losing everything in the end, and that a life confined was better than a life lost. With a hand gently resting on his head, his father had delivered the ultimate, unyielding command. He must never, ever leave the basement. Then, one day, the world shifted. By the time he regained consciousness, the familiar presence was gone. His father had disappeared, leaving him behind in the silent, empty room. He reflects on his father's disappearance, acknowledging that such a thing had never happened before, and it was the only time he had ever vanished. That bitter memory resurfaces as his father's voice echoes, musing, "That's strange, Unsu. Something really strange is happening." From the repetitive lifestyle he endured, confined within the basement walls, to the current situation he struggles to comprehend. He knew instinctively, deep down, that something huge was about to begin. And listening to that hunch, that gut feeling, was a good idea. Suddenly, a sharp sound cuts through his thoughts, pulling him abruptly from his reverie. The metallic clank of a lock echoes through the confined space, followed by a distinct click as the mechanism gives way. His eyes widen in terror, feet already poised to bolt. As he realizes this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he sprints down the narrow corridor, knowing his father would have stopped him from escaping. But he isn't here now. With a surge of determination, he pushes forward, the sounds of his frantic movement echoing around him, his hand gripping something unseen as he lets out a desperate cry. He sprints through the narrow, concrete corridor, his bare feet pounding against the cold floor. Ahead, a vertical shaft opens up, revealing a long ladder stretching into the darkness above. With a surge of hope, he reaches for the first rung, a desperate whisper escaping his lips. I found it. He begins his arduous ascent, each handhold and foot placement a deliberate, straining effort. His face contorts with exertion and a plea, begging for the light above to be real, to be his salvation. The blinding glow intensifies, drawing him upward with an almost magnetic force. He stretches his hand towards the radiant exit, glowing particles swirling around his desperate grasp. Finally, his bare feet find purchase on solid ground, stepping out of the darkness and into the overwhelming brilliance. The intense light forces his eyes shut, a soft groan escaping him as he adjusts to the sudden, powerful radiance. He blinks, his eyes struggling to adjust to the blinding, overwhelming light that assaults him, a sharp, ringing sound echoing in his ears. The world around him is a blur of radiant energy, a cacophony of light and sound that threatens to consume him entirely. As his vision slowly clears, he finds himself high above a sprawling, modern metropolis, bathed in the golden glow of an unfamiliar sun. The city hums with life, a stark contrast to the desolate confinement he just escaped. A wave of disbelief washes over him as he whispers, I made it out. I actually made it out. His moment of triumph is abruptly shattered by a gruff voice demanding, Think you're doing in the road? The bald man, standing beside a sleek white car, exchanges a bewildered glance with his companion before exclaiming, It's an actual person. Who is this kid? Did he just fall from the sky or something? After what feels like an eternity, the moment has finally arrived. He has been waiting for this his entire life, knowing that once he leaves, no one will ever be able to catch him. With a powerful leap, he bursts from the dark opening. His only thought is to get as far away from that basement as possible, sprinting towards the distant cityscape. His footsteps echo with the realization that he has dreamed of this moment for his entire life. Escaping the basement, he feels truly free for the very first time. He couldn't have imagined this feeling, even if the door had suddenly opened on its own. But then, a sudden realization washes over him, his expression shifting to one of surprise. He continues to run, only to stop and question why. He stares at the open door, a single question echoing in his mind. Why did it open? Was it merely a malfunction in the safety override? He wonders, before dismissing the thought entirely. The door wouldn't open due to a simple malfunction, not with his father's meticulous nature. His dad was far too careful to make such a mistake. A chilling realization begins to dawn on him, a terrifying, what if taking root. The opening of the basement door was no accident. Could it have been his father's intent? No, that's impossible, he tries to convince himself. Yet the truth is undeniable. The one who made the rule to never leave the basement was his own father. A mocking, hollow laughter seems to echo around him, a sound that feels both internal and external. The laughter grows louder, a chorus of derision that seems to mock his very existence, his freedom, and his naive hope. He remembers the sheer exhilaration of those first moments outside, a rush of freedom as he and the other children ran through the streets, their joyful shouts echoing around them. The world was a vibrant, bustling place, full of wonders he'd only dreamed of, and every new sight filled him with awe. A simple smile, a shared moment of happiness, and the thought would surface, that's right, this is what it's like. He reached out, grasping at the fleeting joy of a red balloon, sharing innocent moments with new friends. But even amidst the laughter and play, a chilling realization began to settle in. Everything Dad said was a lie. The peace he found outside the basement was a stark contrast to the fabricated reality he'd been fed, a freedom that felt both real and utterly false. He could smile, he could play, but the knowledge of his father's deception lingered, a shadow over every moment of joy. Sipping a drink, the young boy's expression hardened with a quiet resignation. As expected, it was all a game. The sun shines brightly in a clear blue sky, a single red balloon drifting peacefully, yet a chilling premonition hangs in the air, an apocalypse that is now approaching, though it just doesn't make sense. Meanwhile, in the mundane world, laughter echoes through an office, as colleagues share a moment of light-hearted joy, completely unaware. Then, without warning, the world shatters into a cacophony of screams and panic, as everything descends into a chaotic blur, marking the end. This cataclysm finds everyone unprepared, striking without any warning. A stark warning, too late to heed, as pigeons scatter into the sky. And in a moment of calm before the storm, or perhaps years later, a young Unsu walks down a sunlit street with a girl, oblivious to the impending chaos. Life continued as normal, with people going about their daily routines, while outside, flocks of birds soared through the urban landscape. But a subtle shift was already underway, marked by an innocent red balloon drifting high above. As if pulled towards something unseen, a distant, dark orb now faintly visible in the vast expanse of the heavens. The celestial body grew larger, its immense shadow beginning to eclipse the sun, casting an eerie twilight across the world. Below, humanity could only gaze upwards in stunned silence. A young man among them, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and dawning comprehension. From the cold vacuum of space, Earth appeared fragile. As the colossal, alien world loomed ever closer, a harbinger of unimaginable change. Then, chaos erupted, a maelstrom of destructive energy consuming everything. The colossal, organic mass, a harbinger of destruction, continues its inexorable descent. Its intricate, grotesque form, like tangled sinews of an ancient beast, filling the void. A low, guttural rumble echoes through the atmosphere, growing louder as the alien entity plunges closer to the world below. On the ground, a small group of onlookers stares upward, their faces etched with disbelief, one exclaiming at the unbelievable sight, another realizing its terrifying proximity, and a third questioning its very nature. As the object looms larger, the dark-haired man among them can only voice his growing dread, while his companion demands to know what he's implying. The sky ignites with a blinding flash, the light so intense it seems to tear reality itself. An overwhelming, pure white light consuming everything, erasing the world in its searing embrace. From within the blinding radiance, a monstrous maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth and a single, malevolent glowing eye, emerges, a primal terror made manifest. His eyes wide with uncomprehending horror, Unsu can only stare into the abyss, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated fear. The colossal alien entity continues its descent, its organic form a grotesque tapestry of sinew and chitin, each segment of its body twisting and shifting with an unnatural, alien grace. Its sheer scale dwarfing everything below. A swirling vortex of clouds churns around its base, obscuring the true extent of its monstrous bulk. Finally, it settles, a towering, organic skyscraper of terror now fully manifested over the city, casting an ominous shadow across the urban landscape. Amidst the chaos, a stern voice echoes, a memory perhaps, or a lingering command: never leave the basement. It's a basic rule, the father's voice explains, one that best guarantees survival. Yet, he knows there is an exception to every rule, especially if the basement is the only path to confront the enemy. With grim determination, his hand reaches down, grasping the cold edge of a manhole cover. A colossal impact shakes the very foundations of the city. As debris rains down from the sky, the sound of the crash echoing through the streets. The sheer force of the alien entity's arrival engulfs everything in a blinding, deafening chaos. Meanwhile, a hand reaches down, poised to rewrite the rules of survival. Unsu's fingers scrawl across a chalkboard, declaring that the fundamental directive, never leave the basement, no longer applies. As if in response, a security system screen flashes, confirming that all doors are now locked. Within the sealed confines, grotesque organic structures writhe, a warning echoing through the system. Emergency situation occurred. All entrances or exits are sealed. From the shadows, a monstrous, armored figure emerges, its glowing eyes and sharp teeth a terrifying harbinger of what lies within. Outside, the city's inhabitants gaze up in horror, their faces etched with pure terror as the world around them crumbles. The alien entity continues its relentless assault, its colossal tendrils now reaching skyward, engulfing the towering structures of the city. A closer look reveals the grotesque, organic nature of the invasion, with monstrous forms and intricate, alien structures emerging from the destructive mass. The dark, spreading growth consumes more of the urban landscape, casting an ominous shadow over everything it touches. Below, on the city streets, panic erupts as civilians scatter, fleeing in terror from the descending tendrils and the dust clouds of destruction. A small group of survivors huddles together, their faces contorted in horror as they witness the unfolding catastrophe, a collective gasp escaping their lips. One man, caught in the open, is swiftly enveloped by the rapidly extending organic tendrils, their movements blurring with terrifying speed. His face twists into a silent scream of pure agony and fear as the alien growth tightens its grip. The tendrils lift him from the ground, pulling him upwards into the monstrous mass, his struggles growing weaker. With a final, choked sound, he is completely absorbed, his form dissolving into the ever-expanding, horrifying organic structure. The crowd watches, their faces etched with growing alarm as the organic tendrils continue their relentless spread. From above, a shattered smartphone tumbles downward. As the absorbed man's form rapidly dissolves, his very being unraveling into nothingness. Streaks of matter dissipate with a faint ting and tiong, until only a single skull remains, rolling to a stop at Unsu's feet with a soft degull. His eyes widen in horror. The grim reality of the situation twisting his features into a mask of pure terror. Around him, the crowd erupts in screams, a wave of panic washing over the street. "Who? What is that thing?" someone cries as others push past, desperate to escape the unfolding nightmare. A piercing scream rips through the air, echoing the terror that grips him. Lost in his own world, humming softly to the music in his ears, he remains oblivious to the unfolding nightmare. But the collective dread of the crowd, their faces contorted in fear, soon becomes impossible to ignore. He finally looks down, then up, his eyes widening in dawning horror as the full scope of the catastrophe reveals itself. The monstrous, organic mass continues its relentless consumption, scattering bodies and debris, a horrifying spectacle of destruction. From its churning depths, sharp, jagged protrusions erupt, the entity's form twisting into something even more grotesque. It rises, a hulking, bipedal nightmare with razor-sharp claws, its transformation complete. With terrifying speed, the creature lunges forward, a blur of destructive force. The streets erupt in chaos as the civilians, including Eun-soo, flee in utter panic, their desperate screams filling the air. A man's eyes snap wide, his face contorted in a silent scream as the monstrous entity, now fully transformed, blurs into motion. It moves with impossible speed, a jagged, indistinct mass tearing through the urban landscape. Leaving only streaks of motion in its wake, the creature is a whirlwind of destruction. It strikes without warning, consuming multiple figures in a dark, explosive impact. One man is caught in its grasp, torn apart as the monster's glowing yellow eye fixates on its prey. The brutal attack leaves behind a mangled corpse, while another man screams, his face a mask of pure horror. His eye, wide and bloodshot, reflects the unspeakable terror unfolding before him. Amidst the chaos, Eun-soo and other civilians cry out, their desperate screams echoing as they flee the rampaging monster. He frantically tries to call for help, urging someone to contact the police, but his phone remains stubbornly dead, cutting off all hope of rescue. Eun-soo stares upward, his gaze fixed on something unseen high above the city. A look of profound shock and distress etched across his face. As the light from above casts a harsh, unnatural glow upon him, the only thing that will remain, when the apocalypse comes, only heaps of ashes will be left behind. On a distant shore, a group of civilians looks up in terror, their bodies soon joining the carnage already strewn across the sandy beach, a gruesome testament to the unfolding catastrophe. For in the cosmic void, a colossal, organic entity, dark and monstrous, holds a planet in its grasp, its very presence a harbinger of universal destruction. The world crumbles, buildings reduced to jagged teeth against a desolate sky. Amidst the ruins, a young man and a woman walk, their backs to the devastation, perhaps seeking refuge. A desperate scream echoes, a raw cry of terror from an unseen victim. This is the apocalypse, a world transformed into a barren wasteland, where even the earth itself fractures and floats. A blinding, cosmic energy erupts, radiating outward with destructive force. The destruction has already begun. Forged from the very cosmos, a colossal entity, its form like shattered rock, emerges, casually holding a planet in its grasp. Cities collapse under an unseen impact, buildings imploding with a deafening crash. The world shatters, debris raining down as the cataclysm continues. The world had been torn asunder, colossal, gnarled roots of an unknown origin now twisting through the remnants of civilization, leaving cities as mere husks consumed by the encroaching, organic devastation. Lying face down on a desolate road, Eun-soo could only think, my dad was right when he said the apocalypse was coming. Pushing himself up onto his hands and knees, the grim realization settled in. That would mean, standing amidst other shell-shocked survivors, his thoughts drifted to a more personal horror. Mom's dead. Was he right about that too? Suddenly, a monstrous, multi-eyed creature with writhing tentacles emerged from the ruins, its terrifying presence sending a wave of pure panic through the group as screams of terror erupted. The creature lunged, its tentacles snatching at the fleeing civilians, forcing Eun-soo and the others to desperately scramble for their lives. The world around him continued to crumble, a cacophony of shattering concrete and tearing metal echoing through the ruined streets. Amidst the chaos, a desperate tide of humanity surged forward, each individual propelled by a primal urge to escape the unseen horror. A hand, raw and trembling, clutched a splintered piece of wood, a futile shield against the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a sharp impact sent him reeling, a choked gasp escaping his lips as he struggled to comprehend the impossible force at play. Nearby, another man reacted with a furious grimace, his body tensing as he witnessed the relentless assault. Eun-soo's mind raced, unable to reconcile the reality before him with any logical explanation. From above, the street was a river of panicked bodies, their collective screams a chilling symphony of terror as they fled the blood-soaked ground. The unnamed man, his voice raw with urgency, bellowed at the fleeing crowd, demanding they push forward, no matter the cost. His own face a mask of sheer terror, Eun-soo could only obey, his legs pumping relentlessly as he ran for his life. He continues his desperate flight through the ruined city, his face a mask of pure terror. Behind him, the monstrous forms of his pursuers loom closer, their grotesque shapes filling his vision as he glances back in horror. A choked scream escapes his lips as he pushes himself harder, his legs burning with the effort to escape. Gasping for air, he risks another look over his shoulder, the sound of his own frantic footsteps echoing in the chaos. Something unseen whips past him, a chilling reminder of the speed of his pursuers. His eyes widen in despair as he sees more monsters blocking his path ahead, trapping him between two horrors. Just as he feels all hope drain away, a strong hand grabs him, pulling him sharply to the side. Over here, a voice urges, cutting through the din. He stumbles, but the grip holds firm, propelling him forward with unexpected force. Still screaming in terror, he can only cling to the hope that this stranger will lead him to safety, a desperate plea for salvation escaping his lips. The city streets are a maelstrom of panic, with civilians scattering in every direction, their desperate cries echoing through the ruins. Amidst the terror, a colossal, multi-limbed creature slams a massive claw down, crushing a fleeing man beneath its immense weight. Unsu, his face etched with fear, is dragged forward by the blonde-haired man, who urges him to move faster, their escape a desperate blur. Suddenly, a monstrous claw descends from above with terrifying speed, missing them by mere inches as it slams into the ground. The impact sends a shockwave of debris through the fleeing crowd, their screams of terror swallowed by the monster's destructive rampage. Their footsteps pound rhythmically on the bridge as the man continues to pull Unsu, their desperate flight carrying them further from the immediate danger. He glances back, his eyes wide with primal fear, the monstrous threat still looming in the distance. The monstrous mass continues its relentless advance, tearing through the city with an ominous, grinding sound. A terrified scream rips through the air as the creature's immense form looms over a civilian, its destructive power undeniable. His companion, the man with glasses, urges him forward, shouting about a gate and the need to run, as Unsu follows close behind, both desperate to escape the encroaching horror. Their only path now lies across the city's longest bridge, a vast expanse stretching over the water. But even this formidable structure offers no sanctuary, as the monstrous entity begins to spread its grotesque form across the bridge, consuming it with a sickening hum. The organic mass rapidly engulfs the entire span, its tendrils reaching out, leaving no escape route. The man with glasses pushes on, the creature's destructive wake pressing ever closer behind him. The very ground beneath them groans and tears apart under the monster's weight, a chilling sound of utter devastation. A desperate ugh escapes him, his face etched with exhaustion and despair as the relentless pursuit continues. The monstrous entity has advanced, its destructive presence now consuming the very bridge he runs across. With each heavy impact, the creature's massive claw tears through the structure, causing the ground beneath his feet to give way, a pained grunt escaping him as he struggles to maintain his balance. The bridge splinters and collapses behind him, its metal and concrete groaning under the strain. As the monster's relentless pursuit continues, its immense form sweeping through the wreckage. The man in glasses curses under his breath, his face etched with fear, while Unsu watches the unfolding chaos. His legs tremble uncontrollably, as both men are gripped by a chilling realization of the danger. A deafening crash echoes, as the monstrous force continues its relentless assault, tearing through the bridge's structure with explosive impacts, sending massive sections plummeting into the abyss below. Unsu sprints forward, his feet splashing through debris, knowing he has to hurry. He runs, leaving the terrified man behind, but the more he runs, the more he realizes the true scale of the catastrophe. He grips the crumbling surface, the ground beneath him rapidly shrinking. Struggling to move, he realizes, no matter how much he runs, he can't get away from them. Despair etches itself onto his face, the other civilian nearby equally helpless. Suddenly, a new figure appears, a man with glasses, standing over him with an imposing presence. Looking down at Unsu and the other civilian, the man urges them to go, but Unsu can only respond that he can't run. A grim determination settles on the man's face as he states, they will be able to run away by themselves. With a resolute step, he plants his foot firmly. Unsu looks up at him, a dawning realization prompting him to whisper, "That's right." The man turns his back, walking away from them, commanding them to just run, as both Unsu and the other civilian can only utter his name in disbelief. He lies trapped, the man with glasses standing over him, his voice carrying a bitter edge, "Always ignored me anyway." The man's voice, though calm, carries a weight of experience. Unsu turns his head, a shadow falling across his face, the grim reality of his situation pressing down. His gaze unwavering, the man with glasses asks, "Why aren't you getting up?" Unsu's eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips, "What?" His shock quickly turns to a desperate plea as the man retorts, "I should be asking you why aren't you running?" A wave of despair washes over him, thinking, even if I run, I won't make it far. But the man's voice cuts through his thoughts, firm and clear, "You can survive." Unsu looks up, his voice barely a whisper, "What?" As the man insists, "There's no way you can have a plan." His face, framed by his distinctive glasses, hardens with resolve, a silent promise of his unwavering intent. He remains on the ground, his face a mask of pain and confusion. The man with glasses stares down at him, his expression grim. A chained hand reaches out, firm and insistent. And with a sudden, forceful shove, the man pushes Unsu away. Unsu's mind races, demanding to know the man's plan, his thoughts consumed by the others still trapped. "There's no way to escape using the bridge for now," the man explains, pulling him along. "I got." He sighs, a heavy sound, before turning and heading towards a waiting car, a horn blaring. The bridge stretches out, an impossible path. He sprints down the deserted road, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the urgency of the man's words propels him forward. A desperate gasp escapes him as he glances back, the distant rumble of something ominous still echoing in the air. And a chilling realization dawns on his face. What could possibly be happening? He finally stops, his eyes fixed on the impossible sight before him. The bridge, once a symbol of escape, now a mangled ruin. A heavy thud echoes in his chest as the full weight of the destruction hits him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Twisted metal groans and tears, a testament to the immense force that ripped it apart. More debris clangs and tumbles from the shattered structure, emphasizing the finality of its collapse. From his vantage point, Eun-soo takes in the full, horrifying panorama. The once bustling city now a desolate wasteland, the bridge a gaping wound in the landscape. The sheer scale of the devastation is overwhelming, leaving him stranded and alone amidst the ruins. The bridge, once a symbol of connection, now lay in twisted ruins, a gaping chasm where solid ground should have been. A low, rumbling sound echoed across the desolate landscape, a testament to the sheer force that had torn it apart. From above, the true scale of the devastation became horrifyingly clear, with entire landmasses ripped from the earth and suspended in a chaotic, broken sky. Standing alone on a precipice, Eun-soo gazed out at the impossible sight, his face a mask of utter disbelief and dawning horror. Lost and overwhelmed, a single, desperate word escaped his lips. A chilling realization washes over Eun-soo, his eyes wide with disbelief as he surveys the desolate, ruined cityscape. His voice barely a whisper, he questions, "What happened? Why did the bridge?" Meanwhile, the man with glasses, his expression grim, considers the possibility that this devastation could be the very plan he had spoken of, the one that promised survival. Eun-soo's thoughts echo the question, wondering if this catastrophic scene is truly the outcome of that chilling conversation. Overwhelmed, he cries out, "Why? Why did you go to this extent?" His voice laced with anguish, he accuses, "You tortured me all my life." The weight of his despair causes his body to tremble, a faint cracking sound accompanying his distress, as if his very bones are protesting the burden. A guttural groan escapes him, his head bowed in agony, the sound of something straining echoing once more. Kneeling in the darkness, Eun-soo's mind echoes with the stark realization that he survived. Yet, a chilling question immediately follows. But now what? What am I surviving for? He reaches out, a desperate plea for the world he once envisioned, a world where everything he had imagined about life above ground still existed. But that vision, that hope, had simply disappeared. The memories flood back, the loss of a peaceful life, the utter devastation of the ground above, and the inferno that consumed it all, leaving behind only echoes of what once was. A young girl, her eyes closed, stands amidst a fiery, desolate landscape, her only thought, my only goal. The memory fades, replaced by the harsh reality of chains digging into his neck. Sweat beading on his skin as he weeps, the question burning in his throat, I wanted to ask. Looking up at the man who saved him, he struggles to comprehend. Why did you go this far to save me? His chained hands tremble, his breath ragged as the despair overwhelms him. What in the world am I supposed to live for? The heavy chains bind his arm. As he screams, his voice raw with anguish. In this hellish world. Just then, a hand reaches out, gently taking his chained one. He gasps, a raw, choked sound escaping his throat as tears stream down his face, his despair a tangible weight. Yet, amidst his anguish, a larger, warmer hand gently encloses his own, a silent gesture of comfort. He looks up, his expression a mix of pain and bewilderment, the ruined city stretching endlessly behind him. His hand remains clenched, the heavy chains still binding his wrist, a constant reminder of his captivity. The unseen hand then offers him a small, folded piece of paper, and his teal eye widens, reflecting the unexpected gesture. A single tear escapes, tracing a path down his cheek as his gaze remains fixed on the offering, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. He sits alone amidst the vast, desolate ruins, a solitary figure dwarfed by the remnants of a forgotten world. His head is bowed in thought, then slowly, his eyes lift, a new resolve or question dawning in their depths. A series of pained exclamations escape him, a mix of shock, frustration, and perhaps a desperate plea, his face contorting with raw emotion. He struggles, his hands scraping against the rough surface, desperately trying to find purchase as the ground beneath him gives way. With a guttural grunt, he pushes against the crumbling debris, but it's a losing battle. His eyes widen in terror, staring up at the source of the destruction. A hulking, spined monstrosity descends, its massive form tearing through the very foundations of the ruined city. With a sharp crack, a thick wooden beam splinters, unable to withstand the immense pressure. The creature plummets through the collapsing structure, sending a cascade of debris flying. Caught in the maelstrom, he is flung into the open air, falling helplessly towards the ruined streets below. He hits the ground with a sickening thud, a pained grunt escaping his lips as dust explodes around him. Lying amidst the debris, he struggles to breathe, the impact having stolen his breath and his will. Lying amidst the rubble, his hands are caked in dust, and a chilling realization washes over him. I'm probably going to die like this, he thinks, his mana completely gone. He clenches a fist, the grim truth settling in. There's no way to escape this situation, especially with the monstrous entity still lurking. His body aches, pressed against the cold, broken ground, and the thought echoes again. I'm probably going to die like this. A faint, ethereal glow flickers in the darkness. His gaze falls upon his own hand, and a profound internal declaration resonates within him. I believed I had nothing left. The dust motes dance around his fingers, each particle a testament to his shattered reality. His hand trembles slightly, a subtle tremor of something other than fear. A flicker of defiance, or perhaps a nascent question, begins to stir in his eyes. As he stares at his own trembling fingers, a new thought forms. Why are you? A crumpled note, clutched in a trembling hand, reveals a shocking truth. His mother is alive. The words echo in his mind, a cruel twist of fate, wondering why such a revelation would come now. Meanwhile, a low growl rumbles through the ruined city, a monstrous presence asserting its dominance. Despite the overwhelming threat, Unsu pushes himself up from the debris, his body screaming in protest, but his resolve hardening. Tears stream down his face as a primal scream escapes him, a desperate declaration. I want to live. Standing amidst the ruins, he faces the colossal monster in the distance, his voice ringing with newfound purpose. I won't give up, and I'll do whatever I can to live and find Mom. But a chilling, glowing symbol appears, accompanied by a guttural cry, a stark reminder of the impossible odds. His eyes widen in horror, the weight of the situation crashing down on him once more, as he realizes, that's not possible, at all. The man with glasses confirms the grim reality of their situation. He explains that once the monsters appear, humanity will not be able to survive. Unsu, his eyes wide with shock, can barely comprehend the words, wondering if they truly mean humanity is helpless. The man with glasses, his expression unwavering, insists that even if they try to fight back, they won't be able to do anything. As if to punctuate his words, a monstrous, glowing entity with jagged teeth and burning red eyes materializes behind Unsu, its dark aura swirling. The sight of it sends a fresh wave of terror through him. If what the man says is true, he screams, does that mean he can't do anything at all? The man with glasses remains impassive as Unsu's desperate question echoes. Must he just accept his death? But then, a flicker of defiance ignites within him, and he turns to face the monstrous threat head-on. He turns his head, a grim resolve etched onto his features. Standing close beside him, the man with glasses leans in. His voice sharp, he demands to know if Unsu has forgotten everything. The words strike Unsu like a physical blow, his mind reeling as shadowy figures swarm him, a look of pure shock and pain distorting his features. Then, with a sudden, explosive force, he unleashes a powerful strike, his fist connecting with an unseen target. The sheer impact sends a wave of energy rippling through the air. He stands firm, his resolve unwavering, as the massive, rocky arm of a monstrous entity looms behind him. The creature, a hulking mass of earth and stone, recoils violently from the force of his attack, chunks of its body shattering. With a final, crumbling collapse, the monster disintegrates into a pile of dust and debris. He lets out a strained gasp, the words of the man with glasses echoing in his mind. His expression contorts in a silent scream, as if battling an unseen force, a fiery energy flaring around him. The man with glasses continues, his voice calm but piercing, reminding him, you're different from ordinary humans. He elaborates on this profound distinction, the biggest difference between you and them. Unsu's face etched with despair, as the man concludes, is that you? A lone sword stands impaled in the earth, a stark symbol of the brutal truth, know how to survive. Sweat drips from his brow, the weight of the man's words pressing down on him. His eyes are wide with a mixture of fear and dawning comprehension, the full implication of his unique nature settling in. Finally, exhausted by the emotional onslaught, he collapses, hunched over, burdened by the truth of his existence. Crouched low, his eyes sharp and focused, Unsu prepares himself for what lies ahead. Suddenly, the ground before him erupts, and a massive, rocky hand claws its way out of the earth. A towering, grotesque monster, its form made of jagged stone and its eyes glowing with an ominous orange light, fully emerges, a silent challenge to use everything he's learned up till now. He moves with incredible speed, dodging an unseen attack, his training and experience guiding his every motion. A blur of motion, he weaves and dashes, leaving afterimages in his wake. His survival knowledge kicks in, propelling him forward with relentless agility. The monster's stony hide, covered in sharp protrusions, stands as an impenetrable defense. Its glowing eyes fixate on him, a silent command to do everything he can. With a final burst of speed, he vanishes from sight, leaving only a streak of movement. He moves with incredible speed, soaring over the monstrous form, his every action a testament to the will to survive. His eyes, sharp and focused, lock onto his target, as a faint glow emanates from his poised hands, ready to strike. With a decisive clench of his fist, he prepares for the next phase of his assault. Below him, the sheer mass of the rock monster looms, a formidable obstacle in this unfolding apocalypse. Then, with precision and force, he lands directly atop the creature, poised to deliver a devastating blow. The city lay in ruins, a desolate landscape of shattered buildings and scattered debris, a stark testament to a recent, devastating event that had reshaped the urban sprawl into a graveyard of concrete and steel. Amidst the wreckage, an older man sat, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He muttered to himself, the silence of the ruined city amplifying his frustration. It's been a while already, he thought, wondering why the authorities hadn't intervened. But now that we've started to run out of food, we can't just get out of here. The grim reality of their situation weighed heavily on him. Beside him, Eun-soo remained silent, his expression unreadable as he too surveyed the devastation. The man with glasses looks down, his voice heavy with resignation, wondering if the younger man feels the same crushing silence. Turning to Eun-soo, he tries to engage him, but the younger man's silence is palpable, prompting a direct question. Feeling the weight of Eun-soo's quiet presence, the man with glasses expresses his discomfort, only for Eun-soo to simply deny it. The unspoken despair weighing heavily on him, the older man clutches his head in distress. Trying to articulate his thoughts, his words trail off as he looks at Eun-soo, who remains unresponsive. A faint cracking sound echoes through the ruins, and Eun-soo finally breaks his silence, his voice filled with grim certainty about their impending hunger. The man with glasses calls out to him, his expression one of concern, trying to get his attention. He questions if a certain area was checked, receiving a confirmation that it was, but still no food was found anywhere. A sigh escapes him as he concludes their desperate situation, realizing they cannot remain in this desolate place. Eun-soo remains quiet, lost in thought. The man with glasses, however, still holds a sliver of hope, declaring, "There's still one place I haven't checked." Eun-soo quickly volunteers, "I didn't look over there, so I'll check again," as the man urges him. "So please don't give up." A soft "thank you" escapes Eun-soo's lips, while the man explains the grim reality. Everyone else is exhausted from searching and giving up against the monsters. Eun-soo then asks, "So nobody is willing to help?" The man looks at him with gratitude, acknowledging, "You're the only one willing to help this much," and adding, "You're a really great kid." Eun-soo humbly replies, "I'm really not that great of a student," but the man's resolve remains unshaken. "Let's keep hoping and try to get everyone out of here alive." Eun-soo simply nods, absorbing his words. The desolate ruins stretch out before them, a stark reminder of their desperate situation. As he approaches the group, the man with glasses asks if they managed to find any food this time. A blonde girl in a red uniform reacts with surprise, exclaiming at his words. Eun-soo and the man with glasses look on. Holding up a small bag, he confirms he found something between the rubble earlier. The blonde girl takes the bag, her eyes wide with disbelief and relief. He then asks what she found, but her expression turns grim as she replies that her father believes there's nothing left. Looking down, the man with glasses admits he doesn't know what to do next. Eun-soo, his expression firm, declares he doesn't believe that. As they walk away from the disheartened group, the man with glasses vows to save them all, no matter what. He stands amidst the rubble, his head now shorn, a stark change reflecting his renewed resolve. His heavy steps echo through the desolate landscape, while the blonde girl beside him looks down, her expression still etched with hopelessness. Turning to her, he challenges her despair, asking why she doesn't try to move forward. As they stand together, surrounded by the remnants of a shattered world, the blonde girl remains fixated on the ground. Her voice is flat, resigned, as she declares everything to be pointless. But he remains firm, his gaze unwavering as he asserts that running away is not an option for him, with Eun-soo standing silently behind him. A sigh escapes him, a mix of exasperation and understanding for the young girl's defeatist attitude. His feet continue to move, a steady rhythm against the debris. Both he and Eun-soo turn their attention sharply to the right, their expressions suddenly alert. As the echoes of a distant scream fade, the man with the shaved head turns to his companion, confirming they both heard it. He asks if they are all right, but his companion, a man with reddish-brown hair, can only manage a hesitant right. A wave of relief washes over the reddish-haired man, as he realizes the immediate danger has passed. Meanwhile, the blonde girl navigates the treacherous landscape of rubble, her small figure dwarfed by the devastation. Overwhelmed by the scene, she collapses into a crouch. From nearby, the man with the shaved head lets out a mocking laugh, his voice cutting through the silence. He taunts her, calling her a wuss, and challenges her to stand on her shaky legs. Her legs visibly tremble, a stark testament to her fear as she remains huddled amidst the debris, unable to move. Still huddled amidst the debris, she hears a voice cut through the silence. "Oh, you're back." The man with the shaved head asks, "Well, did you find anything over there?" She meekly replies, "Yes." He presses, and her gaze drops, her expression filled with shame. His own hand, however, discreetly holds a small, circular object, a stark contrast to her impending confession. Looking up at him, she finally admits, "I couldn't find anything." A wave of disappointment washes over her face as he responds, "Oh, really?" She concludes, "I guess I'm not." He raises his hands in a calming gesture, assuring her, "The fact that we're safe is the most important. As long as we're safe, we can always look for more." He gestures broadly at the surrounding destruction and the inert rock monster, emphasizing his point. The ground remains littered with debris, the silence broken only by the faint sounds of settling rubble. Amidst the scattered debris, a hand reaches out from the rubble, revealing the blonde girl, who sits hunched and distressed among the wreckage. Her hand clenches into a tight fist. As the man with glasses desperately crawls forward, his trembling hand reaching out towards her, a silent plea escaping his lips. But it's too late. The blonde girl plunges downward, a terrified apology echoing as she falls. I'm sorry. The man with glasses stares, his face contorted in disbelief. Why? As he shouts in frustration, unable to comprehend what just happened. I told you, I'm not a... The blonde girl's scream fades as she disappears into a blinding white light below. A new rock monster suddenly appears, its presence startling the blonde girl and the man with glasses, who curses its unexpected arrival. As she cries out in distress, the blonde girl flees, another monster hot on her heels, its heavy form thundering behind her. She acknowledges the man's desperate plea to not look back, but he, with a chilling pragmatism, considers using her as bait if she's caught. He continues to run, suggesting they veer off to the side, while the blonde girl, overhearing his callous remark, internally labels him an idiot. Despite her efforts, the blonde girl finds herself running directly towards the monstrous threat, its imposing form looming in her path. As she desperately tries to escape, the rock monster's massive arm reaches out, its stony fingers closing in on her. The monstrous hand extends further, its jagged form poised to seize its prey. A blood-curdling scream escapes her lips, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror as the monster's shadow engulfs her. She tumbles helplessly through the air, debris scattering around her. As she plummets downward, her body twisting in a desperate attempt to regain control. Still falling, she braces for the inevitable impact. Her arm strains, muscles taut from the violent descent, before she finally crashes onto the ground, looking up in terror at the approaching threat. Footsteps echo as the man with glasses approaches, Eun-soo beside him, both staring down at the unfolding scene, a chilling realization dawning on the man. His eyes widen in disbelief as he mutters, "In no way. She was..." Before he can finish, a monstrous hand erupts from the rubble, seizing the blonde girl as a guttural scream tears through the air. Her legs flail uselessly, swallowed by the monster's grasp. She crashes onto the hard ground, the impact jarring her senses, then looks up, a wave of shock washing over her as the terrifying realization sets in. I thought that was the end of me. Nearby, Eun-soo and the man with glasses can only watch, their faces etched with horror and disbelief. Before they can react, she lies motionless amidst the shattered ruins, while the man with glasses lets out a choked gasp of disbelief. Eun-soo stares down at the horrifying scene, a chilling question escaping his lips, wondering if the monster could truly still be active. With a sickening crunch, the monster's grip tightens around her head. Her body is then lifted from the ground, dangling helplessly as the monster continues its ascent, the terrifying thought echoing in her mind once more. I thought that was the end of me. The rocky hand pulls her higher, her screams now silent, swallowed by the horror. With a final, ominous snap, she is held completely aloft, a helpless trophy in the monster's grasp. Still reeling from her fall, she now clings desperately to Eun-soo, both of them caught in the monstrous grip of the rock creature. A young woman with blonde hair stares down, her expression a mix of fear and disbelief, as a faint thumping sound echoes through the desolate, ruined city. She whispers, almost to herself, I think it's gone for real this time. While below, Eun-soo gasps, his eyes wide with shock and pain, realizing he is still alive. A sharp, rustling sound accompanies the blonde girl's terrified scream, her face contorted in pure horror. Meanwhile, Eun-soo struggles to his hands and knees, his mind a blank, as he tries to comprehend his surroundings, a single thought echoing in the silence. He groans in pain, his eyes wide with confusion, demanding to know, what were you trying to do to me? The blonde girl, her face still etched with fear, looks back at him with a bewildered expression, uttering a soft, questioning, huh? But her confusion quickly turns to anger as she points a finger at him, her voice rising in accusation. To keep humans far apart from you. Still reeling from her accusation, he can only ask what she means, as the blonde girl explains she was merely warning him in case a monster had been able to get through. But his mind races, remembering his father's words. If his father was right, he wouldn't be able to survive for long if he stayed close to a human. He knows they are cunning creatures, and wonders how he is supposed to believe her. A low growl escapes him, startling the blonde girl with its sudden intensity. He clutches his stomach, a wave of intense hunger washing over him, cursing his own weakness. It has been 5 days since he last ate in the dungeon, and he feels himself reaching his absolute limit. He had taken long breaks, preserving every ounce of energy he had, only to find himself in contact with a human now. Seeing his distress, the blonde girl offers help, admitting she doesn't have anything to eat either. He looks up, bewildered by her words, retorting that he didn't even ask for anything, unaware of the man with glasses and a child watching them from a distance. He stands with the man and child, all looking down at something on the ground, as the man begins to speak. So, in case you heard, I just... The blonde girl also gazes at the object, her expression unreadable. His gaze fixed on the strange item, he wonders aloud, what's that? A thought crosses his mind, questioning if it could be something significant. The blonde girl gasps, this is... While he, still confused, questions, what in the world did that human drop? He admits his ignorance. I don't know what it is, but then confesses, but I seem to be getting hungry just looking at it. The blonde girl, observing his reaction, ponders, is that food? He mutters, maybe I was wrong, before turning to her and asking, what are you talking about? She dismisses the object with a laugh. There's no way it's any good, haha. She continues, unaware of his growing irritation. I think he can't even recognize what food is. That boy's definitely an idiot, adding, I probably gloss over this. A low growl escapes him as his expression hardens, declaring, lies. He challenges her directly. You think I believe a human? The blonde girl looks surprised, uttering, huh. He continues his furious outburst, stating, you'd be wrong to think I'd just believe you, concluding with a bitter declaration, since it's obvious that everything a human says is a lie. I was wrong, the blonde girl thinks, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. He's even more of an idiot than I thought. Her expression firming, she concludes internally, now I'm sure, judging by. Meanwhile, Unsu's hunger gnaws at him. I need that food, he resolves. If she doesn't cooperate, there's no choice but to take it. Extending her hand, the blonde girl offers the dropped item, simply stating, here, as he reaches out to take it. Watching him devour the food, she muses, it's exactly how I'd imagine. You look really hungry, so I'm giving it to you. He eats, but his mind races. Why is she doing this, he wonders. Doesn't she know I'd put her life in danger if she decreased my mana? Her voice cuts through his thoughts. You have to pay me back for this though, okay? You can't forget. Our fold. Unsu realizes, a cold certainty settling in. So she did have an ulterior motive. Humans truly are cunning creatures. As he turns to leave, the blonde girl calls out, H-huh? Where are you going? But he offers only a silent glance, his decision made. Now that I've eaten, I'll leave this human. He finds himself following the blonde girl, a rare treaty between humans and monsters, a situation he finds surprising even for himself, as she leads him toward what she calls a home-cooked meal. Still, he can't help but ask, why did you follow me? She retorts, then questions his knowledge of the area. You know this place really well. He offers a simple, almost reluctant, why yeah, explaining that he grew up in this very neighborhood. Their journey takes them through the desolate, ruined cityscape, and the blonde girl can't help but think to herself, how did she end up guiding this idiot? A wave of regret washes over her as she considers, if I had known, I wouldn't have shared my bread with him. But despite her frustration, she asks him, why the hell do you want to go to the subway? He responds simply, because it's safe there. She looks at him, surprised, asking, what? As he clarifies that it's concentrated in goods they need for survival. And more importantly, he explains, gesturing with a clenched fist, the subway makes it harder for the monsters to detect humans. The blonde girl, however, remains unconvinced, especially after he couldn't even recognize the bread earlier. As they arrive at a dilapidated building, Unsu announces, we're here, but she looks around, confused, asking, are you sure it's really here? Her suspicion grows as she reiterates, are you sure it's here? I heard the subway is underground. Her eyes narrow. I knew it. You were trying to deceive me, right? She shouts in frustration. Obviously, this isn't the subway. While Unsu, equally exasperated, insists, I'm trying to find the entrance. A shushing sound fills the air as Unsu's expression turns serious, realizing that even for the subway, it's far too quiet. Despite her continued skepticism, he repeatedly asserts, I'm telling you, I'm not lying. Finally, he turns and commands, follow me. She asks, but where are we going? To which he replies, to the subway. I'm telling you, I'm not lying. He leads the blonde girl down into a deep, rubble-filled pit, the entrance to what he believes is the subway. As they descend, a faint light illuminates an old escalator, and he confirms to himself that this must be the right place. A low, unsettling hum echoes through the cavernous space, causing him to look up with a worried expression, while the blonde girl behind him also senses the strange atmosphere. The blonde girl, still skeptical, questions his certainty, reminding him of his past mistakes. He stares ahead, lost in thought, as a memory flashes through his mind, a bustling street scene from before the world changed, filled with ordinary people. In that memory, an old man with kind eyes reflects on a moment, a time he can never forget. He remembers the old man, a blonde woman, and a young boy, all looking up in awe at something unseen, a moment of simple joy and wonder. But that peaceful scene quickly dissolves into chaos, as the old man is swept away in a panicked crowd, desperately trying to escape. Back in the present, Unsu reflects on his past, acknowledging that finding this place might be luck, but also a consequence of his constant search for survivors, a search that often leads him back to the surface. He hears the man with glasses explain that there was no one else to send into the subway, his own heart thumping in his chest. The man continues, detailing his original plan to establish a base there, but admitting the unexpected number of humans present. Unsu's thoughts drift to the current age, filled with all types of people, especially the powerless humans trapped in despair. He knows the monsters aren't the only threat, as humans themselves often reveal their wicked sides, their eyes glowing with malice. His companion's voice cuts through his thoughts, urging him to move aside. But then, another thought surfaces, a strange human he can't quite decipher. The hooded figure remains an enigma. and he muses that the more humans there are, the more risk factors emerge, some with eyes burning red. Among them, he realizes, there is not one who could truly challenge him. He walks past the defeated creatures, his mind still processing the new reality. The world around him feels fraught with peril, yet he remains unfazed. He can instinctively sense who poses a threat, much like the monsters he's encountered on the surface. His thoughts drift to the man with glasses, and then to his father. But among the gathered individuals, no one emits a truly dangerous aura. He concludes that none of them could possibly harm him, even if they were to become his adversaries. A friendly voice breaks his contemplation, suggesting an introduction. The older man extends his hand, stating his name is Donghoon. And that's how their paths first crossed, though Donghoon admits he couldn't glean much from the encounter. Then, as the conversation begins, he simply stares forward, his expression unreadable. A young woman with bright blonde hair steps forward, introducing herself with a slight bow. Then I'll go first. My name is Noah. Donghoon, observing the exchange, then turns his attention to the young man, wondering aloud, what's your name? He notes that, judging by his clothes, the boy must be a student from a nearby middle school. The man with glasses chimes in, asking, do you know my school? Noah, recalling the location, mentions their hospital was across from the school, near the shopping mall, then questions, was there a hospital there? Eun-soo begins to speak, but then hesitates, his gaze falling to his own tattered attire. But your clothes. His pants are torn and grimy, revealing his bare, dirty feet. Donghoon's expression shifts to one of concern, realizing the inappropriateness of his earlier questions. I might have asked a weird question. It seems you've gone through a lot. Ignoring the sudden shift in tone, Eun-soo attempts to redirect the conversation. Anyway, what's your? He looks down at the open book, a question hanging in the air about his name. After a moment of contemplation, he simply states, I don't have one. The blonde girl echoes his sentiment, confirming, I've never had a name. The man with glasses hums thoughtfully at this revelation. Donghoon, ever the understanding one, chuckles lightly. You can tell me next time. I hope you tell me once you think we've gotten closer. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of hurried footsteps echoes through the corridor, as a subordinate rushes in, shouting, "Yes, sir." The man with glasses and Donghoon turn, their expressions shifting to concern as the subordinate exclaims, I think things have gotten worse. The group quickly gathers around Eun-soo, their attention now fixed on his arm, which appears to be the source of the urgent news. Donghoon leans in, his voice filled with concern as he observes the injury. Your ear. It's gotten. A close inspection of the arm reveals a gruesome sight, the skin tearing and flesh exposed, despite their previous efforts. They had temporarily stopped the bleeding last time, but it seems to be worsening more than expected. He warns Eun-soo that without immediate surgical treatment, the infection will prove fatal, before firmly grasping his arm. Declaring that they must act now, he reveals a tray laden with medical instruments. With practiced precision, his hands begin to disinfect the wound. As he watches the man work, Eun-soo recalls seeing a doctor in a book, a secret he kept from his father. He remembers the concept of a doctor as someone who treats humans for a price. This thought is starkly juxtaposed with a vision of his own hand, briefly engulfed in flickering flames. Turning to the man with glasses, he asks what price he receives for treating humans, as Donghoon and the blonde girl listen intently. The man with glasses pauses, contemplating the very idea of a price, wondering if he truly needs to receive such a thing. All eyes are on him, awaiting his answer. As he prepares to treat the injured, a deep conviction settles over the man with glasses, reminding him that it is a doctor's job to heal those who are hurt, his hands moving with practiced precision. Looking at Eun-soo, he offers a calm assurance, telling him not to worry. His confidence unwavering, he adds, that he has rarely failed a surgery. Overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness, Eun-soo expresses his profound gratitude, thanking the man for his help as Donghoon and the blonde girl watch on. Yet, a flicker of confusion crosses Eun-soo's mind, a silent question forming. Why is he helping someone he doesn't even know? Are humans truly capable of such selfless acts? He ponders the possibility, wondering if people truly do things like that for others. The doctor, meanwhile, warns that sleeping might worsen the condition, and Eun-soo, still processing, offers a hesitant thank you and a plea for trust. A closer look reveals the man's identity tag, identifying him as veterinarian Hwang Byum. Hwang Byum then declares it's time to begin, acknowledging that it might hurt a little, but it can't be helped. As the man with glasses prepared for the procedure, Eun-soo stirred, a muffled protest escaping him as he tried to pull away, his bandaged head shifting. Hwang Byum's grip remained firm, explaining that any movement could lead to a fatal outcome. He reassured the young man of his capabilities, though he noted the inherent fragility of humans compared to the monsters he usually treated. But Eun-soo's fear overwhelmed him, a desperate cry to be released tearing from his throat. Hwang Byum's voice sharpened, admonishing the young man to calm down, warning that his condition would only worsen with such frantic movements. There was no time to waste, he insisted, the urgency of the situation pressing down on them both. As Hwang Byum continued to hold him down, Eun-soo's struggles weakened, a plea for forgiveness escaping his lips. In that moment of forced submission, a chilling realization dawned on Eun-soo. He had been wrong. Humans were truly dangerous. Alone in the quiet room, Unsu sits, his gaze distant and troubled. He clutches a worn photograph, the only tangible link to his past, wondering aloud, "What do I do now? The only thing I have is the picture my mom gave me." The image, a snapshot from his childhood, shows a younger Unsu, Donghoon, Noah, and another woman, all smiling brightly, but a note on the back cryptically declares, "Mom's alive." Despite the hopeful message, despair washes over him as he admits, "It's over. I don't have enough clues to know how to find my mom." Yet, as he gazes at the photo again, this time featuring the man with glasses and another woman, a persistent sense of unease gnaws at him. The source of his discomfort lies in the background of that very picture, where unnatural, flower-like creatures seem to bloom. These strange, organic forms, with their intricate, almost alien structures, stand out starkly against the otherwise normal scenery. He pores over ancient texts, searching for any mention of the strange flora from his childhood photo, recalling how he'd even ventured into the dusty basement to consult old flower books. Yet, despite his exhaustive efforts, he finds no information on the peculiar plant. If only he could identify the flower, he might be able to pinpoint the exact location where the picture was taken. Wearing a new pair of glasses, Unsu mutters to himself, wondering what he should do next. He stares down, a deep frustration settling in as he realizes he has no other photos of the flower, nor any other clues to follow. His hand clenches tightly, the paper crinkling under the pressure. His knuckles turn white as he grips the photo even harder, the weight of his inability pressing down on him. A bitter sigh escapes him, the taste of defeat heavy on his tongue. A tense murmur ripples through the gathered crowd, as Hwang Byum and Donghoon observe the unfolding situation with growing unease. Suddenly, a scarred man with an unnerving gaze steps forward, his voice cutting through the noise with a chilling declaration, "Let's begin." Amidst the rising chaos, the man in the suit attempts to assert control, directing everyone to gather in one place, while the scarred man's words hang heavy in the air. Hwang Byum, witnessing the escalating tension, realizes the situation is rapidly spiraling out of control. The man in the suit, now directly confronting the agitated crowd, demands their attention, his voice strained with urgency. But before he can continue, a terrified man in the crowd suddenly cries out, his eye flaring with an unnatural yellow glow as if struck by an unseen force. The crowd erupts in further confusion and anger, demanding an explanation for the bizarre incident. The scarred man, his eye now glowing with an intense yellow light, reveals his power, claiming he can see the hidden thoughts within them. The terrified man's eye, now fully consumed by the glowing yellow, confirms the psychic intrusion, his pupil distorting under the strain. A lone, small figure stands isolated in a vast, circular space, its emptiness amplifying a sense of vulnerability. Suddenly, a colossal, shadowy presence descends, engulfing the figure in an overwhelming wave of pure, unadulterated fear. The shadowy entity's gaze, reflected in its eye, pierces the small figure with an intense, predatory focus. Meanwhile, a man collapses in agony, his mind under assault, as Hwang Byum observes the unfolding chaos, noting the aggressor's blatant disregard for any rules. The scarred man, now fully visible, seizes the suffering individual by the head, his grip firm, as the victim's deepest fears are laid bare. Without hesitation, he delivers a brutal, resounding strike to the man's face. Onlookers recoil in horror at the sudden, savage violence, while the scarred man takes a heavy, deliberate step forward. With a sickening crack, the scarred man twists the victim's arm. A chilling smirk plays on his lips as he confirms his dominance, continuing to inflict excruciating pain. He gazes upward, a chilling satisfaction spreading across his face, as if confirming a dark suspicion. Turning his back to the onlookers, he challenges the monstrous, shadowy form before him, demanding to see more of its power. His voice echoes with a chilling resolve, insisting the creature reveal its true form, deep within its very soul. Meanwhile, Hwang Byum recoils in horror, his face etched with despair as he pleads for the violence to stop. The scarred man turns to him, a cruel smile playing on his lips, taunting that some people are clearly not present for the unfolding spectacle. The chaos has affected many, including an older friend, a young boy, a girl, and another injured person. Noah, the blonde girl, struggles to comprehend the situation, wondering what happened to the zone that simply vanished without warning, and why the scarred man never lifted a finger to help. The surrounding crowd, including Hwang Byum, murmurs in frustration, lamenting their inability to bring the scoundrel to justice. Unconcerned by their plight, the scarred man walks away, resolving to personally confront the monstrous entity and witness its true form, asking an unseen presence for their opinion on his decision. He dismisses the others' concerns, his voice firm as he tells them to tie up the monster and leave it to him. His gaze intense, he declares that he will take care of whatever comes next. His hand clenches into a tight fist, a silent promise of the force he intends to unleash. Meanwhile, a wave of confusion washes over Unsu, who wonders if he had fallen asleep, unable to recall getting any good rest in days. The scarred man's words echo in his mind, about guarding himself against monsters, as Unsu's eyes snap open, a sudden realization dawning. Disoriented, he questions his location, the world around him a blur. He feels a strange pressure on his foot, but can't get a sense of the ground beneath him, realizing he might be falling. A wave of panic washes over him as he denies the impossible, yet the sensation persists. He plunges into a dark, unknown liquid, the surface rippling around him. Still falling, Eun-soo finds himself not plunging into water, but instead, somehow being swallowed by an encroaching darkness, shadowy tendrils wrapping around him. His eyes wide with terror, he struggles against the suffocating grip, glowing particles swirling around him as the tendrils tighten. One thick tendril coils around his arm, pulling him deeper into the abyss. The darkness consumes his legs, leaving him helpless. Desperately, he reaches out, his hand grasping at nothing but the swirling shadows. His hand is pulled into a vortex of pure darkness, the last part of him to disappear. A final, guttural cry escapes him, as the shadows completely consume him. Suddenly, Eun-soo bolts upright in a bed, gasping, the terrifying experience fading like a nightmare. A dream? He wonders, but it felt so real. Disoriented, he looks around the unfamiliar room, his gaze falling upon a group of familiar faces. "Who are you guys?" he asks, utterly confused. Hwang Biam's voice cuts through the tense silence, delivering a stark ultimatum. Eun-soo has only 5 minutes to reach the gate, or face expulsion from this place. The words hang heavy in the air, and Eun-soo's expression tightens, the threat of expulsion clearly registering. The scarred man reinforces the urgency, advising him to move quickly, lest it become too late. With a soft shuffle, Eun-soo turns and begins to walk away, his head bowed. Hwang Biam watches him go, a flicker of thought crossing his face, admitting to himself that while he doesn't understand Eun-soo's mindset, having him around might not be so bad after all. But Eun-soo's thoughts are far from compliant, a defiant question echoing in his mind. "You're going to expel me?" The unexpected defiance causes Hwang Biam to flinch, his eyes widening in surprise. As if struck by a sudden realization, Eun-soo reaches up to touch his neck, a faint sound accompanying the gesture. He continues his walk, his hand still lingering at his throat as he shuffles onward. He finds himself suddenly surrounded by a horde of pale, gaunt figures, their eyes glowing with an ominous red light. As the figures press in, a wave of disbelief washes over him, leaving him to wonder what is happening, but he quickly realizes resistance is futile. From above, the man with glasses stares down, his voice cutting through the chaos, asking if Eun-soo is truly the fool. Before he can fully process the words, the pale figures lunge, their numbers overwhelming him in a brutal, sudden assault. He is dragged down by the relentless press of bodies. As the scarred man, standing beside the man with glasses, remarks on the situation, noting that Eun-soo is now in trouble and should have listened earlier. Despite being overwhelmed, Eun-soo's hand clenches, his mind racing as he dismisses the idea of giving up, calculating the remaining time. A fierce determination hardens his expression, as he declares that 2 seconds is plenty of time. He stares at the scarred man, who holds up a small, crumpled photo, a taunting question hanging in the air. "You looking for this?" A cold right confirms the provocation, and the scarred man presses further, asking if he's been avoiding him, demanding to know where the photo came from. The scarred man holds the image closer, his gaze unwavering as he repeats the challenge. A smirk plays on the scarred man's lips as he admits, "I wasn't expecting to find anything interesting after looking at you. All I found was this photo." But before he can finish, a cold fury washes over Eun-soo, his steps growing heavy with intent. His teal eyes blaze with an otherworldly glow, a silent, deadly promise forming on his lips, "I'll kill you." As his power surges, the photo in the scarred man's hand begins to glow with an eerie green light, rapidly disintegrating into particles. Both the scarred man and Hwang Biam recoil in stunned disbelief, watching the image vanish before their eyes. With a final, resolute declaration, Eun-soo vows to rip it up completely. A chilling cackle echoes in his mind, as his eyes glow with an intense, teal light, questioning where all the mana has gone and what is truly happening to it. He recalls a voice, assuring him that he isn't the only one who has lost their powers, a sentiment echoed by others who also lament their own losses. Yet, a profound sense of injustice washes over him, as he silently questions why this fate befell him, and why it befell them all. He remembers seeing someone who was just like him, yet distinctly different from the others, all within the confines of a car. The memory is so profound, so deep, that he couldn't discern anything beyond its overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, the scarred man, holding a photo, instructs Hwang Biam that they will keep a close watch over him, leaving the entire operation under his supervision. He emphasizes the importance of the photo, warning Hwang Biam not to let go of it while keeping watch. Hwang Biam, clearly hesitant, questions if they truly need to go to such lengths for this individual, but the scarred man's firm response, "That's an order," leaves him with no choice but to reluctantly comply. With a menacing smile, the scarred man declares that Hwang Biam will have to work hard to catch up to him, before casually stating he'll get some rest, but not to think he can ever truly close the gap. Dong-hoon looks at Eun-soo with a sudden smile, asking what's with his expression, while Eun-soo internally reflects on the relief that comes from giving up, believing he can finally live a normal life. His concern growing, Dong-hoon stammers, asking why Eun-soo is smiling. Confused by the boy's dazed response, Dong-hoon tries to clarify, asking if he understands the sense of relief that comes from giving up, a thought Eun-soo himself is still lost in. With a final, reassuring pat on the shoulder, Dong-hoon bids farewell, expressing his hope to see Eun-soo again and promising to take good care of him. But as Dong-hoon departs, Eun-soo's legs give out beneath him, sending him collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. Lying there, dazed and disoriented, he weakly asks if he's okay. The blonde girl, witnessing his sudden collapse, reaches out a hand in concern. Panicked, Noah pulls her hands back, exclaiming, "Hey, what did I do? I was trying to wake you." But Eun-soo, still on the ground, angrily bats her hand away, telling her he doesn't need her help and to move, human. As the man with glasses questions his behavior, Eun-soo remains silent, his back to the others, while the blonde girl gently urges him not to pretend to be strong. Standing together in a sterile, brightly lit room, the man with glasses continues his admonishment, his words trailing off. He looks down at Eun-soo, his expression hardening, declaring himself an idiot for even attempting a conversation with someone so incapable of basic communication. A narration box confirms that something indeed happened. Eun-soo, his face etched with a mix of defiance and weariness, scoffs internally, wondering why he would ever hold hands with anyone. Meanwhile, the man with glasses, his eyes narrowed behind his spectacles, reiterates a cold, hard truth to himself: never trust them. Eun-soo, observing a figure in a lab coat, reflects on always being the one who has nothing, resolving to take back what was lost. A manic grin spreads across the man with glasses' face as he muses that if he just becomes a little bit good enough, he'll be able to get everything he wants. His hand clenches, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features, as he adds, "However, I still don't want to ruin it." The narrative concludes that he is not the only one to be blamed, expressing a hope that he doesn't regret his choices. He surveys the assembled figures, his voice cutting through the silence as he declares that everyone is now gathered. Then, with an air of absolute finality, he presents them with a stark choice: either follow him, or don't follow him at all. He recalls the fate of another, a man who disobeyed orders and was expelled, thinking to himself, like that guy over there. He elaborates on the example, stating that the man who tried to break the order had to be expelled. He clarifies that he won't treat them as rebels if they simply choose not to follow him, unlike the one who actively tried to break the order. He assures them he won't force their allegiance, but if they choose to follow Mr. Moon-yoon, there will be consequences. His gaze hardens, his final declaration ringing with undeniable authority. His word is absolute. The men gathered before him visibly flinch, their faces etched with fear and apprehension. The weight of his words settles heavily upon them. He stands with his back to the man, a bandage wrapped around his head, a quiet uncertainty echoing in his mind. The unnamed man with glasses, observing his hesitation, addresses him directly, asking if he's truly unsure about this path. He then asserts the harsh reality of their world, that the strong always prevail over the weak, and the law itself has become obsolete, a truth that makes the path forward seem both inevitable and terrifying. As he turns to leave, Eun-soo's thoughts drift to a different kind of strength, a quiet resolve forming within him, the power to help those who truly need it. A soft tsk escapes the unnamed man with glasses as he watches him go, his gaze falling to the ground. He clutches at his own throat, a profound internal struggle evident on his face, grappling with the weight of his decisions and the realization that he is not a god, unable to dictate life or death. Meanwhile, Eun-soo's hand clenches, his mind still wrestling with the implications of his choice. What would it mean to join that side? Noah, the blonde girl, appears beside the unnamed man with glasses, her voice cutting through the tension, asking if he intends to face this challenge alone. He looks at her, surprised, then a realization dawns on him as he asks if she's not going to join them either. Still challenging the man with glasses, Noah dismisses his suggestion, refusing to simply go over there if he himself intends to stay. She presses her point, accusing him of being just as foolish as anyone else. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a sudden sound draws Eun-soo's attention, his gaze dropping sharply. He finds himself amidst a growing crowd, all looking up in collective awe or alarm at something unseen above them. The woman with tied hair sighs, her frustration evident as she declares she had no intention of staying in this place, before adding with a grimace that if they were caught, they would surely be tortured. The man with glasses attempts to reassure her, insisting it couldn't be that bad, but his voice falters, betraying his own doubt. Kirito, the blonde girl, offers a bleak alternative, wondering if they would simply starve to death instead of being tortured. The woman with tied hair, her face etched with despair, cries out, questioning how they are supposed to escape. Suddenly, a hand shoots out from behind Kirito, grabbing her with startling speed, as the scarred man appears, catching her off guard. In a different setting, Kirito kneels before the elderly Dong-hoon and a small boy, apologizing for her recklessness, while the woman and the man with glasses stand by, observing the scene. She listens as Dong-hoon gently tells her that he knows her father well, adding that she is at an age where she should be running around freely. Kirito, however, pretends not to hear him, claiming she cannot hear him very well. Internally, her thoughts are consumed by her father, a desperate question forming in her mind. She then asserts that her father is somewhere else, convinced he is probably still out there. Meanwhile, Donghoon explains to the man with glasses and the woman leader that after they met Kirito, they simply crossed paths while running away, and it seems she had been separated from her parents when they first encountered her. The man with glasses adds that until they find her parents, he is trying to play the role of her guardian. The two continue their conversation, their voices low. Suddenly, Eun-soo interjects, his voice firm, declaring that they cannot do that. He reminds them that the boss has given strict orders, and anyone who leaves this room will be severely punished. The man with glasses, his voice sharp, dismisses any perceived arrogance from the younger members. While Eun-soo's mind remains elsewhere, consumed by the urgent question of someone's whereabouts. The man with glasses continues, explaining that only food has been rationed, warning everyone against taking more than their share. The woman leader questions the disparity in rations, pointing out the obvious difference between their group and others. He retorts sharply, reminding them that they are confined to the room precisely because of their weakness, implying they don't need much food anyway. Far from their tense conversation, in a dark, unseen corner, something stirs, its serpentine forms slowly uncoiling. A single, malevolent eye snaps open, glowing with an eerie light, as a faint, unsettling sound echoes through the confined space. A hulking figure with a prominent mohawk stands silhouetted against a dark, cluttered interior, a predatory scent filling the air. Meanwhile, the man with glasses informs another survivor that the rations are completely gone, before the other asks if he knows a certain person. The man with glasses looks troubled, identifying the individual as the one known only as the left-hand man. The left-hand man, now facing forward, casts a dangerous shadow, his presence radiating menace. He walks away down a dimly lit corridor, the man with glasses concluding that there's no other choice, as this is the boss's formidable enforcer. The left-hand man's eyes gleam with a cold, unsettling light, as an unseen voice describes him as someone who kills easily and lacks manners. Elsewhere, Eun-soo sits amidst debris, his face etched with despair, questioning if he's truly being left without help. A heavy sigh escapes him, the weight of his situation pressing down. Back with the left-hand man, an unseen voice offers a grim consolation, suggesting it's better to be in his current state than to be devoured by a monster. The man with glasses gazes down, a grimace twisting his features as he considers the tattered clothes worn by the survivors. He muses on the danger of their situation, knowing that running around like this is a perilous gamble. His gaze then falls upon a small group, one of whom he recognizes as a potential victim, a young girl who might be the next to suffer. He considers the implications, wondering if she's coming this way, and if she's truly as helpless as she appears. Turning to a subordinate, the man with glasses issues a direct order to give the blonde girl her rations. The girl looks up, her small hand outstretched, as the man with glasses observes her with a complex expression. He continues to watch the group, his thoughts lingering on the harsh realities of their survival. Meanwhile, the left-hand man observes the blonde girl from a distance, a chilling thought crossing his mind about her appearance. He notes her small stature and innocent demeanor, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his lips as he considers her cuteness. The woman leader, her expression grim, asserts that they must act immediately, that they cannot simply stand by. Clutching the blonde girl protectively, the man with glasses curses the situation, his face contorted in anger and frustration, urging them to retreat quickly. His gaze hardens, a silent resolve forming, while elsewhere, Eun-soo's eyes narrow, a flicker of concern or determination crossing his features. Back with the group, the woman leader, her brow furrowed, asks the blonde girl if she's okay, to which the girl quietly replies that she is. Eun-soo stands alone, a heavy sigh escaping him as he contemplates the difficult choices ahead, wondering if he should abandon the group. His teal eyes reflect a deep internal struggle, as the blonde girl watches his retreating back, a silent question in her gaze. She continues to observe him, her small figure dwarfed by his departing form. The woman leader looks on as the blonde girl, her voice small, asks if he's leaving. Meanwhile, in a sterile environment, Donghoon and the scarred man stand side by side, both now clad in lab coats, their expressions unreadable. Eun-soo stirs, his eyes slowly adjusting to the dim surroundings. Still disoriented, he remains hunched in the corner, a sense of unease settling over him. A hand reaches out from the shadows, startling him as it gently takes his own, a soft voice asking who he is, then adding that he had been asleep. The blonde girl's grip tightens, her voice laced with accusation, wondering if he had planned to run away while she slept. A pained smile crosses her face as she admits her own struggle, then clarifies that she had only wanted to talk. Eun-soo looks at her, the word talk echoing in his mind. Her gaze drops, a quiet apology escaping her lips as she confesses her fear, believing he would abandon her. He stares, surprised by her sudden vulnerability. She dismisses his concerns with a curt, whatever, urging him to simply get to the point. Considering her words, she then asks, now that I think about it, why are you so afraid of other people? A slight blush creeps onto Eun-soo's face as she continues. Are you? I really saved you, perhaps? He quickly retorts, you're talking nonsense. I have no reason to be close to the enemy. His expression hardens as he repeats, enemy? The blonde girl looks at him intently. But I don't plan on hurting you, Eun-soo. He narrows his eyes, a hint of suspicion in his voice. You could be lying. Lying down, she sighs. I don't mind you being afraid of me, but... She looks at him, her voice soft as she asks, would you reconcile with that guy named Haru? The unnamed woman leader questions Unsu, asking if he's referring to the blonde-haired human, stating she's never even spoken with him before. Unsu dismisses her concern, insisting that such sentiment is excessive, as they are still human, and to him, that girl is no different from any other. The woman leader's expression softens with distress, wondering if he truly believes others can't hear her cries, asserting that she weeps every night and isn't lying. Unsu looks away, a somber realization dawning, acknowledging that there's nothing more heartbreaking than someone who cannot honestly express their feelings, and perhaps everyone is indeed the same in that regard. The woman leader presses on, suggesting that if he, who shares the same rank as the blonde girl, were to get along with her, things might improve, before scoffing at the idea as utterly shameless. Unsu's expression hardens, his gaze sharp as he declares that sadness is a luxury only weak humans can afford. The woman leader looks down, defeated, as he continues, advising that any time spent crying would be better used figuring out a way to survive. He fixes his gaze on her, accusing her of never truly understanding what's important. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a desolate, ruined cityscape, where Unsu sprints across a skeletal, broken bridge, leaving the conversation behind. A stark, internal rejection echoes through his mind. He remembers telling her there won't be hope in the future, her calm voice countering that he simply doesn't understand what's truly important. Sitting alone in the darkness, he recalls his own bitter words, accusing her of not having a special person to understand true loss. The thought lingers, a hollow echo. He feels small and isolated, utterly lonely. Yet, another memory surfaces, her voice offering a strange comfort, telling him not to worry. Her empathetic gaze pierces through his recollection, promising that if he were to die, she would be sad for him. The words strike him with unexpected force, leaving him with a look of profound surprise. His expression remains fixed. He recalls the woman's words, her voice tinged with a slight exasperation, telling him that his dismissive attitude was a way to make someone feel bad, but he had simply retorted that he was never going to die. A subtle shift in his memory, and her voice continued, now with a different tone, declaring that she wouldn't care if he died. Her expression softened as she dismissed her own words as nonsense, while he could only stare back in utter shock, her thoughtful gaze lingering. She clarified, looking away, that she hadn't said she'd be sad for anybody, before turning back to him, her gaze direct, and adding, except you, Unsu, leaving him speechless once more. Back in the present, the memory still resonated, her voice echoing in his mind, calling it a weird claim, even as he struggled to comprehend its meaning. Overwhelmed by the weight of his thoughts, he groaned, wishing only for sleep to escape the relentless introspection. Unsu reflects on the passage of time, realizing it has been about 3 days since he arrived in this unfamiliar place. All because a group of men, one of them holding a crumpled note, are keeping him from his mother. He was unable to do anything to find her. And now, sitting across from one of the thugs, he can only wonder if this whole situation is some kind of twisted game for them. The thug leader, however, denies it, stating that they don't want to be doing this either. Unsu's eyes narrow, a challenge forming on his lips as he asks, oh, is that right? In that case, why don't you punish me yourself? He clutches the note, a voice demanding he put it away. A cold realization washes over him. This guy isn't afraid. Instead, he looks at him with utter disinterest, a frustrated grunt escaping Unsu. Holding out the money, he challenges them, asking if they haven't suffered enough. He remembers Donghun's words from long ago, that humans are inherently weak. Stepping forward, he finally understands what he meant. The woman leader looks on, surprised, wondering if it was those guys again. With each deliberate step, Unsu asserts that not all humans are like that. The thug leader notes his apparent lack of injury, while the spiky-haired thug suggests they should proceed just in case. He sits, reflecting on the situation, assuring himself that this much is all right, even as a voice questions his conviction. Then, the woman leader offers him a meal, and he looks at her, surprised that she would bring him lunch. He hesitates, unable to form a complete thought, his expression a mix of confusion and slight apprehension. He sits alone for a moment, contemplating the interaction. As she returns, she asks what he was about to say, and he simply responds with a quiet, it was. She coughs, turning her head away, while he suddenly has a thought, a realization dawning on him. Looking at him directly, she clarifies her position, stating that she doesn't plan on helping him. She reiterates, I'm not doing this for you, leaving him to wonder, then why? He looks down, a note lying on the table before him, realizing he might have overestimated her loyalty. He slumps onto the makeshift bed, his body heavy with exhaustion. A sharp sound escapes him as the man with glasses leans in, urgently asking if he's all right, demanding he get a hold of himself. His concern then shifts to the woman leader, observing her symptoms and concluding that she urgently needs medicine. He explains to Unsu that they lack the necessary medication here, necessitating a trip to the hospital. Unsu then questions the woman leader's role, recalling her earlier refusal to help, and asks what they should do now. A somber realization washes over him as footsteps echo as they find themselves in a new location, where Dong-hoon informs the man with glasses that the boss is calling for him. The man with glasses reacts with surprise, while Eun-soo's expression hardens with resolve. The thug leader stares intently at a picture, muttering his confusion about why the boss's image is displayed in his room. He wonders if he can even move them without proper medication, as Dong-hoon approaches from behind. The older man informs him that the boss has orders for him, urging him to hurry up, but the man with glasses simply asks what the orders are. Dong-hoon, looking distressed, clarifies that it means he should be dropping the boss's orders right now. The man with glasses, however, insists that's not what he meant, declaring he will treat the other patients once he has finished with the current one. He continues to carry the injured woman, explaining that this patient needs treatment the most. He offers to let Dong-hoon know where they're going so he can find them himself, then asks what Dong-hoon is doing, warning him that he won't be able to survive in that state. Dong-hoon, looking even more frustrated, simply orders him to go with him, realizing the man's stubbornness. Suddenly, a dull thud echoes, and the injured woman, now supported by Eun-soo, weakly states that she could have helped if she had been able. The man with glasses watches, his expression etched with growing alarm, as the injured woman's condition suddenly worsens. Nearby, Eun-soo's eyes widen in a silent gasp of horror. With a sickening thud, the unnamed woman leader collapses to the ground. The man with glasses looks on, his face pale with shock, as her body crumples. Dong-hoon and his associate also stare down, their expressions grim. Lying still on the floor, a dark stain of blood spreads across her shirt, a grim testament to her worsening injury. Eun-soo's gaze falls upon the spreading crimson, his expression filled with a deep, unsettling understanding. Kneeling beside her, he reaches out, a chilling sensation washing over him as he whispers, "I can feel it." From the wound, a vibrant, lightning-like energy pulses, a terrifying manifestation of her fading vitality, as he realizes her life. As the unnamed woman leader's life force continues to wane, Eun-soo watches, a chilling realization settling over him. He can't help but wonder, why do humans seem to die so easily? The thought echoes in his mind, a stark contrast to his own resilience. As his perception sharpens, a faint green glow emanates from his eyes, a rhythmic throb accompanying the surge of his senses. The energy around the woman's wound intensifies, manifesting as intricate, glowing green lines that spiderweb across the dark space. He points to the source of the disturbance, a deep gash on her leg, now pulsing with the same eerie light. His teal eyes widen in shock, the green glow around them intensifying as he fully comprehends the gravity of her condition. Looking down at the critically injured woman, he mutters a chilling question. Why so serious? His expression hardens, a mix of grim determination and profound concern etched onto his face. A voice, weak but clear, echoes in the tense silence, accusing, "You said you wouldn't come." Then, only darkness, punctuated by a distant, fading light. As the woman's eyes widen in a final, silent gasp, a bare foot steps deliberately onto the blood-soaked floor, landing beside a hand already stained crimson. Two men stare down in abject horror at the lifeless form before them, their faces contorted in disbelief. The shock ripples through the others present, their expressions mirroring the same terror, as one of them curses under his breath, "Damn it." Eun-soo stands amidst the chaos, his hands, now slick with blood, gripping a knife, the weapon still dripping from its grim work. He kneels beside the fallen woman, a detached thought crossing his mind. Humph. Could human lives not change once they're born? When you kill a person, they die. Meanwhile, the thug leader's eyes widen in a dawning, terrifying realization. Monsters weren't only appearing underground, on the surface. Standing over the fallen man, he dismisses his pleas, stating that there's no difference between this and killing him. The blade gleams with fresh blood, as he rationalizes his actions, believing that if things were left as they were, he would have been devoured alive by the surface. A faint, unsettling smile plays on his lips as he looks down, simply labeling his victim a monster. He remains shadowed, unaware of the profound realization dawning on the man beneath him. The thug leader's face is obscured by shadow as Eun-soo's taunt echoes, questioning his supposed toughness. The weight of the situation presses down, his features contorted in silent turmoil. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, glowing with an eerie green light, a terrifying understanding flashing within them. Unmoved, Eun-soo points the bloodied knife forward, his shadowed form a chilling silhouette. The thug leader's face distorts in a scream of dawning horror, the single word "you" escaping his lips. The thug leader's voice is strained, a question hanging in the air as he looks around, realizing something is missing. His associate reacts with a surprised sound, as the thug leader mutters, realizing he must have dropped the bag somewhere. Meanwhile, Eun-soo remains crouched on the desolate ground, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding chaos. The thug leader's gaze sharpens, his voice now laced with suspicion as he addresses the boy. His eyes narrow, a silent challenge in their depths. A bare foot presses down onto the rough earth, a subtle shift in posture. The thug leader's voice rises, demanding to know if Eun-soo intends to attack him. The question hangs in the air, punctuated by the falling rain. The world seems to blur around them, the tension palpable. The world around them blurs into streaks of gray and black, as if the very air is weeping, or perhaps, distorting under an unseen pressure. The visual chaos intensifies, a torrent of lines cascading down, mirroring the escalating tension. Then, through the haze, the thug leader's eyes widen in disbelief, a single, sharp exclamation escaping his lips. The man with glasses looks on, a question in his voice, wondering what they are going to do about the situation. Meanwhile, in a dark, confined space, Eun-soo crouches low, his eyes fixed on something unseen, asking softly, "Are you?" He extends a tentative hand towards it. When suddenly, the man with glasses' voice cuts through, laced with frustration. "Gonna just sit there or something?" The scene shifts abruptly to a glint of steel, a knife poised to strike. And before Eun-soo can react, the thug leader lunges, delivering a brutal blow that sends him reeling back with a pained cry. He crashes hard to the ground, the impact echoing through the confined space. He is violently thrown, his body twisting midair from the sheer force of the impact. Before he even has a chance to regain his bearings, a glint of steel flashes through the air, a knife hurled with deadly precision. He crashes to the ground, his eyes wide with alarm, watching the blade descend. The thug leader watches, his expression cold and unyielding, as the weapon continues its trajectory. The knife closes the distance, mere inches from Eun-soo's face. But before it can strike, the thug leader's hand shoots out, seizing Eun-soo by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. The blade, now harmless, sticks into the ground where Eun-soo's head had been moments before. As the thug leader's hand snaps forward, a knife slices through the air with a sharp whoosh, its trajectory aimed directly at Eun-soo. The man with glasses and Dong-hoon watch in horrified disbelief, while Eun-soo and the woman leader are equally stunned by the sudden, brutal attack. But before the blade can connect, the thug leader lunges, grabbing Eun-soo by the neck with a powerful grip. The knife harmlessly embedding itself in the ground just inches from his head, a faint drip of blood marking the near miss. As he stares down at the embedded blade, a faint, teal glow emanates from his eyes, a soft, sizzling sound accompanying the sudden surge of power. The thug leader lifts him effortlessly by the throat, his face a mask of cold indifference. Eun-soo's eyes burn with the teal light, his body trembling with a mixture of rage and burgeoning power. He stares at the boy, a single thought echoing in his mind. Too weak. The thug leader's face, inches from Eun-soo's, betrays a flicker of something unexpected, a mix of shock and disgust as he pulls back. His expression twists further, a silent judgment passing over his features. Eun-soo, his teal eyes still faintly glowing, watches the man's reaction, a dawning realization forming. This guy, he didn't even react. He looks down, clutching his neck, a single word escaping his lips, a frustrated, quiet, "Shit." As the thug leader turns and walks away, his own thoughts drift to what might have been. Had I known this guy was so weak, I would have just taken the money from him. If I had done that. Eun-soo's gaze falls to his leg, where a faint red mark lingers, a stark reminder of the knife's near miss. The blade itself is now embedded in the ground beside him, and he realizes, then this. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from the knife's impact point, as Eun-soo concludes his thought. Would have never happened. A hand manipulates a complex device, its red lines glowing with an ominous energy, as a voice declares the completion of a task. Then, with a cold command, the figure orders the subject's termination, dismissing concerns about hidden strengths, insisting they must be found. Inside, a maelstrom of red and blue energy swirls, a chaotic visual representation of the struggle unfolding within the subject's mind. The device continues its relentless work, its glowing red lines pulsing as it delves deeper into the target's consciousness. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoes from the subject, a plea to halt the agonizing process. His eyes wide with terror and pain, Eun-soo struggles against the unseen forces, his body trembling. In another room, the man with glasses, his face etched with concern, interjects, warning against the fatal consequences of their actions. But Eun-soo's struggle intensifies, his voice strained as he admits his inability to comply with their demands. The controller, observing Eun-soo's distress, responds with a cold, probing question, questioning the man with glasses' sudden empathy. Still connected to the mysterious device, he endures the ordeal as Hwang Byum, his face etched with concern, confronts the leader. Hwang Byum questions, is there a real reason to kill them? The leader turns, her expression cold and dismissive. You won't be able to stay alive with a weak mindset like that. Eun-soo's hand clenches, the device still draining him. But a flicker of defiance ignites in his eyes as he thinks, since I've never become like you. The leader, walking away, continues her cold assessment. If I beat them up to the brink of death, they'll forget about my orders. Hwang Byum's face twists in disbelief. Of killing humans? The leader glances back, a warning in her tone. Don't get ahead of yourself. Meanwhile, Eun-soo, his eyes glowing with a fierce resolve, prepares for whatever comes next. Eun-soo, still defiant, challenges the leader's worldview, stating that if the apocalypse truly comes as she predicts, he will find his own way to survive, not for her, but for himself and others, even if he doesn't particularly like them. He survives because of her, and so does everyone else, but only because he doesn't like them. The thug leader, still held captive, looks on with a mixture of fear and desperation. As the image of a bloodied knife, a stark reminder of the leader's ruthless methods, flashes through Unsu's mind. The thug leader's face contorts in a silent plea, as if echoing the leader's manipulative words, "You made the right decision." But Unsu internally rejects the notion, knowing it's not because of her. He feels a profound internal conflict, realizing that if he were to kill this man, he would become just like her. His eyes harden with resolve, understanding that beyond the leader's twisted logic, there is no particular reason to kill him. The leader's insidious smile appears in his mind, her voice echoing, "Why does it matter whether she lives or not?" But Unsu counters her, knowing that even if the victim had lived, in the leader's world, she wouldn't have been saved from either fate. So, he thinks, even if he were to kill, it wouldn't truly change anything. But the words of the thug leader, "This is the person who doesn't have a knife," echo in his mind as he lunges forward, a blade flashing in his hand. The knife arcs down with a sharp hiss, aiming for a decisive strike, but the thug leader reacts with surprising speed. Before the blade can connect, a hand shoots out, grabbing his wrist with an audible thud, stopping the attack cold. A sharp twist of his arm forces a cry of pain from him, disarming him instantly. Then, a brutal punch connects squarely with his face, sending him reeling. He collapses to the ground, defeated, the thug leader standing over him in triumph. A moment later, the woman leader appears, her gaze falling upon the fallen figure, a silent judgment in her eyes. Still reeling from his defeat, Unsu watches as the thug leader approaches, holding something out to him. The leader unfolds a small, tattered piece of paper, revealing an intricate drawing. "This is a piece of the map that leads to the treasure," he explains, his voice low. "I'm giving it to you." Unsu can only stare, a single thought echoing in his mind. What? Treasure? He looks at the map piece, then back at the leader, still processing the unexpected turn of events, a silent question hanging in the air. The thug leader then carefully folds the map piece, his movements precise. He exhales slowly, a breath of finality. Handing the folded map to Unsu, he simply states, "Nothing, just be careful with it," before turning to leave. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit corridor, Dong-hoon, the man with glasses, and the woman leader walk purposefully, their footsteps echoing softly. They pass by a body, covered by a green tarp, its presence a stark, silent testament to the harsh realities of their world. As he contemplates the mysterious map piece, Unsu's mind drifts to the child and the girl he encountered earlier. Meanwhile, Dong-hoon expresses concern about someone taking too long in the bathroom, prompting the man with glasses to suggest checking on them. But as they discover the scene, a collective gasp escapes them, Dong-hoon exclaiming in disbelief, "What the hell is this?" Back with Unsu, the map piece glows with an undeniable importance, drawing his gaze downward, while a scarred man nearby reacts with a grimace, finding the situation so bad. The scarred man then turns to Unsu, stating he has something to ask him. The man with glasses and the others continue to observe the grim discovery, their faces etched with concern. Turning back to Unsu, the scarred man questions his unique appearance, admitting he's never seen anyone like him before, to which Unsu simply replies that he hasn't either. The scarred man then laments the lack of internet access, realizing that the map's secrets are already being lost by merely looking at it. He then directly asks Unsu how he knows the treasure's location, to which Unsu confidently retorts, "Isn't it obvious? I'm going to take it." A memory surfaces, bright and warm, of a younger Unsu, clutching a red balloon, walking happily between Dong-hoon and the man with glasses, while the woman leader smiles nearby. Dong-hoon's laughter echoes through the sunlit street. But the present is a stark contrast, as the man with glasses looms over him, his voice cold and dismissive, declaring, "Even if you die, you'll never find the treasure you sought." Unsu, battered and defiant, pushes back, asserting, "No, I can survive." A grim realization settles over him. So, this is what it's come to. The man's expression remains impassive, while Unsu's face is etched with pain and determination, a fresh wound marring his cheek. Holding up a crumpled piece of paper, the man muses, "Didn't expect to find people who would recognize this at a glance anyway." He then adds, almost as an afterthought, "Please." Unsu struggles against unseen bonds or pain, the same grim thought echoing in his mind. So, this is what it's come to. The man's eyes glow with a faint, unsettling light, his voice dropping to a low, regretful tone. "I told that boy." Unsu clutches the crumpled paper tightly, the words of the man echoing, "To hold on to that picture well." The man with glasses looks down at the paper in his hand, a hint of disappointment in his voice, but he couldn't even follow such a simple order. Well, it doesn't matter. Unsu's injured hand trembles, as the weight of his current predicament settles. Now that it's come to this, he thinks, the future uncertain. Unsu, his expression grim, resolves to abandon his previous approach, deciding instead to use a more intuitive method. His decision hangs in the air as the scene shifts to a desolate urban landscape, where shattered concrete and twisted metal lie scattered amidst the ruins of what was once a towering structure. Amidst the debris, a grotesque, reptilian creature, its skin a mottled brown, crawls slowly, its powerful limbs navigating the treacherous terrain. But its journey is cut short, as the creature now lies motionless, defeated and sprawled across the rubble, a silent testament to the chaos that unfolded. A heavy silence descends, broken only by the distant glow of a subway entrance, offering a potential path forward through the devastation. With a pot ready for cooking, the woman considers their meager supplies, knowing they have food but lack the means to prepare it properly. A small flame flickers to life, promising a warm meal. But the small fire quickly spirals out of control, sending the woman into a panic, demanding to know how to stop it. Eun-soo, however, remains aloof, dismissing her pleas with a curt, "I'm busy. What do you want?" She calls him over, her voice laced with urgency, but he only stares at the ground, a sigh escaping him as he laments, "I only have one match left." Confused by his reaction, she can only utter a bewildered, before he snaps, defensively telling her not to look at him that way, insisting he's doing his best. She begins to respond, He cuts her off, his gaze fixed downwards, declaring, "It's too late." She watches him, her expression unreadable, as he finally admits, "I have nothing to show back." She tells him not to look at her with such an expression, but he retorts, his voice strained, that he too is merely trying to survive in this harsh reality. Meanwhile, from a distance, two other figures notice the growing blaze, one exclaiming, "Oh, look over there," while the other speculates, "I think they're trying to cook something." A man walks through an urban landscape, a bag in hand, when a sudden splash of debris hits the ground nearby. He looks up, joined by another man, both questioning if something just fell from the sky, a chilling thought beginning to form. More debris rains down, forcing the first man to recoil, his expression shifting to one of utter shock. He stares down at the impact site, the question of why these things are falling echoing in his mind, as a strange, tearing sound begins to emanate from above. The sky itself seems to crack and tear, revealing a dark, swirling void within. From this newly formed rift, a colossal, organic-looking structure begins its descent towards the world below. The two men stand together, now joined in their horror, watching the impossible event unfold as more debris cascades around them. This new chapter is titled Surviving the End, featuring the elderly man, Dong-hoon. As the strange phenomenon continues, both the man in the hoodie and Dong-hoon look up, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and grim understanding. The man with glasses reflects on a time when his senses were still unrefined, a past where he was deeply immersed in a world teeming with countless creatures. Now, in this new reality, who could possibly escape the world's grasp? He admonishes himself, knowing that actual monsters now roam the very streets they walk. Meanwhile, the man with glasses dismisses the pursuit of wealth, finding such things utterly pointless in the face of their new, terrifying existence. Suddenly, a brutal punch connects, sending Eun-soo's head snapping back from the force of the blow. The thug leader stands over him, victorious, a glowing object clutched in his hand as he declares he doesn't need to be the strongest, only dominant. Despite the defeat, a fierce determination burns in Eun-soo's eyes, a silent vow that the one he truly needs is his opponent. The thug leader, oblivious to the shift, taunts him, asking if he's quitting the rehabilitation and asserting his authority. Eun-soo's gaze intensifies, his teal eyes beginning to glow with an inner light, a quiet thought forming that perhaps now, he'll finally be able to perceive it. His eye flares with vibrant energy, revealing the true form of mana, a swirling depth of power now visible within his awakened sight. He presses his hand against the cold, dark surface, peering into an abyss that seems to stretch endlessly before him. The void reflects nothing but his own growing unease. A profound darkness consuming his thoughts. A distant, unsettling memory begins to coalesce within the gloom, and his eye widens in sudden, stark terror. Hunched over, head in his hands, the man named Unnamed Man with Glasses whispers a horrifying realization. I was mistaken. It wasn't me. His thoughts race, abstract figures falling through his mind as the truth solidifies, looking for the boy. His face contorts in a mask of pure horror, the implications of his mistake overwhelming him. He finds himself plunging into a vast, dark abyss, a seemingly endless void stretching out before him. But rather, the opposite of what he expected. The realization dawns on him, a chilling understanding of his predicament. As he looks up, a monstrous maw, lined with jagged teeth, looms over him, threatening to consume him whole. A primal scream tears from his throat, his eyes wide with unadulterated terror. Then, with a dull thud, he finds himself on the cold ground, his hands bound tightly behind his back as two menacing figures loom over him. He lets out a choked gasp, surrounded by a hostile crowd, their faces grim and unforgiving. A shadowy hand reaches out from the darkness, and he collapses to the ground with a pained groan, disoriented by the sudden impact. Huddled with two other terrified captives, he whispers, I almost got swallowed alive. He scrambles backward, his eyes wide with terror as the monstrous, decaying hand reaches for him. The creature's guttural growl echoes through the dark corridor, and he can only manage a desperate plea for help. The zombie's bloodshot eyes fixate on him, its rotting face contorted in a silent scream as it closes the distance. The vision abruptly shatters, leaving the man with glasses gasping, his mind reeling from the terrifying imagery, only to find himself huddled with other captives, their faces etched with fear and confusion. He looks around at Eun-soo, Dong-hoon, and the woman leader, utterly disoriented, wondering aloud how they all got here, claiming he was just taking a nap. From above, the thug leader dismisses his confusion with a sneer, reminding him that he's been asleep for a while now. Later, alone in a dimly lit cell, the man with glasses stands bound, his mind still struggling to grasp the reality of his situation. He mutters to himself, questioning what's happening, his thoughts fragmented and confused, unable to shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong. Bound and disoriented, he remains trapped in the cold, unforgiving confines of his prison. He remains slumped in the cold cell, his body swaying slightly from disorientation. A faint clatter echoes through the silence, drawing his gaze downward. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and he sees himself and the others, Eun-soo, Dong-hoon, and the woman leader, bound and kneeling before the sneering thug leader, their muffled groans filling the air, a stark memory of their capture. The memory intensifies, a sharp jolt blurring the edges of his reality, until a sudden, violent motion snaps him back, his eyes widening in terror as a figure lunges from below with a swift, menacing blur. A guttural scream tears from his throat as a rough hand clamps down on his arm. The scarred thug's face looming over him, a cruel smile twisting his lips, as he cries out in terror, This is a monster." Before he can react, a brutal punch connects with a sickening thud, sending a shockwave of pain through his head. He collapses against the grimy wall, his body aching, the reality of his imprisonment crashing down once more with a heavy thud, leaving him gasping for breath. He remembers the frantic struggle, his blade tearing through the grotesque monster's flesh. A gasp escapes him as he watches the creature recoil, its many eyes staring back in agony. The monster thrashes, its movements growing weaker, until a heavy boot descends, crushing its head with a sickening crunch. Then, the world shifts, and he finds himself bound, ropes digging into his arms as he's forced to his knees alongside others. The monster lies dead on the ground, its form still and lifeless. Eun-soo, Dong-hoon, and the woman leader stare at the fallen beast, the woman leader observing that it has finally stopped moving. The thug leader, looking down at the corpse, feigns surprise, questioning if the monster is truly dead, while the scarred thug stands nearby, inhaling sharply. The scarred thug then turns to the man with glasses, a false apology on his lips, muttering that he overdid it as usual and offering an insincere "I'm sorry." The thug leader then boasts of his own heroism, claiming he saved them, forcing the man with glasses to echo the sentiment. "I always believed in him." His terror is palpable, his eyes wide with dread, as a low growl rumbles through the air. A smirk plays on the woman leader's lips as she looks down, the thug leader standing beside her, a metallic creak echoing. Before them lies a large, sealed container. With a sudden bang and a grinding sound, the box begins to open, releasing a cloud of white dust. The captives watch from a distance. A massive pile of grotesque remains dominating the foreground, as the box reveals its contents. A hand reaches into the pile, rummaging through the debris. Both Eun-soo and the woman leader stare, their faces etched with horror. From within the box, a small, red-eyed creature emerges, letting out another guttural growl. A group of survivors stands amidst the rubble of a ruined city, their gazes fixed on something unseen on the ground before them. A collective dread settling over them as they look up, realizing that everyone present shares the same profound fear. Among them, the man with glasses shakes his head, a single, desperate word escaping his lips. No. Their eyes now cast downward. The weight of their shared past presses in, for they were trying to forget. One of them grips a makeshift weapon, knuckles white. As the man with glasses and another survivor are consumed by the vivid return of the terrible memories. As the survivors grappled with their shared trauma, the memories resurfaced, a cascade of terrified faces, each one a testament to the overwhelming fear they had endured and the sheer terror that had gripped them all. For the source of their nightmares was a colossal rock monster, its single orange eye glowing with malevolent intent, a creature of immense power. Its massive, stone-like foot descended with earth-shattering force, crushing everything in its path. These were the horrors they would have to face. Another colossal limb of the monster struck the ground, sending shockwaves through the ruined landscape. A group of survivors, including the woman leader, huddled together, their faces frozen in wide-eyed terror, witnessing the devastation unfold. They pressed closer, seeking comfort in numbers, their collective fear palpable. Another monstrous hand slammed down, the impact shaking the very ground beneath them. Amidst the chaos, Eun-soo and another survivor huddled together, their faces obscured by fear and debris, a raw, intimate portrait of utter despair. Hwang Byum's voice cuts through the tension, his words sharp and resolute. "Face him and fight," he demands, as a crowd of survivors, including Dong-hoon, the woman leader, and Eun-soo, recoil in fear, their faces etched with terror. His gaze falls upon the thug leader and the scarred thug, who stand before him, their expressions a mix of defiance and apprehension. Hwang Byum continues, his voice unwavering, questioning how long they intend to keep running, to repeat the same mistakes. The group of thugs remains silent, their collective posture tense as they absorb his words. He challenges them further, asserting that there is no one else to come to their aid, and that they must confront their fears together. The woman leader, the thug leader, and the scarred thug listen intently, as Huang Biam speaks of the embodiment of horror they face. Perhaps it was his words that moved them, or perhaps the memory of a monster their boss had easily killed, giving them a glimmer of hope. The woman leader, her face filled with desperation, admits they saw their boss kill a monster, but confesses they don't know what else to do but run away. In a memory, the thug leader's hand reaches down, a sharp sound echoing as he grasps something unseen. He stands at the forefront, rallying his group, including the scarred thug and Huang Biam, their faces set with grim determination as they prepare to confront the monster. His voice rings out, a declaration of defiance. Monsters are no longer to be feared. But the monster's power proves too immense, overwhelming him in an instant, his hand recoiling as a desperate no escapes his lips. Despite the blood streaming from his nose and mouth, his face contorted in pain, a flicker of hope still ignites within him. As the group looks up, the scarred thug and Huang Biam among them, a collective plea echoes, "Boss?" Heavy, rhythmic thuds reverberate through the air, the sound of something massive approaching as the thug leader's injured face remains fixed upwards. Suddenly, his feet dangle helplessly, lifted from the ground by an unseen force. The heavy thuds continue, each one a hammer blow to the silence, as the thug leader's mouth opens in a silent scream of pain and terror. The dark, sinuous tendrils of the monster begin their assault, forcing their way into an open mouth. The man they called boss, his light hair stark against the encroaching darkness, finds himself ensnared, the shadowy appendages wrapping around his form. The monstrous tendrils continue their relentless climb, binding his legs and torso. From a distance, Huang Biam, the thug leader, and the scarred thug watch in horrified disbelief, the leader muttering that they had definitely killed it. A chilling, slithering sound accompanies the tightening grip of a tentacle around his neck, his face contorting in pain. Huang Biam cries out, questioning what they are seeing, while the scarred thug, his eyes wide with terror, insists it's impossible. He lets out a guttural scream of agony, and the scarred thug, overwhelmed by the monster's resurgence, screams that they can never beat them. Before he can finish, a powerful tentacle slams into him, sending him crashing violently against a nearby wall. The thug leader is next, hurled backward by another brutal strike from the monstrous entity. The monster's attack lands with a sickening thud, sending debris flying as the boss recoils from the sudden impact. Nearby, the woman leader and the man with glasses watch in horrified disbelief, as the creature scuttles forward with terrifying speed. Before the boss can even react, a monstrous appendage lashes out, seizing him with a crunching grip, his desperate cry of "W8" cut short by the brutal force. He struggles violently, demanding to be released, but the monster's hold is absolute. The appendage tightens further, squeezing the life out of him, as a guttural scream of agony escapes his lips. The creature stands tall, its victory undeniable, a silent testament to its brutal power. With a sickening squish, the monster's grip crushes the boss's arm, a final, desperate sound escaping him. Overwhelmed by the horrific display, the woman leader and the man with glasses turn and flee, their faces etched with pure terror as they scramble away from the monstrous scene. The monstrous forms continued their relentless advance, their jagged silhouettes filling the space with an oppressive, crimson glow. Everywhere they looked, the horrifying creatures pressed in, a chaotic, swirling mass of red and shadow. Through a narrow doorway, the man with glasses scrambled, his panicked screams echoing the raw terror of the moment as the monstrous roars pursued him. He, Dong-hoon, and the woman leader recoiled, their faces etched with horror as they watched the boss fall. The elderly man cried out, realizing the boss was already lost, his life extinguished. The woman leader, her expression grim, grabbed the man with glasses, demanding to know what he was thinking, and ordered him to let go of the futile hope. Her grip tightened, a sharp, decisive pull, forcing his hand away from whatever he clung to. As she dragged him forward, her gaze fixed on their escape, he looked back, a desperate plea to find her still on his lips, even as the woman questioned the monster's presence. His face contorted in anguish, the man with glasses realized the horrifying implication. If the monster had indeed crossed, then the child was already lost. He collapsed to his knees, a choked no escaping him, but the woman leader stood over him, reiterating that his despair was a waste of precious time. The man with glasses is overwhelmed by a wave of despair, his mind reeling from the chaos around him. He stumbles forward, a desperate plea escaping his lips, begging for someone to wait. His gaze fixed on the small figure disappearing into the red-tinged distance, he calls out, "Where are you?" Eun-soo, heedless of the calls, continues to sprint deeper into the ominous, crimson-lit corridor, the air around him crackling with unseen energy. Behind him, the rest of the group watches in horror, their faces etched with fear as the man with glasses stares, utterly devastated. The woman leader and Dong-hoon push past the shock, forcing their legs to move, following the path ahead. Eun-soo's small form is a blur against the crimson ground, his desperate flight continuing without pause. Each step carries him deeper into the unknown, the red light intensifying with every stride. The entire group, now united in their desperate flight, plunges into the same foreboding, red-lit passage, chasing after the child. A sickening crunch echoes through the silence, as a body lies partially consumed on the cold floor. A young girl, her face streaked with tears, whimpers for her older sister. Her voice barely a whisper, warning that her cries will betray their hiding spot, a soft sniffle escaping her. The older woman, her own eyes welling up, apologizes, admitting she no longer possesses the strength to fight. Clutching her hands, she reflects on hiding amidst the chaos, yet knowing death still looms. With a determined tug, she pulls the younger girl along, knowing capture means certain doom. A hand reaches out. As the blonde woman's face contorts in raw terror, her eyes wide with dread. Grabbing the young girl's hand, she pulls her along, urging her to stay right next to me. They rush past a gruesome sight, a partially consumed body on the ground, leaving the blonde woman to question what they are even trying to do. His eyes wide as he asks, "What are you guys going to do?" before realizing the gravity of the situation and declaring, "What? We have to run away." Still panicked, he questions, "But where to?" His voice laced with despair as he adds, "There's nowhere to run anymore." Yet, the blonde woman, resolute despite her fear, declares, "It doesn't matter where." As the man with the bandaged head looks on, the blonde woman reminds him of their dire situation, with monsters now having taken even their last safe haven. Her gaze sharpens, challenging his earlier despair, asking if he still believes survival is possible. A flicker of fear crosses her face, yet her voice remains firm, declaring she cannot simply wait for death to claim her. The man, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and dawning resolve, vows to survive, no matter the cost. A soft thud echoes as the blonde woman's gaze intensifies, her own unwavering will echoing his sentiment. He looks at her, surprised by her conviction, before a new understanding dawns on him, acknowledging the strength she possesses. Her eyes widen slightly, meeting his gaze, a silent agreement passing between them. But their moment is shattered as a monstrous, spiky form with a single glowing red eye looms into view, revealing the immediate threat they face. A desperate cry escapes the man with the bandaged head, his mind reeling from the sudden appearance of the monster, urging himself to run. The blonde woman looks on, her expression a mix of concern and urgency, as she tries to comprehend his paralysis. She grabs him, her voice sharp with command, demanding he get a hold of himself and run. But the man remains unresponsive, his gaze distant as he mutters that there's no more reason for him to live. The woman stares at him, disbelief etched on her face, questioning his sudden surrender. Ignoring his words, she pulls him with all her might, desperate to drag him to safety. Suddenly, a spiky arm from the rock monster lunges forward, catching the man off guard, who cries out in shock, realizing the monster's incredible speed. The blonde woman, caught in the monster's sudden assault, lets out a piercing scream of pure terror. A heavy impact echoes through the air, followed by the ragged sound of desperate breathing. The rock monster's jagged tentacles lash out, striking the man with glasses with brutal force. Watching the relentless assault, the woman leader recoils, her face etched with horror. The monster's grotesque limbs continue their assault, lifting the man off his feet as the woman leader looks on, helpless to intervene. His legs give out beneath him, and he collapses to the ground, a defeated whisper escaping his lips, "We can't win." The woman leader's eyes narrow in fierce determination, a silent command forming on her lips, "Don't you dare." She glances at the man, a question in her mind. What's his problem? But the man can only scream in agony, his body racked with pain as the monster continues its assault. The rock monster's tentacles coil around him, tightening their grip and delivering another devastating blow. He braces himself, a low growl escaping him as the monstrous tendrils surge forward. The creature's voice echoes, a chilling declaration that this is the true fight, as dark, spiky appendages lash out from the shadows. Even the strongest among them, the boss, couldn't withstand this onslaught, and the tendrils continue their relentless advance. A desperate thought screams through the air, to kill the monster, but its dark limbs are already upon Unsu. He is instantly overwhelmed, multiple tendrils slamming into him and wrapping around his body. Impact after impact rings out, as the monster's grip tightens, crushing him. A final, sharp blow echoes, sealing his fate. Completely entangled, Unsu is lifted off his feet and violently pulled down. Pinned to the ground, he is utterly restrained, helpless against the monster's overwhelming power. He struggles against the tightening grip of the monster's tendrils. His face contorted in effort as the scarred thug watches on, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. The dark, thorny appendages lash out with brutal speed, completely engulfing him in a crimson haze, crushing him within their glowing, malevolent embrace. From a distance, the man with glasses gasps, wondering if the monster has finally been stopped. While the woman leader observes that despite the apparent halt, nothing has truly changed, recalling that even the boss had struggled against this creature. But then, with a series of sharp, cracking sounds, the tendrils shatter, leaving him standing alone amidst the broken remnants of a defeated monster. The rock monster's tendrils lash out, wrapping around him with a scraping sound. He grunts, slammed to the ground by the creature's immense force. The tendrils tighten, crushing him further. With a sudden gasp and a whoosh of energy, he tears free, the monster's rocky limbs cracking under the strain. He moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion as he closes the distance. Snapping out a hand, he seizes one of the monster's tendrils. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze as he prepares his attack. With a powerful grunt, his fist glows with an ethereal light, smashing into the monster's rocky form. The impact shatters the creature's tendrils, sending fragments flying. Unsu stands amidst the fading aftershocks of his attack, his face a mask of intense focus, while the man with glasses beside him can only utter a single, stunned exclamation. Debris and dark energy swirling around him, a testament to the raw power he just unleashed, he remains poised, ready for anything. Meanwhile, the woman leader and Donghoon exchange a look of disbelief, the question hanging unspoken between them. Could he truly be alive after such a confrontation? The man with glasses, utterly bewildered, struggles to comprehend the impossible, wondering aloud how anyone could have survived that. All three onlookers stare, their expressions frozen in a mixture of awe and terror, as the full implications of what they just witnessed begin to sink in. The monster's overwhelming strength, its rocky hand still a formidable sight, had seemed insurmountable. With a body that constantly regenerated, fighting such a creature was nothing short of suicide, yet he had faced it head-on. Before their very eyes, a mere boy had stood against the impossible. He had fought it alone, and he had won, now walking away with a pickaxe in hand, a silent testament to his victory. He gasps, a trickle of blood escaping his lips as he clutches his chest, his face contorted in pain and shock. A chilling voice echoes, declaring, "There is no being in this world that doesn't die." For any being. The world around him seems to shift, revealing distant figures and strange creatures, before focusing on a single, radiant bloom. The voice continues, asserting that there must be the source. A luminous, fish-like creature then appears, its form shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Meanwhile, the man with glasses and two other onlookers recoil in terror, their faces etched with profound fear. A heavily scarred, muscular arm flexes, its owner's gaze fixed on Unsu, whose own eyes burn with a fierce, unyielding resolve. A gruff voice commands, "Go after that." The glowing flower and fish appear in a rapid, fragmented sequence, hinting at their pursuit. A chilling voice echoes, "If it's you, you'll know." As Unsu's face contorts in distress, witnessing a massive, dark figure collapsing, its form beginning to glow with an eerie light. The fallen giant writhes on the ground, its dark skin cracking and flaking away into shimmering particles. Deep within a dark, organic chasm, a single glowing seed pulsates, the voice continuing, "Where their lives." The eerie glow reflects in Unsu's wide, terrified eye, a silent testament to the horror unfolding. From the seed, a network of luminous, root-like tendrils begins to spread, the voice adding, "And." The glowing network expands rapidly, as the voice ominously declares, "How to destroy." The large figure, now visibly consumed by the glowing tendrils, struggles, the voice concluding its fragmented message, "There." A glowing seed emerges from the figure's chest, the final word hanging heavy in the air, "Seeds." Meanwhile, the scarred thug stands in a dimly lit space, observing the unfolding events on a sleek, advanced device, his posture suggesting a calculated interest in the mysterious phenomenon. A glowing, organic core pulsates within a dark, fleshy mass, tendrils of energy beginning to spread outwards. The dark energy rapidly expands, forming sharp, shadowy tendrils that lash out, causing Unsu to flinch back. He finds himself enveloped by the swirling, chaotic darkness, its ominous presence pressing in from all sides. The tendrils coalesce, twisting and tightening into a dense, dark sphere, pulsating with malevolent energy. Unsu stares, his eyes wide with disbelief as a silent gasp escapes his lips. The dark sphere now rests on a barren, desolate ground, glowing faintly, while a lone, distant figure stands silhouetted against the bleak horizon. A wave of profound shock washes over Donghun's face, his eyes wide with disbelief. His gaze falls upon the motionless form of the rock monster, now utterly defeated, as a voice whispers in the stunned silence, "He killed the monster?" The unnamed woman leader and the scarred thug stand frozen, their own expressions mirroring the same profound disbelief, a choked gasp escaping the woman's lips. Her eyes, wide with astonishment, reflect the impossible sight before them. The massive, rocky body of the creature lies broken and still, a testament to the unexpected power of its vanquisher. Beside her, the scarred thug's face is a mask of utter shock, his sharp eyes unable to process the reality of the situation. The woman sprints away, her eyes wide with terror as the monstrous creature closes in behind her. Its jagged maw opens wide, a guttural sound escaping its throat. A heavy impact sends her sprawling to the ground, feathers scattering around her as she falls. The creature looms over her, its shadow engulfing her prone form. She stares up, her face contorted in absolute horror. Her vision blurs, the world spinning into a vortex of fear and disorientation. Just as a sudden, unseen force erupts. A blinding flash of light, and a powerful whoosh tear through the space. The air itself seems to distort, crackling with raw energy. A collective sigh of relief escapes the group as the unnamed woman leader is seen, clutching a small child, seemingly unharmed. She looks down at the child, a moment of quiet gratitude washing over her, before a voice from the crowd calls out, urging caution. Donghoon and the man with glasses approach, their faces etched with profound relief, exclaiming that she is alive and seemingly uninjured, dispelling their earlier fears. The woman, her eyes wide with emotion, confirms their relief, a fragile smile gracing her lips as she acknowledges her survival. As the group gathers around, a sudden realization dawns on the woman, her expression shifting from relief to dawning horror. The man with glasses, his brow furrowed with concern, voices the unspoken question, asking about the child who had been with her. Her eyes dart around frantically, a desperate plea escaping her lips, as she searches for the missing child. The group, including the man with glasses, reacts with collective horror and distress, as the gravity of the situation settles upon them. Overwhelmed by despair, the unnamed woman leader collapses, her face contorted in a silent sob. Still reeling from the disappearance, the unnamed woman leader searches frantically through the debris-strewn room, her voice a desperate whisper as she calls out, "Yuni, where did you go?" Meanwhile, the man with glasses is gripped by a chilling realization, his eyes widening in horror as the evening descends. A disturbing image flashes through his mind, a worn doll with glowing red eyes, its presence unsettling. Both he and the unnamed woman leader are overcome with a profound sense of dread, as a malevolent eye glares from the shadows. And the scarred thug erupts in a guttural scream, launching himself forward with a savage cry. He seizes the unnamed woman leader by her hair, lifting her effortlessly into the air, her body twisting in agony as he prepares to strike. The man with glasses and Donghoon watch in utter horror, their faces contorted in disbelief and fear, powerless to intervene. But before the thug can land his attack, a sudden, unseen force strikes him down, leaving him convulsing on the ground amidst crackling energy. Still reeling from the disturbing vision, the woman leader finds herself under attack as the scarred thug lunges, a cruel laugh escaping him. But before his attack can land, an unseen force strikes, sending the thug reeling, his vision blurring as the man with glasses cries out in shock. Disoriented, he stumbles back, unable to comprehend what just happened, a guttural cry escaping his lips. The man with glasses and Donghoon watch in stunned silence, unable to process the sudden turn of events, wondering who could have intervened so swiftly. The unseen assailant continues their assault, slamming the thug violently against the ground with immense force. This sudden, overwhelming power is the reason they are safe. The impact reverberating, a sharp sound echoing through the air. Then, a figure emerges from the blur, delivering a powerful, glowing strike that sends the thug flying once more. The true protector is revealed, his eyes glowing with an intense, vibrant green. He had tried to react, but the monster's attack was too swift, its rocky arm lunging with brutal force. A heavy impact sent him reeling, the blow landing with a sickening thud. His arm screamed in protest as the monster's relentless assault continued. In that brief moment of vulnerability, two more of the creatures materialized, surrounding him completely. If only a few monsters had attacked him, his original strategy would have been sufficient to clear the area. He had intended to deal with them all and restore safety to this place, but the situation had drastically changed. The number of creatures he was now up against was 3, a significant increase from the initial pair. Unlike the previous monsters, these particular ones seemed to have no blind spots, making a direct assault incredibly risky. He gripped his makeshift weapon, knowing that even a slight miscalculation in his next move could prove fatal. More monsters might appear, a chilling thought as shadowy figures loom in the distance. Considering his current stamina, his chances of survival would greatly decrease if he prolonged this fight. His teal eyes glowing with a flicker of desperation, he wonders if he should just run away. It wouldn't be hard to simply escape instead of fighting, and he could probably find a place to hide from them relatively easily. But then, a different thought surfaces, a memory of the others. If he isn't here, the humans in the room probably won't live for very long. Yet, he questions what they have to do with him. There's no reason for him to fight for them, since humans are the enemy. A gentle smile from the woman he remembers flashes in his mind, a stark contrast to his cynical thoughts. Facing the monstrous creature, his resolve hardens. That's right, he's the only one who can protect them. The ground shatters as the rock monster unleashes another devastating blow, sending fragments flying. Its raw power leaves a trail of destruction, with several figures lying motionless amidst the debris. One of them, barely conscious, struggles to lift his head, his body broken. Unsu's eyes narrow, taking in the brutal scene, a grim determination hardening his expression. Suddenly, a heavy boot steps into view, its owner approaching the carnage. The mohawked figure stands over Unsu, who is now on the ground, a bat resting casually on his shoulder. His stance is confident, almost arrogant, as he surveys the situation. Leaning in slightly, he asks, "So you know a way to kill these monsters?" Unsu looks up, his gaze sharp, as if weighing the question. Then, a moment of tense silence hangs in the air. As the mohawked man, a smirk playing on his lips, begins to speak, his words cutting through the quiet. Chapter 16, Cooperation. The scarred thug, his face grim, states that he understands the situation. A smirk plays on Unsu's lips, a silent challenge to the unfolding events. Then, the mohawked man steps forward, a baseball bat resting on his shoulder, asking how he can be of assistance. The scarred thug, holding a makeshift spear, adds that he will also contribute. From a distance, the woman leader watches the exchange, while Unsu's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a shocked question about their intentions. He questions their motives, but the man with glasses explains with a somber expression that humans are the true enemy, leaving them no other choice but to cooperate. The mohawked man confirms this sentiment, stating that their ultimate goal is simply to survive. Unsu's mind races, grappling with the implications of what he's just heard. The man with glasses presses his point, explaining that if the monsters claim them, they're all doomed anyway. Unsu raises a hand, his expression hardening as he begins to formulate his response. His gaze sharpens, as the man with glasses makes a sweeping gesture. But Unsu cuts him off, declaring his inability to trust humans. The scarred thug, the mohawked man, and the woman leader watch silently as the man with glasses insists that humans will do anything to survive, leaving Unsu to weigh the chilling truth of that statement. But even as the man with glasses spoke of survival, a lingering doubt gnawed at him. If they truly had a common goal, then perhaps he could use them to distract the threats. The man with glasses continued, emphasizing that as long as they shared the common goal to survive, there was no reason for betrayal. Yet, as he considered this, a low growl rumbled from below, signaling an immediate, more pressing concern. A rock monster charged forward, its jagged form blurring with speed, and the man with glasses cried out a warning. It's coming. Unsu's eyes flared with a teal glow, his expression hardening as he prepared for the inevitable clash. He met the charge head-on, a powerful punch connecting squarely with the monster's rocky hide. The creature reeled back, its jaw distorting from the sheer force of the blow. Before it could recover, the mohawked man stepped forward, bat in hand, challenging the beast. What you looking at? I'm your opponent. He feels his body react instinctively, a primal scream echoing in his mind as the monster's sudden lunge catches him off guard. But before it can connect, Unsu's fist shoots out, a powerful counterpunch slamming into the creature's rocky form. Despite the impact, the rock monster barely falters, its glowing orange eyes fixed on him as it presses its relentless assault. It lunges again, a rocky arm swinging with immense force. But Unsu is faster, his body ablur as he weaves through the attack and lands another sharp blow. He follows up instantly, unleashing a rapid succession of punches that hammer against the monster's tough hide. With a final, powerful strike, he sends cracked spiderwebbing across its stony surface. As the monster stumbles, Unsu fluidly shifts his weight, preparing for the next move. He delivers one more decisive blow, sending the creature reeling back with immense force. Unsu extends his hand, a swirling vortex of energy gathering at his palm, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. With a fierce cry, he unleashes the crimson beam, sending it streaking towards his target. But a flicker of surprise crosses his face as the beam flies past, missing its mark. Yet, the energy continues its trajectory, striking something unseen with a violent burst. The crimson beam slams into the chest of the man with glasses, who is held captive by the scarred thug. A searing impact erupts, the energy tearing through his clothing. His eyes glowing with a furious blue light, Unsu stares in horrified disbelief at the unintended consequence of his attack. As the scarred thug maintains his grip on the injured man, the rock monster charges forward, its massive form thundering across the ground. A memory flashes through his mind, of a time when an older man, Dong-hoon, spoke with quiet resignation. I want to help, but I'll only be a burden if I get involved. A younger Unsu, standing beside him, echoed the sentiment. Me too. Back in the present, the man with glasses lay crumpled on the ground, his body still reeling from the unexpected impact of Unsu's attack. Another memory, this time of the scarred thug and the mohawked man, their faces grim as they muttered, Fool! Fool! The scarred thug's hand gripped a wicked, dark blade, its sharp edge glinting menacingly. He stood over the man with glasses, who was now bound and helpless, a stark reminder of the thug's cruel control. Unsu knelt beside the injured captive, his voice filled with genuine concern. Are you hurt anywhere? Suddenly, his attention snapped to the approaching rock monster, a gasp escaping him as its jagged form drew closer. The mohawked man's voice echoed in his memory, demanding, How did you do that? I don't remember you running away anywhere. The scarred thug's calm reply followed. They have a weakness. You just have to find that. Unsu's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination hardening his gaze as he realized. You can see it if you focus. The scarred thug and his mohawked companion recoil in shock, their eyes wide as they realize the true nature of the threat before them, muttering that it's not what they expected. Meanwhile, in a memory, the unnamed woman leader questions the scarred thug, wondering how he can speak of weaknesses if he's the only one who can perceive them, her skepticism clear. Later, the scarred thug is on the phone, his voice grim as he concludes that there's only one course of action. They'll have to attack where the enemy can't see their weak spots, a desperate strategy. Back in the present, Unsu's eyes blaze with newfound resolve, his voice ringing out with a defiant cry of "No!" as he declares his intent to kill monsters too, the mohawked man looking on in disbelief. The scarred thug and his companion exchange a look of stunned surprise, realizing the young man possesses an unnerving lack of fear, a dangerous trait. Suddenly, the rock monster lunges, its jagged maw clamping down on the scarred thug's arm, a brutal attack. Unsu, now glowing with a subtle aura, observes the chaos, a calm confidence settling over him as he acknowledges that fighting these monsters has become much easier, his focus sharpened. The scarred thug, still reeling from the monster's attack, defiantly challenges, "That's right. Why don't you try me, Dash?" While Unsu watches him, his expression unreadable. However, before the thug can fully recover, a sharp, cracking impact echoes through the air as Unsu makes his move. The scarred thug reels back with a violent impact, the force of Unsu's blow sending him stumbling. Watching the chaos unfold, the mohawked man shouts in frustration, believing they should have intervened sooner, while the woman leader simply observes the inherent weakness of humans. Suddenly, the rock monster lunges, its jagged form slamming into the mohawked man, who cries out in agony. Amidst swirling dark energy, Unsu stands resolute, the scarred thug still disoriented from the previous blow. His gaze now fixed on the monstrous threat, Unsu advances, declaring that only one enemy remains, and no one will stop him from eliminating it. He considers the creature, certain that even this formidable foe must possess a weakness. Meanwhile, the woman leader finds herself ensnared, dark, root-like tendrils wrapping tightly around her body. From the oppressive darkness, a monstrous, shadowy head emerges, its form coalescing into a terrifying visage. Already, a bloodied hand reaches out, a desperate, futile gesture against the encroaching horror, evidence of a struggle already lost. The demon lunges, its massive jaws opening wide with a sickening crunch, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as another grinding sound echoes through the air. Unsu lies prone on the ground, defeated, his body still from the impact. The towering demon now stands over him and the unnamed woman leader, its shadowy form casting a pall over their prone figures. It snarls menacingly, its terrifying visage reflected in the woman's horrified eyes, a chilling sound escaping its throat. Bound and helpless, the woman struggles against her restraints, her face etched with despair. Above her, the shadow demon looms, its presence a suffocating weight, as Unsu lies broken in the distance. His body, battered and bruised, struggles to rise. A dull thud echoes as he collapses again, the woman watching in horror. The scene of devastation stretches out, multiple forms of Unsu scattered across the ruined ground, each a testament to the demon's overwhelming power. Yet, amidst the wreckage, a dark, spherical orb catches his eye. A swirling void of darkness opens, hinting at unknown depths. As he reaches out a trembling hand towards the mysterious object, the demon watches, its red eyes glowing with silent malice. The shadows writhe and churn, consuming everything. The world swirls in a dark, indistinct haze. Voices echo through the void, urging someone to regain their composure, as his injuries are deemed too severe, requiring immediate treatment. They marvel at how he continued to fight in such a terrible state, as others offer to help, asking where they should lift him. Slowly, Unsu's eyes flutter open, his vision still blurry. He finds himself shirtless, his torso wrapped in bandages, staring at his own hand. A soft yawn escapes him, sitting beside the unnamed woman leader, who appears to be resting as well. The unnamed man with glasses leans over him, expressing his surprise that Unsu woke up so quickly, then asks if he's feeling all right. Unsu looks up, his expression one of slight bewilderment. Unsu, his body still bearing the marks of his recent ordeal, tears away the last of his bandages with a decisive rip. His rapid recovery leaves Donghun utterly aghast, a gasp of disbelief escaping the older man's lips. Donghun gently holds the young man, while the unnamed woman leader watches on, both still processing the impossible speed of his healing. The man with glasses, equally astonished, confesses that he has never witnessed such a swift recovery before exclaiming that Unsu is finally awake. He continues to express his profound relief and gratitude, thanking the young man repeatedly for saving them. Unsu looks down, a quiet thought forming in his mind. He had fought for himself, too. As he considers the recent events, a new question arises. What became of the human he had fought? He turns to his companions, a hint of exasperation in his voice, telling them not to prematurely declare someone dead who is still alive. Meanwhile, the scarred thug, battered and coughing, struggles to maintain his composure, asserting his confidence in his own strength despite his current state. Still defiant, the scarred thug insists he is not a bad person, but the mohawked man challenges him, asking if he wasn't a bad person after all. Confused by the accusation, the mohawked man demands to know why he would think that. The scarred thug then addresses him by his temporary moniker, revealing that the same gangsters are still pursuing him. Angered by the implication, the mohawked man vehemently denies any association with those individuals. He clarifies that they were the ones who mistakenly believed he was a subordinate, insisting that he doesn't follow anyone. Despite his protests, Unsu observes that, regardless of how one looks at it, he still appears to be a subordinate, prompting the mohawked man to defensively declare his unique style. Unsu then questions if his style refers to his chicken comb hairstyle, to which the mohawked man indignantly corrects him, asserting it's a mohawk. A moment later, Eun-soo's eye widened slightly, realizing the mohawked man is now awake and asking if he's okay. Looking down at the recovering man, Eun-soo adds that, more importantly, he shouldn't be sleeping in this location. Hwang Byum observes Eun-soo, noting his seemingly ordinary appearance despite his extraordinary survival, and simply replies that his survival is the only difference. Turning to Maru, Hwang Byum suggests Eun-soo owes her gratitude, to which Maru confirms her role in bringing them together. Maru expresses her satisfaction in helping, clarifying it wasn't for personal gain, but then voices a concern that the person she helped might regret it, remembering her vividly. Hwang Byum looks away, while Maru's gaze remains fixed, lost in thought. Her thoughts drift back to that fateful day, recalling the incredible sight she witnessed. A memory of falling, of someone constantly fleeing from her, surfaces. She sees Eun-soo's outstretched hand, declaring her fearlessness in the face of a monster or whatever stood in their path. Overcome with emotion, she weeps silently. The memory lingers, etched like a deep scar into wood. In a memory, the mohawked man shifts his weight, a subtle rustle of fabric accompanying his movement, as the scarred thug stands before him, a tense silence hanging between them. The scarred thug speaks, his voice carrying a note of grudging respect, acknowledging the mohawked man's capability. Meanwhile, Maru watches the scene unfold, a voice calling out her name, pulling her deeper into the unsettling recollection. Later, in a different part of the memory, she sits with the man with glasses, both of them looking down, lost in thought. Suddenly, a vivid image of Eun-soo's teal eye flashes into her mind, piercing through the haze of her past. She recalls a moment of defiance, surrounded by shadowy figures, her resolve firm as she declares, "I don't care if you suspect me." Another voice, perhaps her own or a memory of a loved one, questions her, asking, "But why don't you make up with Haru?" The name lingers in the darkness of her thoughts, a single, poignant word, Haru. Maru's expression is one of deep contemplation, her eyes reflecting the weight of her memories. In a memory, Eun-soo looks to the side, confirming, "That was your name, right?" The blonde woman, likely a younger Maru, responds simply, "Yeah." The scene shifts to an industrial light fixture, before settling on the man with glasses, who reads from a book, concluding, "In the end." An overhead view reveals a grim recovery operation, with bodies scattered across a room, as a report details that the number of people found alive was only 12, a mere 60%, and that over the next 2 days, 90% of the bodies had been recovered. The man with glasses continues, explaining that this would mean their numbers had gone up by 60%, a statement Dong-hoon finds non-terrible, while a young woman beside them insists that, according to her calculations, it's more accurate. He then reveals a strange discovery made during the recovery. "We discovered something strange while we were recovering the bodies." A close-up on a lifeless form shows the unsettling truth. The bodies were all a colorless gray. Back in the present, Maru questions the anomaly, asking, "Don't you think it's strange?" before adding, "And that's terrible." The blonde woman continued, sharing a rumor that the creatures were products of secret government experiments. She admitted hearing similar tales, though unsure of their truth, while Eun-soo added that others claimed they simply appeared, falling from the sky. She pondered if this meant they were some form of alien life. The man with glasses, however, redirected the conversation, stating there was a more pressing matter to address. He revealed the true subject of their concern, the identity of that boy. The blonde woman echoed his sentiment, her thoughts turning to what they had witnessed him do, and more specifically, how he possessed the knowledge to kill the monsters. Her expression remained one of deep, troubled contemplation. In the present, Eun-soo sat alone, reflecting on a life spent preparing for the apocalypse, a preparation that now felt strangely inadequate. Eun-soo holds up a picture, a desperate plea in his eyes. But the woman across from him remains unconvinced, her gaze sharp and questioning. He insists that the image should be enough to earn her trust. But she dismisses it, calling it easily forged evidence. Her skepticism deepens as she reminds him of his earlier claim, that he knew the apocalypse was coming. A wave of despair washes over Eun-soo. He realizes she won't believe him. Yet, just as he feels all hope slipping away, a single word hangs in the air, a potential opening. His body begins to contort, shadowy tendrils of red energy erupting from him as he prepares for whatever comes next. He stands shirtless before a skeptical group, including Dong-hoon, Hwang Byum, and the unnamed woman leader, as a short-haired woman with spiky orange hair declares she won't believe his words. His eyes widen, realizing the gravity of the situation, as the orange-haired woman's voice echoes, demanding to know what he's done. Suddenly, she lunges forward, a blur of motion, but he reacts instantly, twisting his body to evade her attack. Her eyes widen in disbelief as her punch misses its mark, and she mutters, "You actually dodged it." Before she can recover, he moves with blinding speed, pinning her from behind as she cries out, "I'll get it. I'm sorry." Observing the scene, a middle-aged man with a beard and glasses, presumably a doctor, speaks to Dong-hoon and Hwang Byum, stating his belief in the boy and recalling something unusual about his body during treatment. Meanwhile, a wave of shock washes over Eun-soo's face, his eyes wide with a sudden, unsettling realization. A narration box describes the shadowy figures that pierced his barrier, implying a power beyond his understanding. as he grapples with the feeling that something is fundamentally wrong, unable to escape the sensation. The doctor, still conversing, asks if they are talking about those scars, then adds that he finally gained more, but couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The blonde woman's voice cuts through the silence, asking Eun-soo if he remembers what happened to him. She presses on, her tone firm, insisting that it must have been difficult for him. Eun-soo's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of recognition in their depths, as he thinks to himself, these scars. I thought I'd forgotten. Meanwhile, the man with glasses observes Eun-soo intently, asking the elderly Dong-hoon, you know that the opposite effect can happen, right? Then why didn't you tell the other people? The scarred thug interjects, his voice strained. They could have prepared for it if you told them. Eun-soo turns his head away, lost in thought, remembering his father's words. Dad said that humans are the enemy, so he probably didn't consider cooperating with them. A flashback shows a younger Eun-soo surrounded by other children and the dark-haired woman leader, as he thinks, I don't trust them either. But images of his past flash before his eyes, showing various figures, some appearing menacing, others simply present. He recalls the help he received, a stark contrast to his upbringing, as he concludes, they helped me. I don't know why Dad taught me that humans are evil. He considers the people around him, acknowledging that despite his father's teachings, he doesn't believe they are truly bad. The woman leader turns to him, her expression serious, reminding him of his unique situation. Meanwhile, the man with glasses gestures towards a box filled with dark, spherical objects, emphasizing that Eun-soo is their only hope. He then poses the critical question, who among them possesses the power to truly defeat the monsters? The mohawked man, holding a bat, expresses a desire to know the monster's weaknesses, a sentiment echoed by the scarred thug behind him. The mohawked man and the orange-haired woman are shown in a flurry of motion, striking with powerful force as they confront unseen threats. Turning back to Eun-soo, the man with glasses suggests that perhaps he could be the one to gather crucial intelligence about these formidable creatures. The scarred thug interjects, his voice laced with desperation, questioning the value of information when their very survival hangs in the balance. High above the city, bathed in sunlight, Eun-soo soars through the air, a silent testament to his burgeoning power. The man with glasses explains that the ruins remained relatively undetectable to monsters, precisely because one would have to venture deep within the broken building where there's barely any light, and past all the debris blocking the path, to finally find the entrance. Eun-soo, however, has already found his way in, observing a monster's corpse, and noting that they are fortunate to have found it. The man with glasses, ever the pragmatist, dismisses any pessimism, reminding them that at least they still have enough rations. Deeper inside, Eun-soo continues his descent through the narrow passages. Elsewhere, the man with glasses and the mohawked man look on, realizing this must be the entrance to the ruins. Eun-soo's boots land on the rubble, and he concludes that it isn't an entrance anymore, but rather the interior. Deep within the ruins, a hand methodically scrapes at the earth, the sound of disturbed soil echoing in the confined space. Elsewhere, the man with glasses sighs, suggesting they should head to the surface for food, and asks if they have any bandages left. The mohawked man, clearly restless, quickly agrees, finding the underground environment suffocating. The man with glasses reminds him that his wounds are still unhealed. A pained grunt escapes the man with glasses as the mohawked man insists it's too early to remove his bandages. The mohawked man advises him to rest, dismissing his concerns. The two men exchange a silent, tense look. A tense standoff unfolds, with Eun-soo and the man with glasses facing a shadowy, hooded figure flanked by the mohawked man, the scarred thug, and the orange-haired woman. The hooded figure stands with arms crossed, their face completely obscured by shadow, an ominous presence. Back in the present, the man with glasses, his expression grim, reveals they only have enough rations to last about a week. Looking determined, Eun-soo volunteers to go. The man with glasses, visibly relieved, expresses how reassured he would be if Eun-soo went. And so, with purpose in his stride, Eun-soo begins his ascent, heading towards the surface to meet other people. He explains his intention to find out more about the picture. With a powerful push, Eun-soo leaps up the stairs, his movements swift and agile. He continues his climb, adding that there's something even more important driving him forward. He makes his way through the dark, confined spaces of the underground facility. Grumbling to himself about the ascent, I really hate basements, he mutters, climbing towards the light. As he pauses, a voice calls out, we'll go with you. The man with glasses expresses his concern about dwindling rations, while the woman leader insists they can't let him go alone, but Eun-soo assures them he'll be fine. The man with glasses looks at him with admiration, acknowledging their similar ages, but marveling at his incredible ability to face monsters. The woman leader adds that he constantly puts his life on the line to protect them, and the man with glasses admits he would have died if not for him. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, the bearded doctor looks around nervously, asking if anyone else is present. Suddenly, the man with glasses gasps, his eyes wide with shock as he calls out a name, Haru. The scene shifts to a bloodied young woman, trembling and bound, slumped against a wall, clearly in distress. As the bearded doctor observes the situation with a grim expression, he mutters that it's too much for her to handle. Meanwhile, a needle pierces skin, delivering an unknown substance. Back in the present, the doctor, the woman leader, and the man with glasses stand alongside Eun-soo, all looking down at something unseen with somber expressions. A sudden shock registers on Eun-soo's face, as if the sight before him has triggered a memory of a scarred thug and an orange-haired woman from his past, prompting him to exclaim in disbelief, while the scarred man in his memory asks what's wrong. The woman leader quickly denies any knowledge of what he might be thinking, while the man with glasses simply offers something to Eun-soo, saying, "Here." The memory continues, with the orange-haired woman scoffing, telling him he should wear it with honor, though it's clearly not designer. Eun-soo, in his memory, responds to the woman leader, recalling a time when people used to line up for his clothes, though he admits it doesn't matter anymore since his clients disappeared. Back in the present, Eun-soo stands alone, his gaze cast downward, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the man with glasses mentions hearing that people on the surface wear their clothes, to which the woman leader questions the importance of clothes, wondering if they have any other options. A rack of clothes hangs neatly, a stark contrast to the worn garments Eun-soo had previously encountered. Turning to the man with glasses, who had offered him new attire, Eun-soo hears him dismiss any potential disappointment, assuring him, "Don't be so disappointed. I'm the same as you." A small smile touches Eun-soo's lips as he responds, "Thank you, Hyung." Meanwhile, the woman leader observes the exchange with a subtle smirk, her gaze sharp and assessing. Later, as Eun-soo walks alongside her, she reveals her connection to his new garments, stating, "To think your first piece of clothing is a work of mine." Suddenly, she pauses, looking back at him with a thoughtful expression, a single word escaping her lips, "Wait." With a direct gaze, she addresses him, "I have something to ask you," as his pants lie discarded at his feet. Bathed in a brilliant, ethereal glow, Eun-soo stands before her, his expression one of simple inquiry, "What?" Eun-soo stands facing a blonde girl in a school uniform, the air between them thick with unspoken tension. Behind him, the man with glasses and the woman with tied hair watch on, their expressions a mix of shock and concern. The blonde girl's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing her face. Her gaze remains fixed, a silent plea in her expression. A flush rises to her cheeks as her eyes begin to well up, the emotion overwhelming her. Suddenly, a scarred thug lunges, his fist aimed directly at Eun-soo, a snarl twisting his features. But before the blow can connect, the thug's foot slips, sending him off balance. Eun-soo's gaze sharpens, noticing a distinct scar on the thug's face as he recovers. A sudden crash echoes through the empty hallway. As Eun-soo stands over the blonde girl, who is now on her hands and knees, head bowed in distress. He looks down at her, a silent question in his gaze, while she trembles visibly, her body shaking with unspoken fear. "Why aren't you wearing it?" he asks, his voice calm, yet firm, as the girl, tears streaming down her face, pleads, "Just hurry up and take off your clothes." A look of profound confusion crosses Eun-soo's face as he thinks, "I truly don't understand humans." Moments later, he stands alone, now dressed in a simple white t-shirt and dark pants, a bandage wrapped around his right arm, his bare feet still on the cold floor. Elsewhere, the man with glasses ponders aloud. "Come to think of it, I wonder how the monsters knew to attack this place." The man with the shaved head beside him replies, "Maybe it's just a coincidence." Back at the scene of the attack, a voice exclaims over a pile of discarded clothes, "Those guys were cooking." The orange-haired woman's voice then adds, as a lighter is discovered on the ground, "Oh, I found a lighter." The scarred thug points, his voice urgent, as the man with glasses looks on, both reacting to a sudden realization. He explains that monsters are drawn to fire, a fact that seems to dawn on the man with glasses with a grim understanding. The scarred thug continues, emphasizing the danger, warning not to accidentally light anything up. The man with glasses, his face etched with worry, reiterates the consequence. Monsters would return just as they did before. Meanwhile, the orange-haired woman stands amidst discarded items, her expression unreadable as she holds a small, significant object. Her gaze drifts downward, a thought forming in her mind, wondering if the item she found was still in the trash can. Then, a flash of memory ignites her eyes, and she exclaims, "Oh, I remember now." Her thoughts race to the track athlete from Sangmyeong High School, a name she utters with surprise, wondering how she knew that detail. As she looks towards a distant clock tower, a triumphant smile spreads across her face, confirming her memory. "I knew it. I knew I'd seen you somewhere." A memory begins to surface, a flash of blonde hair from a time long past. A voice from that past echoes, recalling, "It always looked really cool when you were running." The image shifts to a moment of intense motion, a blur of effort and speed. But then, a hand clenches, perhaps in determination or pain. Two figures stand together, the blonde track athlete and a young Eun-soo, caught in a shared moment of their past. A small, almost imperceptible cut mars the skin near the track athlete's ear. Her hand instinctively reaches, pulling at her sleeve as if to hide something. The scene widens to a city street, and her voice, tinged with a different emotion, states, "It's not cool." The reason for her sentiment becomes clear, as the narration reveals, because this scar. She stands alone, her head bowed, the weight of unseen burdens pressing down on her. Her eyes, wide with a silent plea, reflect a deep-seated pain, a constant reminder that some wounds never truly heal. Later, the blonde girl clutches her backpack, her expression a mixture of fear and resignation as she navigates the school halls. A sudden noise startles her in the classroom, her gaze snapping towards a young boy with dark hair, who seems equally surprised. Later, riding in a car, the blonde girl stares out the window, lost in thought, while the young boy sits quietly in the back. The woman driving offers a warm smile, reassuring the boy, "Hang in there. You know mom loves you, right?" From the back seat, the young Eun-soo looks out, a small, hopeful smile gracing his lips as the car continues its journey. Still reeling from an unseen trauma, Haru clutches her head, the desperate calls of her name echoing around her. As she struggles to block out the noise, a voice from the concerned crowd wonders aloud who Haru is, seemingly unaware of her identity. Suddenly, an unnamed man grabs her arm, pulling her forward with a taunting laugh, demanding to know why she isn't answering them. Later, in the quiet confines of a car, a young Eun-soo sits beside Haru, who stares blankly out the window, while an unnamed woman in the front seat muses about whether Haru will fit in. Meanwhile, a younger version of the man with glasses reflects on Haru's past, recalling how she used to be such an energetic child, but ever since that incident, she's become so scared that she refuses to go about her daily life. The memory of her fear manifests as a dark, oppressive aura, enveloping the young Haru as she cowers, her eyes wide with terror. A crowd of onlookers watches in shock and concern, their faces reflecting the horror of the incident that scarred Haru. The lingering trauma is symbolized by a gaping, monstrous mouth, a silent scream of the fear that continues to haunt her. She runs, her small hand clutched by an unseen force, as the world around her blurs into a terrifying, rain-streaked memory. The shadowy figure pulling her forward grows more distinct, its form beginning to solidify from the swirling chaos. And from within its depths, a single, piercing blue eye glows with an unnatural light. The entity looms, a monstrous silhouette against the fading light, its presence overwhelming the young girl. Her face contorts in pure terror as a dark, claw-like shadow reaches out, threatening to engulf her. Disoriented and helpless, she is caught in the grip of her nightmare, her eyes wide with unspeakable fear. A menacing figure holds her captive, a knife glinting in his hand, while the shadowy entity looms behind him, and in her extreme distress, Haru's own eye begins to glow with the same eerie blue light. The horrifying vision dissolves into a swirling vortex of darkness, a chaotic void consuming the memory. Suddenly, Haru bolts upright in her bed, a desperate scream tearing from her throat, the lingering terror of the nightmare still clinging to her. The man's voice echoes, a chilling presence in the young girl's memory, as the woman beside him watches with an unsettling smile. Her wide, fearful eyes dart around, a desperate plea escaping her lips. The man continues to speak, his words unheard but their intent clear, as the woman looks away, leaving the child to her growing terror. Her eyes reflect the encroaching darkness of a shadowy figure, the trauma culminating in a painful injury, leaving her head bandaged and her spirit scarred. Years later, the memory still clings to her. As Haru sits in a quiet classroom, her head bowed, lost in thought. A classmate leans in, confirming her own fear. "You're right. That was really scary too." Haru's eye twitches. As the shadowy figure from her past materializes behind her, a chilling reminder that some nightmares never truly end. Still haunted by her past, Haru's heart pounds in her chest. As she faces a stern-looking man, questioning his words, while Hwang Byum, nearby, offers a hesitant apology. Haru struggles to articulate her thoughts, her face contorted in distress as the man gazes down at her. Later, in a classroom, she and two classmates watch a screen displaying a chilling statement, "I'm scared of dying the most." Meanwhile, Eun-soo and a friend discuss the scary story, unaware of Haru's continued internal struggle. As a stopwatch is clicked, signaling the start of something, and the boys prepare themselves. Haru and her classmates whisper amongst themselves, their expressions filled with apprehension. A pair of feet settle onto a starting block, poised for action. The boys stand ready, while Haru reflects on her past, a deep scar, a constant reminder that something dangerous has always lurked around her. She stands, her blonde hair falling around her, a deep unease settling over her features. And whenever that feeling grew strong, her eyes would widen, a frantic thumping echoing in her ears. Everything in front of her would simply go white, a blinding flash consuming her vision. Meanwhile, a red-haired boy, surrounded by other students, remarks that he never liked running. Yet, here they are, a group of students, including Haru and Eun-soo, pushing themselves forward in a race. For her, the act of running itself, with the shadowy specter of her past trauma looming behind her, would always remind her of when she was running away. Her foot pounds against the ground, a rhythmic beat of escape. The exertion twists her features, a silent testament to the struggle within. Haru pushes herself, her body a blur of motion as she and other runners ascend a seemingly impossible vertical track, defying gravity with each powerful stride. Higher and higher they climb, the ground falling away beneath them. And she makes it. Her focus unwavering, Haru pushes through the final stretch, a determined expression on her face amidst the other struggling runners. Her hand reaches out, snapping the finish line tape with a new record. A chorus of cheers erupts from the onlookers, impressed by her incredible speed. After the race, two students approach her, asking if she was a track athlete, to which she hesitantly denies it. The red-haired boy, full of enthusiasm, declares that she has incredible potential as a runner, offering to train her starting today. But the thought of running brings a shadow to Haru's face, as the memory of her past trauma resurfaces. She clenches her jaw, a deep frown etched on her face, as if wrestling with an unseen burden. Meanwhile, his fist tightens, a resolute declaration escaping his lips. "I'll do it." Elsewhere, a display case gleams with polished trophies, each one a testament to past victories. Old newspaper clippings detail the rise of a new athlete, one who began 5 years ago and shattered every record. "That's what I'm telling you, sir," the red-haired boy insists, his voice firm. Haru, startled, answers her phone, a soft, "Oh, hello," escaping her. The older man beams at her, proclaiming, "There you are, the princess of track," as others ask for photos. "Yes, of course," he replies, then dismisses her kindly. "Haru, you may go." She smiles politely, posing for a picture with the older man, who expresses his honor and calls himself a fan. Engrossed in her phone, she barely registers the stern voice of the man beside her, who reminds her to stop using her device during their meal. He presses on, demanding her attention. Finally, she looks up, a small sound of confusion escaping her. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Eun-soo exhales a puff of smoke, a wry chuckle escaping him as he admits to feeling a pang of guilt. Back at the table, the man informs her of a new mission, promising to send the details, which brings a sigh of relief from her, as she had feared being told to quit. A car speeds through the city streets, carrying someone to their next destination. The young man from before, now seated at a table, stares intently at his phone, frustrated that his internet connection isn't working. The man's voice cuts through the air again, reiterating his earlier command about phone usage during meals, prompting an immediate, apologetic response from her. Haru sits across from the older man, who asks if everything went well with her mission yesterday, before adding that he may no longer be able to trust her if she keeps this up. As she eats, a memory flashes through her mind, her father's voice saying, "And now, we can watch our daughter appear on TV." The man continues, explaining that her current behavior is because of a past incident. And Haru's thoughts drift to the reason she became good at running, the clatter of her pen against paper echoing her focus. The man watches her with a serious expression, while Haru reflects on the profound sense of accomplishment she feels when she runs, a feeling that pushes her to go even faster. She concludes her internal monologue, realizing the irony that this is how she started running. As the man advises her to get used to it and shed her childish personality. A tight knot binds her wrist, the rope chafing against the bracelet. She thinks to herself, "I'm still a coward." With a soft rustle, the binding around her wrist loosens and falls away. A heavy feeling settles in her chest, a physical manifestation of her self-doubt. Across from her, the man echoes her earlier sentiment. "It's okay, I'm a coward." But she silently refutes him. "You're wrong. It's not okay at all." She knows she's destined to be seen as strange because of her personality. And people will always hate her for running away from every little thing. Meanwhile, the man considers how easily the famous heroes seem to get along with her. "It's just like he said," she concludes, "something's obviously wrong with her." She insists it's fine. But the man's words cut through her pretense, telling her she doesn't have to force herself to feel better, as it doesn't concern him anyway. Despite his detachment, she clings to him, her voice muffled as she clarifies that she wasn't trying to make him feel better, but merely stating the truth. He pulls away, his back to her, delivering a final, harsh judgment. If she's a coward, nothing has changed, and she must either improve or disappear. Later, alone, she reflects on the profound idea that people are still their faults, the very things they love most in the world. The man, however, seems to reconsider his harshness, his hand hovering as if to offer comfort. Before he retracts it, his expression unreadable as he tells her she doesn't have to do it anymore. A soft, golden light emanates, shimmering around her. She cries out, tears streaming down her face as a hand gently rests on her head. His words echo, a stark reminder that she fought valiantly. Yet, the golden glow persists as she closes her eyes, unable to stem the flow of her sorrow. People didn't like her, she recalls, the memory a bitter taste. She was a coward, a label that still stung, forcing her to cover her face in shame. As she struggles, the man watches her, an unidentified woman by his side, while she keeps her gaze fixed on the ground. But despite everything, she reaches out, clutching his arm, a silent plea for connection. She embraces him tightly, seeking solace, though he stands rigid, his arms unmoving at his sides. She remembers a time when her brother, Eun-soo, would tease her relentlessly, prompting an older woman to intervene, telling him to stop and get ready for school. Later, the man with glasses had reassured a young Eun-soo, telling him that there was nothing wrong with him. But even with those words, a young Eun-soo still sat alone, his small figure burdened by an unseen weight. Haru, in turn, had made a solemn pinky promise with him, asking him to promise he wouldn't cry. Her expression then shifted to one of deep concern, as she urged him to remember her words the next time he felt like a coward. And with a bright smile, he had agreed. Years later, as he walked away, she called out to him, a silent plea in her eyes. The memory shifts to a devastating scene. A younger Haru and Unsu standing amidst the ruins of a city, surrounded by monstrous shadows and crumbling debris. The man with glasses looks on, his face etched with shock and horror, as if witnessing an unimaginable catastrophe unfold. She lies broken amidst the rubble, her body twisted and bleeding, a stark image of the devastation that has consumed everything around her. The very ground beneath her seems to have erupted, shattering into countless fragments. A blur of motion hints at the speed of the catastrophe, revealing a city reduced to dust and debris, bathed in the ominous glow of a dying sun, as the memory of this horrific event continues. A desolate landscape stretches out, scarred by an unimaginable force, as a ragged gasp escapes the silence. The sound of someone struggling to breathe amidst the rumbling echoes of destruction, crawling through the rubble. Unsu's eyes, wide with terror, reflect the sheer scale of the catastrophe, a silent scream trapped behind his shocked gaze. Nearby, the man with glasses and the blonde girl stand frozen, their faces etched with disbelief, as she whispers a desperate, questioning "Dad?" The man with glasses can only manage a stunned, "What just happened?" before the girl's voice cracks with a heart-wrenching cry for Mom and Sul as they survey the ruins. Her face contorts in pure terror, the realization of their loss washing over her. Amidst the debris, a dark stain spreads across the ground, a grim testament to the tragedy that has unfolded. And oh, a desperate cry escapes him, his hand reaching out in a futile gesture, as the blonde hair of a young girl lies bloodied amidst the rubble. The girl, Haru, clutches her face, tears streaming down her cheeks in utter despair. His hand trembles, unable to grasp the horror unfolding before him, distorting Haru's anguished face as she screams in silent agony. The vortex pulls closer, reflected in a wide, terrified eye. A voice, filled with urgency, calls out, "Haru, you can escape." But a lone figure, Unsu, stands silhouetted against a window, his gaze fixed on the devastation, resolute in his decision. "I'll stay here and protect the school." "No," she cries out, her voice filled with anguish. "They say that you have to leave me." He turns his back, the thought of escape fleetingly crossing his mind. Run away. If I run away now. A single tear escapes him, betraying his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, shadowy, monstrous figures with glowing eyes advance relentlessly, their heavy footsteps echoing with a terrifying quang, quang, quang as they close in. Panic erupts among the remaining survivors, their screams of "H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H" and desperate cries to him move, filling the air. But his hand clenches, a sharp tack, sound accompanying his resolute expression. As he stands firm, declaring, "So I won't ever abandon her," facing the encroaching horde alongside her, their backs to the world, ready to confront the overwhelming darkness. A desperate cry echoes through the air, urging everyone to run away, as a formless, shadowy entity begins to coalesce from the darkness. The blonde girl, her heart pounding, turns to flee, her footsteps a frantic rhythm against the ground. Her face contorts in pure, unadulterated terror, the sound of the approaching horror filling her ears. But then, a figure plants his feet firmly, a powerful, teal glow beginning to emanate from his body, pushing back the encroaching shadows. The surge of power intensifies, blinding everything in a flash of brilliant light. His face is consumed by the radiant energy, his eyes burning with an unyielding resolve. Unsu stares ahead, his determination palpable, while the blonde girl looks on, her fear momentarily replaced by awe. Now fully powered, he stands as a beacon of light, a vibrant aura pushing back against the shadowy figures that surround him. His stance is unyielding, grounded amidst the swirling darkness and the brilliant energy he now commands. A chaotic swirl of memories begins to form, as a voice from the past echoes in her mind, recalling how her father once told her that it was okay for her to be a coward, and that there was nothing wrong with her. But a bitter truth now asserts itself. He was wrong, especially after she had promised to stay by his side. The memory fuels her desperate flight, her uniform blurring as she races forward. A reaching hand symbolizing the moment she ended up abandoning her father. And after that, the consequences began to unfold. The cycle of regret repeats, as she recalls another instance of leaving him behind. As the blonde girl's thoughts lingered on her past, the present moment brought her back to her companions, standing alongside Unsu and the man with glasses, all three gazing intently downwards at something unseen. A sudden shift in perspective, a memory perhaps, showed him hunched over, cloaked in a dark hoodie, alone in a desolate, shadowed space. His gaze remained fixed on the ground, his bare feet resting on the cold, hard surface. Still shrouded in the hoodie, he remained in that solitary, crouched position. Beneath the hood, his face was revealed, partially obscured by bandages, a testament to some past injury or struggle. His hand, still bearing the marks of his ordeal, clutched a simple brush, engaged in some quiet, repetitive task. Back in the present, the blonde girl stood over him, as Unsu remained crouched, a single word escaping his lips. But the three of them, now united in their focus, began to ascend a set of stairs, Unsu's gaze fixed intently on whatever lay above. His eyes widened slightly, a faint crackling sound accompanying his intense stare, as if sensing an unseen energy. She hates it, but she's not going to run away. Bound, but resolute, she declares her intention to go with them. Her eyes burn with a fierce resolve, refusing to yield anymore. With each deliberate step, the trio continues their ascent through the desolate, ruined city. Their footsteps echo softly amidst the debris. A faint, unsettling sound whispers through the air as they climb higher. Unsu pauses, his gaze fixed upwards, sensing an unseen presence looming above them. A sharp intake of breath escapes him, mirrored by the blonde girl beside him, as the ominous feeling intensifies. He clutches his head, still reeling from the overwhelming sensation, muttering about his head nearly exploding. He acknowledges the danger, stating that they will all be devoured by monsters if they falter, but the blonde girl suggests they could still flee. The man with glasses then interjects, asking about the map, a question that catches the blonde girl off guard. She holds up a piece of paper, questioning its significance, as Unsu explains their urgent need to create a map. He elaborates on the map's crucial role, not only for finding sustenance, but also for pinpointing resource locations within the devastated city. Recognizing its importance, the blonde girl declares her intention to take on the task, asserting that she alone possesses the necessary familiarity with the area. Though admitting a touch of fear, she gazes out at the sprawling, ruined metropolis, confident that the city's layout on the map will guide her. The once easily traversable roads are now far too perilous to navigate on foot after dark. Scattered across a makeshift table, essential tools for survival lie ready: a map, a compass, and other provisions, all vital for their continued journey. The man with glasses surveys their meager haul, noting, "This is all we've gotten so far." Unsu, feeling the weight of their efforts, adds, "I feel like we've wasted too much time. We haven't gotten as much as I expected." A narration box highlights the unpredictable weather, stating, "Not only provisions. It's rained, but also been sunny for the other 9 days." The man with glasses considers this, concluding, "In that case." He continues, "We have no choice but to eat the food that will go bad first." The blonde girl interjects, "We should take it to the base first, and then think about it." The man with glasses counters, "Think about it. We won't be able to eat the food if it's already gone bad." He emphasizes the danger, and there's no chance we'll be able to make it back if we're attacked by monsters, even if we do. Pressing his point. Also, we risked our lives to walk all the way here. Don't you think we should get a reward? Unsu, however, remains conflicted, muttering, "But still, I feel bad for the people waiting for us at the base." The blonde girl nods in agreement with the man with glasses, simply affirming, Unsu, after a moment of thought, concedes, "It's good." The man with glasses continues to explain the dire situation, emphasizing the perishable nature of their current food supply. Unsu listens intently, then questions the man's logic, wondering if they should still try to bring the food back to base. The man with glasses firmly dismisses the idea, stating that the food would spoil before they could even reach their destination. Unsu's expression hardens as he considers the implications, while the blonde girl, observing his internal struggle, offers a pragmatic perspective. He clenches his jaw, the weight of the decision pressing down on him, unable to reconcile the harsh reality with his desire to help everyone. The blonde girl, sensing his hesitation, gently reminds him that they can't afford to be sentimental in their current circumstances. With a sigh of resignation, he extends his hand, offering a portion of the food. She looks at the offering, a slight frown on her face, and asks if he truly intends to give it to her. He simply nods, his gaze unwavering, as she questions his motives, wondering if he's trying to buy her loyalty. His hand clenches, a stark reminder of the words that echo in his mind. The blonde girl stares ahead, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and accusation. He can't allow her to forget what she said, not after everything. Perhaps she had no choice but to repay him, a debt for the time he saved her. Sitting alone, she mutters to herself, a single word escaping her lips. Her anger flares, demanding to know why he would offer help when he should be her servant, while he simply gasps in response. The group finds themselves amidst the desolate ruins of a city, shrouded in a thick, oppressive fog. The three walk in a somber line, their figures small against the backdrop of destruction. Unsu glances to the side, his expression thoughtful as they continue their journey. He reminds himself of the critical rule: they must maintain as much distance as possible from the surface, for it is there that they are constantly discovered by monsters. The blonde girl's voice echoes in his mind, warning that if they are discovered, they will have to fight, even if he is capable of getting rid of them. The noise from any fight would inevitably attract more monsters, and if that happens, they would be surrounded by an endless horde. With these grim thoughts weighing on him, Unsu, the blonde girl, and the unnamed man with glasses continue their cautious trek through the desolate, ruined city. Suddenly, a massive, shadowy monster emerges from the ruined cityscape, its form casting a terrifying presence over the group. A single word escapes Unsu's lips, a stark realization of their predicament. So, his face contorts in a gasp of terror, eyes wide with shock at the sight of the beast. The unnamed man and the blonde girl are similarly struck by fear, their expressions mirroring Unsu's horror. The grim reality of their situation is starkly presented: they will get caught by them. His face streaked with blood, Unsu's eyes widen in a desperate, fearful gaze. The unseen threat looms, a shadowy mass of figures with eyes that glow ominously in the gloom. Through the desolate, overgrown streets, Unsu, the blonde girl, and the man with glasses move cautiously, the lurking horrors ever present in the periphery. A chilling warning echoes in their minds. You must not ever get caught by them. The blonde girl's face contorts in wide-eyed terror, the unspoken consequence hanging heavy in the air. Her eye, a swirling vortex of fear, reflects the overwhelming dread. From behind, Unsu's voice cuts through the panic, a desperate, urgent command. Split up. The only option left is to run, to flee into the unknown. As the desperate flight continued, the blonde girl's face contorts in a silent scream, her fear palpable. She pushes forward, knowing that splitting up will increase the chances of at least one of them surviving. Behind her, the man with glasses reaches out a bandaged arm, a desperate gesture of warning or perhaps a plea to stop. The blonde girl glances at her own hand, a flicker of realization crossing her face. Unsu, still focused on their escape, calls out a sharp, urgent wait. His eyes widen in horror as he spots a grotesque, spiky creature, its form glowing with malevolent energy. Realizing their desperate plan had failed completely. The man with glasses stares in disbelief, a single question echoing in his mind. How come? The creature, a menacing red orb of spikes and glowing particles, now rests ominously on the ground, its presence confirming the grim reality of their situation. He remembers a simpler time, a moment of pure joy as a child laughed, clutching a bright red balloon, while an elderly man and a woman watched on with warmth. Back in the grim reality, the blonde girl and the man with glasses observe him, their faces etched with concern. He knows the stakes are impossibly high, realizing that things will become utterly uncontrollable if this fight ends up attracting all the monsters in the vicinity. With a fierce resolve, he determines he has to take care of this in one strike. As he prepares, the man with glasses extends a hand, offering him a cylindrical object and urging him to take this before he goes. The man with glasses had earlier confided in the blonde girl, admitting he had absolutely no intention of going up to the surface with them, but that didn't mean he was going to do nothing when they were fighting for their lives. Unsu examines the item, wondering what this could be. The man with glasses explains, it's a weapon, one he made by watching the last fight. As he grips the new tool, a faint glow emanates from it, a weapon capable of turning the tide. Gripping the newly acquired knife, Unsu prepares to strike, focusing on the weak points of his target. A narrow path stretches ahead, illuminated by a distant, blinding light. Meanwhile, the man with glasses and the blonde girl stand over a fallen figure, observing the grim aftermath of a previous encounter. Nearby, a monster's form contorts and dissolves, its body breaking apart from an unseen force. Closing the distance with incredible speed, Unsu charges forward, a red object clutched in his hand. His teal eyes glow with fierce resolve, as onlookers recoil in shock from the sheer intensity of his attack. Leaping onto the monster, he drives the knife downwards with a powerful, decisive motion. The blade sinks deep into its flesh, a testament to the precision and force behind the blow. A blinding flash erupts from the impact point, signaling the devastating success of his attack. A blinding flash of light erupts, consuming everything in its intense glow, leaving behind only a lingering, ethereal brilliance. The light slowly fades, revealing a vast, unfamiliar expanse. Above, a colossal full moon dominates the inky, star-strewn sky, casting an eerie glow over a desolate, rocky landscape. Nearby, a strange, spherical asteroid drifts silently through the void, a silent sentinel in this alien world. He lies on the cold, hard ground, staring up at the immense moon, his mind reeling from the sudden, inexplicable shift in reality. Later, huddled together in a makeshift cave shelter, he, the man with glasses, and the blonde girl gather around a small, flickering fire, its meager warmth a stark contrast to the vast, chilling unknown outside. His gaze drifts away from the fire, lost in thought, a quiet contemplation settling over him. He grips the hilt of his new knife, its polished blade reflecting the faint light, a tangible link to the power he now wields. He looks down, listening intently as the man with glasses explains that the world they now inhabit is not one where they can afford to be weak. The man continues, asking if he understands the implications of their new reality and the sheer number of people like them who have been brought here. He emphasizes that weapons and skills are paramount, a truth Unsu seems to be grappling with. The older man assures him that he will soon understand the full weight of his words, a chilling promise that hangs in the air. With a final, grave statement, the man concludes his explanation, leaving Unsu to ponder the implications. He recalls his father's words, a distant memory of being told to never believe him, and the inexplicable training he was put through. Now, after all he's endured, he finally understands the purpose of that rigorous preparation, the reason for every hardship. He walks with renewed determination, the weight of his past training now a foundation for his future, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Before him, a desolate landscape stretches out, teeming with grotesque monsters, and he knows he must survive them. He stands, his gaze unwavering. Yet, a lingering doubt gnaws at him, a memory of the man with glasses explaining that he still doesn't fully grasp the situation, recalling his father's definitive statement that he had no intention of ever releasing him from the basement. There was no need for him to prepare for the possibility of going outside, his father had implied, and then? Was all that a lie? He had never actually said he'd release him to the outside. The monstrous shadows of his past, or perhaps his future, loom large. The man with glasses' terrified face flashes in his mind. He can't believe that the truth had been there all along, realizing now that his father had never explicitly promised his release. Was the rigorous training, then, all a part of his father's thoroughness, a preparation for a world he knew was coming? He remembers the day the apocalypse began, running through his home as the world outside crumbled. The chilling realization dawns on him. His own father was the one who initiated the catastrophe, the one who issued the remote command to unlock all the basement doors. He recalls the exact moment, certain that this was no accident, no case of mistaken identity. He could have died then, attacked by the very monsters that seemed to be specifically targeting the basement. A grotesque creature, a vivid memory of the horror, flashes through his mind. But a deeper question gnaws at him. As he remembers the overwhelming horde, why were the monsters specifically targeting the basement? His own desperate struggle within the chaos plays out in his mind. Then, a more critical thought emerges. How did his father know that the apocalypse was coming? He holds a strange, organic sphere in his hands, its surface a mottled brown, as the man with glasses wonders aloud what it could possibly be. The blonde girl, equally perplexed, asks if he wants to just eat it, a question met with a bewildered what from the man with glasses. Ignoring their banter, he stares intently at the object, his expression a mix of curiosity and deep concentration. Suddenly, a jolt runs through him, and he flinches back, the object seemingly reacting to his touch as the man with glasses exclaims in surprise. His eye widens, reflecting an unexpected surge of energy or information. Kneeling, he cradles the now faintly glowing sphere, a look of profound awe and bewilderment on his face. The object itself pulses with a soft, internal light, its intricate, organic texture becoming more defined. A stream of ethereal energy, like wisps of smoke, rises from the sphere, reaching towards an unseen source. As the energy dissipates, a system message appears, identifying the mysterious object as a core. He looks up, his expression troubled, as the man with glasses asks what's wrong. His gaze drops to the mysterious core, which emits a faint, crackling sound. And he holds it carefully in his bandaged hand, a soft, ethereal glow emanating from its surface. Later, the man with glasses sits, looking utterly exhausted, reminding them that they still have a long journey ahead. While Unsu's eyes widen in alarm. The core itself begins to pulsate with a more intense, organic energy. Its surface cracking and flaking away as Unsu watches, mesmerized. Elsewhere, the blonde girl sleeps soundly. Her dreams haunted by the thought of having tried to face everything alone. Still lost in her thoughts, the blonde girl believed she could handle everything on her own. A conviction that echoed through the quiet space, even as Unsu stood nearby, his expression somber. Meanwhile, the unnamed man with glasses found himself enveloped in a warm, golden light. A soft smile touched his lips, acknowledging that yes, there was indeed a time when things were like this. A time when his father was simply normal. It had been so long since he'd seen himself as a child, smiling brightly. Within the memory, he heard his own voice from the past, asking if he remembered this particular book. A book from his hometown, to which he could only respond with a quiet, yes, this. As the memory deepens, a story unfolds, a tale of a hero, whose name is about to be revealed. The vision blurs into a golden haze. Before Unsu's eyes snap open, a soft, questioning sound escaping his lips. He finds himself lying in darkness, his arm held gently by the blonde girl, the story continuing its relentless march forward. A sudden jolt brings Unsu back to consciousness, his eyes snapping open in wide-eyed terror. He stares down at something unseen, a soft click echoing in the silence, as a blonde girl beside him lets out a piercing shriek. The rustling of fabric accompanies her frantic movements, as she clutches him, her face etched with fear. His bandaged arm is visible beneath her grasp, and her heart pounds with a heavy throb. Nearby, a small mouse scurries through the debris, its tiny squeak a stark contrast to the heavy silence. The blonde girl finally pulls back, her expression softening as she realizes, it was just a dream, and here I thought. Both now sit upright on the mat, the lingering fear slowly receding from their faces. She groans, feeling the weight of him on her, as he complains, you're kind of heavy, so can you get off? A sudden rustle breaks the silence. Snapping back, she retorts, I'm not heavy, before muttering under her breath, GH, you person cat. Later, the blonde girl scans the desolate landscape, her eyes fixed through a pair of binoculars. Her gaze falls upon a distant group of figures huddled on a broken structure. Then, a massive, ominous figure looms amidst the ruins in the far distance. Meanwhile, the man with glasses addresses Unsu, stating plainly, human, I'm planning to have, or leave you. The blonde girl, clearly exasperated, declares, it's not my business. It's going to be a long journey. Also, I keep telling you. The man with glasses turns to Unsu, asking if he has a name, or if he's simply been called Kid, or boy his whole life. Eun-soo, taken aback by the bluntness, can only stammer that he was indeed called kid or boy by everyone. Suddenly, a woman with dark hair and glasses, a light bulb appearing above her head as if struck by an idea, suggests they start by giving him a name, asking what he would like. Eun-soo's eyes widen in disbelief, the question echoing in his mind. You're going to name me? The man with glasses explains that it seems he's never had a name to remember, and since they'll be together for a while, it's only right to give him one. A close-up on Eun-soo's eye reveals his internal processing, a thought forming that he'd never considered such a thing before. Particles drift through the air. As the man with glasses smiles warmly, a scroll unfurling with elegant script, suggesting a new beginning. He stares at the word blue on the paper, a sense of uncertainty washing over him as he considers the weight of a name. The man with glasses repeats the suggestion, blue. The blonde girl echoes, blue. She finds it quite appealing. That's a pretty name. But he, having never encountered such a concept, can only respond, I've never heard it. Not really. The man with glasses explains that it was just a name he found in a book, a little simple, perhaps, but he asks if it suits him. He then observes that Eun-soo doesn't seem to be taking it properly. A new voice cuts through the discussion, a woman with a warm smile introducing herself clearly. My name is Eugene. The blonde girl, now turning to Eun-soo, asks him for his name, but he can only respond with a quiet, I don't have a name. His expression is one of profound shock and confusion, the realization of his namelessness hitting him with full force as he stammers, I'm. The man with glasses, Eugene, and the blonde girl all look on, their gazes fixed on him, awaiting his decision. Later, alone at a desk, he diligently practices writing, perhaps trying to etch a new identity into existence. A subtle smile plays on his lips. As Eun-soo softly utters the word, blue, he finds the sound pleasing, declaring, it's nice. With careful strokes, he begins to write, practicing the unfamiliar words, hi my na, it's nice to meet you. Completing the phrase with a sense of wonder, to meet you. The blonde girl watches him, her eyes wide with a gentle smile, a silent witness to his progress. Nearby, Eugene and the man with glasses observe, their expressions unreadable. They share a quiet moment, taking in the scene before them. As a soft, golden glow emanates from his face, Eun-soo repeats the name once more, blue. He reaches out, his hand bathed in a brilliant, almost blinding light. His teal eye wide with a mixture of wonder and longing, as he suddenly remembers a time when he yearned for something more. He recalls the simple desire to stand on the surface, to be among others, and the thought echoes in his mind, if I were to ever go to the surface. He had always wanted to exchange greetings with other people, imagining the smiles of a blonde girl, a woman, and a man with glasses. Even now, the memory brings a flicker of concern to his face, as he recalls that deep-seated desire. He had always wanted to have a conversation with them, with the man, the woman, and the blonde girl, their faces alight with warmth. He pictured a world where he could simply talk to people, like the blonde girl and another girl with glasses, their smiles a beacon of the connection he craved. A friendly face with glasses smiles, offering a simple, hopeful thought that he could possibly. But the memory shifts abruptly, a sharp, sudden impact echoing as Eun-soo's eyes widen in shock, his expression frozen in disbelief. The friendly voice continues, oblivious to the internal turmoil, speaking of becoming friends, of simply being friends. But the memory lingers on Eun-soo's wide, teal eyes, reflecting a deeper, unspoken pain. The image of the man with glasses remains, a symbol of the desired connection. Eun-soo recoils, a subtle flinch betraying his inner turmoil, the weight of the past interaction pressing down on him. His hand clenches into a tight fist, a silent, desperate reaction, as another hand reaches out, perhaps in comfort, perhaps in challenge. A faded memory flickers into view, a tattered image on a crumbling wall, hinting at a past life. He recalls a moment of surprise, a classmate with glasses looking on. As his own hand clenched, a silent refusal echoing in his mind. No. A hand reaches out, a gesture of connection, while two other students, a girl with glasses and a blonde girl, stand nearby. But the memory shifts, replaced by the stark reality of a ruined city, a world shattered beyond recognition. The boy with glasses from his past now kneels amidst the rubble, a bandaged arm beside him, a silent testament to the devastation. Eun-soo's gaze drifts, lost in the weight of what could have been. A blurry crowd of faces, then his own somber reflection, as the thought echoes, if it weren't for the apocalypse. He stares at a framed picture of a family, a poignant reminder of the connections he yearns for, realizing, I could have been friends with them. Amidst the desolate ruins, he kneels, his back to the viewer, clutching a box tightly. A sudden realization strikes him, a voice echoing in his mind that now is not the time to pursue personal dreams. As his eyes widen in alarm, a guttural cry escaping him while his foot slams down with a decisive impact. He moves through the ravaged cityscape, the unnamed girl by his side, their figures small against the backdrop of crumbling buildings and scattered debris. Suddenly, a man with glasses is caught, a monstrous tentacle coiling around him, his terrified scream echoing through the ruins as he struggles against its grip. With a fierce cry to get off, he intervenes, his foot stomping down on the creature's gaping maw, forcing it to release its prey. They continue their desperate flight, running through the devastated streets, the blonde girl also visible in the distance, a shared urgency propelling them forward. The unnamed girl looks at him, her expression etched with worry, questioning his reckless actions and wondering if they can truly succeed. He responds with grim determination, reminding her of the imminent danger, the sound of more monsters approaching, a threat they cannot ignore. Still, she hesitates, her gaze filled with apprehension, suggesting they prioritize their own safety above all else. The man with glasses turns to him, a stern reminder in his voice, "Don't you remember?" He then challenges, "Have I told you to go yet?" The blonde girl interjects, her voice firm, "You promised to do as I said." The man with glasses tries to explain, "That's why," before a sudden, terrified scream rips through the air. The group continues their desperate flight through the crumbling city, the urgency of their escape palpable. Unsu's eyes widen in disbelief, a single thought echoing in his mind. As the man with glasses suddenly strikes him sharply on the head. Unsu recoils from the unexpected blow, pushing back with a grunt of surprise, leaving the man momentarily stunned. But their altercation is cut short as two small, spiky creatures suddenly lunge from the shadows, their forms blurring with speed. Without hesitation, Unsu unleashes a powerful strike, sending one of the creatures crashing violently to the ground. The man with glasses questions the situation, his grip firm on Unsu's arm. He reassures the group, promising to find a safe place, urging them to remain quiet. His words are cut short by a sudden, sharp warning as a spiky creature lunges from behind. Before it can strike, Unsu's arm shoots out, meeting the creature head-on. A brilliant, teal aura erupts from his hands, blasting the monster backward with immense force. The man with glasses stares, wide-eyed, at the defeated creature, acknowledging the impossible sight. Unsu turns to Eugene, a stark warning in his voice. He explains that what they witnessed, his power, has now put them all in grave danger. With a final, lingering glow around him, Unsu walks away, leaving the stunned group behind. The man with glasses looks down at his leg, his voice filled with despair as he realizes it's broken. Unsu clutches his head, a frustrated curse escaping him, knowing this outcome was inevitable. As a low grinding sound accompanies the shift, his teal eyes begin to glow with an intense, almost sickly green light. A monstrous, shadowy form tears through the environment with a ripping sound. It reveals itself as a grotesque, multi-limbed creature, its presence confirming his worst fears. The monsters have breached the barrier, their mana far exceeding his own rank. The man with glasses shakes his head, his voice cracking as he declares they can no longer offer any assistance. The blonde girl and the girl with glasses huddle together, their faces etched with terror, realizing they put themselves in grave danger by trying to save him from the creature. Unsu stands with his back to them, a heavy silence hanging in the air as he contemplates the path ahead, wondering if he truly wants to become human again. He turns away, his voice firm as he declares that no one should follow him. His words hang heavy in the air, leaving the girl with glasses looking utterly distraught. As he begins to walk away, she desperately reminds him of his promise to return to the surface. Calling out his name, she insists that Eugene is right, and they cannot afford to worry about others at this critical moment. From a distance, the man with glasses adds his own plea, reminding them of the people waiting back at the base. The girl with glasses watches him, her expression a mix of fear and desperate hope. His hand clenches into a tight fist, a visible sign of his internal struggle. Finally, he looks up at her, a reluctant whine escaping his lips as he agrees to listen. With a heavy heart, he casts his gaze downward, his resolve wavering. The unnamed man with glasses recoils, a desperate glow of fear emanating from him as he questions the authority of those around him, demanding to know by whose permission they act. His voice cracking with terror, he pleads for his life, convinced that any blow would be his last. But Unsu, his face contorted in a furious snarl, accuses them all of murder. The man with glasses continues to scream, convinced they are actively trying to kill him, while another voice from the crowd complains about his incessant noise. With a disgusted snarl, Unsu shoves the man, condemning him as a dirty human, sending him stumbling backward with a frantic scramble. The impact echoes with a heavy thud, and the man with glasses lets out a pained, drawn-out shriek, his body glowing with residual fear and agony. Unsu stands over the fallen figure, the unnamed girl with glasses clutched tightly in his arm, a harsh, dragging sound accompanying his stance. His expression is grim and resolute, a silent promise of what is to come. A soft gasp escapes the blonde girl as she looks out, her eyes wide with fear, wondering aloud what they should do. Unsu, his expression grim, observes the situation, realizing they are surrounded, with threats approaching from every direction, and that the worst is yet to come. The blonde girl insists they must escape, but admits she has no idea which way they came from. Meanwhile, the unnamed man with glasses, visibly shaken, struggles to light a cigarette, his hands trembling with fear. Back with the group, the unnamed girl with glasses, looking worried, asks about the man they left behind. The unnamed man with glasses finally manages to ignite his lighter, a small flame flickering in his trembling hand. Unsu stands near the unnamed man with glasses, who is now in a designated smoking area, seemingly trying to compose himself. The unnamed girl with glasses, still distressed, exclaims in frustration, clarifying that her concern isn't about the man's current actions. The unnamed man with glasses, his face etched with resignation, acknowledges the situation, admitting his own inability to act. The unnamed girl with glasses speaks, her voice laced with concern, wondering if she had accidentally destroyed the very place they were hiding in. A moment of silence hangs heavy in the air, before she presses, "Then why?" As if in answer, the unnamed man with glasses flicks a lighter, a small flame igniting with a sharp click. The tiny beacon of light flickers, and with it, the very fabric of reality around them begins to warp and distort, the ground swirling into an impossible vortex. Structures tear apart, pulled into the maelstrom, as the world around them unravels. The distortion spreads rapidly, swallowing the urban landscape in a torrent of fractured lines and collapsing forms. Amidst the chaos, the man with glasses' eye glows with an eerie light, a desperate warning escaping his lips. "Don't you dare." Unsu plummets through the disintegrating world, his mind racing with the grim realization that he is only allowed 3 attempts before his demise. The world continues to unravel, a maelstrom of crumbling structures and shadowy, winged figures swirling through the distorted air. Amidst the chaos, he screams a desperate warning, his eyes wide with shock as the unnamed man and girl behind him look on in terror. Then, he is falling, plunging through the disintegrating reality, a blur of debris and collapsing existence around him. But he quickly regains his footing, running desperately as the ground cracks and breaks apart beneath him. His bandaged hands already preparing a small, sharp weapon, a grim determination etched onto his face. He continues to push forward, his feet pounding against the unstable terrain. Not far behind, the man with glasses flees in terror, glancing back at the unfolding catastrophe. He runs alongside the girl with glasses, both of them wide-eyed and terrified as they try to escape. Elsewhere, the blonde girl stares ahead, her face streaked with tears, her eyes reflecting pure, unadulterated fear. While the blonde girl's terror grips her, elsewhere, a determined eye opens, and a hand reaches out, ready to fight. The world around them continues to crumble, monstrous figures emerging from the dust to wreak havoc. "Why?" she whispers, her voice barely audible over the destruction, her face etched with fear. A voice cuts through the chaos, questioning the screaming, as Unsu stands ready, a faint energy gathering around his hand. He drops to a crouch, a sharp shard clutched in his hand, a crackling energy surrounding him. His eyes narrow, locking onto the hulking, shadowy form of a monster, a silent challenge passing between them. Without hesitation, he charges, closing the distance with the massive, glowing-eyed creature. Their gazes meet, a silent battle of wills before the physical clash. Leaping into the air, he brings the makeshift blade down in a swift, decisive slash. He moves with a blur of motion, his makeshift shard weapon deflecting an unseen attack with a shower of sparks. His body twisting in a dynamic, evasive leap. As he slides across the ground, kicking up a trail of debris. But the hulking rock monster, its glowing eyes fixed on him, lunges forward with a devastating strike. Its massive fist slamming into the ground where he once stood, sending chunks of rock flying. Unsu glances back, a look of concern crossing his face. As the man with glasses clenches his fist in distress, while the blonde girl beside him cries out, wondering why this is happening. His frustration boils over, and Unsu yells back at them, demanding to know why they haven't fled as he instructed. His teal eyes narrow, reflecting a fierce determination to protect them, despite their fear. The man with glasses shouts in desperation, demanding to know why he isn't running, despite having told the others to flee. He continues, his voice strained, questioning his own inaction. A grim realization dawns on him as he admits, he stayed because he believed the others would die without him. As he and the blonde girl flee through the ravaged streets, his internal struggle persists, wondering what would happen if he truly abandoned them. Suddenly, he turns, gripping a metal pipe tightly, his gaze fixed on the approaching rock monster. A flicker of resolve hardens his expression, while the blonde girl beside him watches with wide, fearful eyes. The massive rock monster looms closer, its presence causing the girl with glasses to recoil in terror. Her blonde companion, equally terrified, can only watch in horror as the creature advances. Around them, the ground is littered with shattered debris, a testament to the monster's destructive power. Amidst the shadowy, tentacled forms looming above, Unsu's voice rings out with desperate urgency. His words cut through the chaos, reaching the man with glasses, who looks on with a mix of shock and disbelief, questioning the grim reality before them. He wonders if the number of monsters is truly less than before. But his gaze soon falls upon a new, terrifying presence emerging from the debris, a multi-limbed creature unlike anything they've encountered. Its organic, spiky form, a grotesque fusion of red and orange, dominates the space, its numerous limbs poised with sinister intent. As a heavy footfall echoes nearby, Unsu and the man with glasses lock eyes, a silent understanding passing between them in the face of this new horror. Unsu's own eyes, now glowing with an eerie teal light, reflect the sheer terror and determination within him, his expression a mask of shock. 3 glowing orange orbs of energy materialize, pulsating with ominous power, a clear sign of the creature's formidable abilities. A monstrous hand, covered in rough, organic texture, clenches tightly, its grip hinting at immense destructive force. The dark void around them seems to ripple with the creature's presence, its spiky forms hinting at an unseen, overwhelming scale. A grotesque, multi-limbed creature, its form obscured by dark, sinewy growths, looms into view. A young girl with glasses, her eyes wide with terror, questions the horrifying sight before her. What's wrong? The creature's full, spiky form becomes visible, its rocky carapace bristling with sharp protrusions. Its multiple glowing orange eyes fixate on something unseen, radiating an ominous energy. Amidst the shattered remnants of the street, a figure lies motionless, a stark testament to the monster's destructive power. The girl's face contorts in pure horror, her breath catching in her throat. With a desperate plea, she manages to force out a single, urgent word. Run. Her eyes, though still wide with fear, hold a flicker of grim determination. Before he can even process the desperate warning, a grotesque, fleshy mass of tendrils erupts from the shadows, piercing directly into his chest. The organic appendages squirm deeper, a sickening sound accompanying their invasive movement. A gasp of pain escapes him, blood already staining his lips as his eyes widen in shock. The wound on his chest is stark, a gaping, bloody hole where the tendrils have torn through his flesh and clothing. Blood stains the ground around Eun-soo, his hands bound tightly behind his back as he lies helpless. Nearby, the blonde girl collapses to her knees, her face contorted in anguish. Tears stream down her face as she struggles to speak, a choked sob escaping her lips. Her voice finally breaks through, a desperate scream for Hyun echoing in the air. In another moment, perhaps a memory, Eun-soo stands beside a taller figure, their backs to the viewer. His eyes wide with horror, Eun-soo's face reflects the profound shock of the unfolding tragedy. He plunges downward, his body twisting helplessly through the air, until a sudden, jarring impact shatters the darkness around him. He cries out, a pained grunt escaping his lips, as his hand reaches desperately through crumbling debris. Before he can recover, a monstrous, rocky fist descends, striking him with brutal force and eliciting a raw scream of agony. The impact sends him reeling, his body violently recoiling from the blow. He tumbles further into the abyss, a pained grunt escaping him as he falls past more debris. His hand reaches out once more, a desperate gasp accompanying the faint glow around his fingers. Finally, he lies broken on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes wide with terror and a pained grunt. A choking sound escapes him, as more blood drips from his lips. His body screams in agony, the impact having shattered his ribs, leaving them exposed and raw. Blood splatters as his arm, now a mangled mess, hangs uselessly. A dark, viscous pool spreads beneath him, his life force steadily draining away. His body contorts in a final, desperate spasm, as faint, glowing particles begin to emanate from his hand. The mangled limb, now glowing faintly, is a testament to the brutal force he endured, his form broken and twisted on the cold ground. He struggles to draw breath, surrounded by the looming figures of the rock monsters, the mysterious glow around his hand intensifying with each ragged gasp. Nearby, two young women watch in abject horror, their faces contorted in disbelief and fear. Suddenly, a man with glasses scoops up the injured Eun-soo, hoisting him onto his back, shouting for them all to run as the blonde girl sprints alongside them, desperate to escape the encroaching danger. After being carried to safety, Eun-soo's foot touches the ground, a sign of his struggle to stand on his own. Inside him, a searing pain ignites, as he feels his very heart about to explode. He clenches his hand, his face contorted in agony, knowing he can't run away, because if he does, he'll abandon those precious to him again. A faint, golden glow emanates from his body, as his resolve hardens. With a renewed sense of purpose, he plants his foot firmly on the ground. His bag drops to the dusty ground, no longer a burden. He grips something unseen, his knuckles white with tension. Nearby, the blonde girl watches him, her face etched with worry. With a small cut on his cheek, Eun-soo now holds a knife, his eyes burning with fierce determination. His eyes, wide with a mixture of pain and dawning horror, reflect the grim reality of their situation. A wave of self-reproach washes over him, a quiet apology escaping his lips as he grapples with his inner demons. The anguish contorts his features, a silent scream trapped within his throat. Nearby, the blonde girl watches, her own face etched with terror, clutching a metal pipe, ready to face whatever horror approaches. Still, the weight of responsibility crushes him, the words "it's all my fault" echoing in his mind. The man with glasses, too, feels the crushing burden of guilt, his grip tightening on a jagged piece of the monster as he laments putting everyone in danger. He tends to Eun-soo's bloodied, bandaged arm, a silent testament to the brutal fight they've endured. The monster's fragment in his other hand begins to glow with an eerie light, pulsing faintly as if still alive. With a fresh cut on his cheek and blood trickling from his mouth, Eun-soo closes his eyes, uttering a desperate plea for the others to save themselves. As his despair deepens, a sharp pain lances through Eun-soo's hand, blood splattering across the ground. Reflecting on his grim situation, he stands amidst shadowy figures, a silent plea echoing in his mind. You guys should live, well. His head bowed, more blood drips from his face, a stark testament to his suffering. The splatters continue, staining his long, dark hair. But as he lifts his gaze, a fierce resolve burns in his teal eyes, a silent promise to endure. Suddenly, a colossal, rocky limb emerges from the shadows, its immense power palpable, revealing the full, terrifying scale of the rock monster, a towering behemoth of stone and muscle. Its massive foot, riddled with glowing cracks, strikes the ground with an ominous thud. He channels his inner strength, golden energy beginning to coalesce around his hand. The monstrous entity responds, its red, tentacled forms lashing out from the shadows, glowing eyes fixed on him. A wave of primal fear washes over him, his eyes wide with terror as the grotesque shapes close in. Yet, a flicker of resolve ignites within, his hand gripping a weapon, his foot bracing for impact. Behind him, the blonde girl watches in horror, a soft rustle and thud marking Unsu's swift movement. He pushes forward, a lone figure against the encroaching darkness, stepping deeper into the monster's domain. Her terrified gaze follows his determined face, a silent plea in her eyes. The creature's voice echoes, a guttural growl warning. This is your last chance. It fully reveals itself, a colossal, multi-limbed horror surrounded by its smaller, equally menacing kin, its glowing eyes burning with malevolent intent. What are you talking about then? What about you? The blonde girl asks, her voice trembling with disbelief. He stands with his back to her, unmoving, his foot planted firmly on the ground. Are you out of your mind? She cries, tears welling in her eyes. You were like this earlier too, she accuses, recalling a past incident. He remembers the first time he had to make such a choice, a distant memory surfacing, thinking, that was the first call. Her face contorts in anguish, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. It was fun, he states, his voice devoid of emotion, a chilling contrast to her despair. She stares at him, utterly heartbroken, her eyes wide with unshed tears. As the rain or snow falls around him, Unsu walks away, his thoughts drifting back to a time when fear gripped them all. He remembers the wide-eyed terror on the faces of his younger companions, the young man with glasses, the blonde girl, and even himself, all frozen in shared dread. The fear was palpable, even for the older woman beside him, a moment etched into his memory. He continues to walk, the memory shifting to a different time, a different feeling, as he recalls the simple act of introducing ourselves. He sees the smiling faces of the girl with glasses and the man with glasses, a stark contrast to the earlier terror. But the memory fades, and Unsu's expression returns to one of quiet contemplation, the falling rain mirroring his somber mood. He reflects on those introductions, on the man with glasses, himself, and the girl with glasses, realizing that whenever we introduce ourselves, we always end up hurting each other even more. His thoughts turn to the blonde girl, her face filled with sadness, as he ponders, how truly enjoyable is the time we spend only for it to end in disappointment here. Standing still, the weight of his past experiences settles upon him, a silent testament to the pain of connection. He stares into the darkness, a chilling thought echoing from a painful memory, that if they were to die, it would truly be over. A fleeting image of a smiling face, freckles dusting her nose, flashes through his mind, a stark contrast to the grim reality. Another memory surfaces, a heavy boot pressing down on the hand of the man with glasses, the words, if we die, we can no longer call each other by our names piercing through the silence. The girl with glasses, once again smiling brightly, points forward, a beacon of hope in the encroaching despair. But the hope is quickly overshadowed by the sight of the man with glasses, bloodied and broken on the ground, the same haunting words repeating. We can no longer call each other by our names. The image of the oppressive foot returns, a symbol of the overwhelming force they faced. Amidst the chaos, a clenched fist glows with determination, reaching out to another hand, a desperate attempt to connect, to hold on. The man with glasses clutches his chest, his face contorted in pain, the memory of his suffering etched into Unsu's mind. The oppressive foot appears again, a final, lingering image of the threat, a constant reminder of the fragility of their existence. The words echo in his mind, a stark declaration of finality. He remembers a time, long ago, sitting beside her in a desolate landscape, a memory he now recognizes as one of his deepest regrets, never having said goodbye. A younger self, burdened by the weight of what could have been, believes that if he had only been stronger, he could have saved someone precious. The memory shifts, showing him walking away, his back to the viewer, carrying an unseen burden. Now, in the present, a chilling realization dawns upon him. He wishes he could have told her to run away, to escape the fate that awaited them. The blonde girl's face, contorted in anguish, reflects the depth of that shared pain. Tears stream from her eyes, a silent testament to her suffering. And Unsu, overwhelmed by the resurfacing memory, can no longer bear the thought of seeing her cry and die anymore. A sharp, agonizing pain rips through Unsu, his face contorting in a silent scream. He collapses to the ground, blood staining the pavement around him, a blonde girl watching in horror from a distance. Clutching his chest, he struggles to sit up, the crimson spreading across his shirt. More blood splatters, followed by a deafening impact. The blonde girl's eyes widen in pure terror, her breath catching in her throat. But within Unsu's own gaze, a swirling, vibrant blue energy begins to ignite, a fierce determination replacing the pain. As the world around him blurs into a chaotic, smudged darkness, a single, desperate thought echoes in his mind. No. The formless dread coalesces into a shadowy, grasping hand, reaching out from the encroaching void. His eyes widen in terror, reflecting the swirling darkness that threatens to consume him, a cold sweat beading on his brow. He turns his back to the encroaching shadows, as if trying to outrun the haunting vision. The blonde girl watches him, her own face etched with concern, as the chilling realization dawns on her. It's the same as last time. The oppressive darkness continues to swirl, a suffocating presence in the air. He stumbles forward, trying to distance himself from the indistinct, shadowy figures that seem to materialize behind him. Her face contorts in a silent scream, overwhelmed by the terrifying sight. Unsu's shoulders slump, his head bowed, as if carrying an unbearable weight. He stands before the man with glasses, his voice firm as he declares his refusal to simply run away. His words echo, causing the blonde girl to recoil in shock, a question forming on her lips as she wonders why they are saying the same thing again. Her face contorts in distress, a resolute no escaping her as she affirms she has made up her mind. Meanwhile, Unsu's own gaze hardens, his internal resolve mirroring hers as he thinks he won't run away on his own anymore. A swirling vortex of memory consumes the blonde girl's eye, a silent scream of "I don't want to remember" that echoing in her mind. Flashes of a past moment appear, a silhouette of Unsu walking away, while the blonde girl watches, head bowed. Another memory surfaces, Unsu bathed in a blinding, golden light, his form radiating immense power. The blonde girl's eye continues to swirl with the painful recollection. As the full weight of her fears settles upon her, she is scared to remember how he looked at her. A blinding, golden white light erupts, revealing a figure consumed by an overwhelming power, a terrifying memory of Unsu's past self. But in her mind, she clings to a different memory, a softer one, as her father holds her close, assuring her that he understood. He had told her it was all right to be afraid, that her cowardice wasn't her fault. Yet, the crushing weight of her own actions remains, the memory of abandoning him a constant torment. A shadowy hand reaches out, and she recoils, a whisper of fear escaping her lips, wondering what might have been. The memory shifts to his lifeless face, cracked and cold, and the agonizing question of whether he hated her in his final moments. Tears stream down her face as Unsu's voice cuts through her thoughts, his words echoing her deepest fears. He continues, his tone unwavering, confirming his suspicion that she wouldn't run away on her own. The blonde girl's hair flares with a vibrant, green-yellow glow, her trauma manifesting as raw, uncontrolled energy. Unsu, his expression grim and a faint mark on his cheek, declares, "You're the type to take your losses." The words strike the blonde girl like a physical blow, her face twisting in shock and pain. A single tear escaping her eye. Her mind then plunges into a vivid memory, seeing a distant, glowing figure. Her father, radiating a blinding light, his form almost ethereal. The anguish of the past overwhelms her, tears streaming freely, as the world around her blurs. Yet in her memory, her father's gentle, reassuring smile persists. As the memory takes hold, a scene of pure joy unfolds, a young boy with bright blonde hair laughing heartily, clutching a red balloon, his small hand held by an older man with kind eyes, while a blonde woman smiles gently beside them, their laughter echoing through the sunlit street. Yet, in the present, the blonde girl remains deeply distressed, her internal turmoil manifesting as a profound sense of relief, a quiet acknowledgement that it's a relief. Her hand reaches out, a desperate plea as the shadowy form of her father begins to recede, fading into the darkness. The realization hitting her with crushing weight that, even in his last moments, he was still there for her. A moment of quiet reflection passes, before the comforting truth settles in her heart. Dad loved me. Another pause, a deep breath taken, as a glowing, ethereal hand reaches out from the fading memory, his voice echoing a final, tender plea. Promise me that you won't cry, as her wide, tear-filled eyes gaze upward, overwhelmed by the weight of his love and loss. Her eyes still glowing with the raw emotion of the memory, the blonde girl hears her father's voice, a gentle challenge echoing from the past. The next time you're a coward. He smiles warmly, extending a hand to his young daughter, his expression full of love and encouragement. And her younger self, with wide, determined eyes, responds with an unwavering okay. Their hands intertwine in a pinky promise, sealing the vow between father and child. Standing together in the soft glow of the memory, they share a moment of quiet understanding. The vibrant memory begins to fade, dissolving into swirling darkness. Elsewhere, in a space of profound shadow, Unsu stands alone, his expression heavy with an unspoken burden. He glances over his shoulder, a flicker of deep concern or sorrow in his eyes. He had already warned them, hadn't he? But if they died, it would truly be over. Staring into the swirling abyss, he couldn't bear the thought of seeing them die anymore. With a sudden, squelching sound, He was pulled down into the depths. "Don't look down on me," she cried out, her voice filled with desperation. Her hand reached out, a plea in her eyes. "Who's gonna die?" She confronted him, resolute. "No matter what, then it won't be all over." But he was already gone, his foot slamming down with a wet thud, crushing something unseen. From the place where he vanished, a desperate voice echoes, promising that they will share many more conversations, if only they both survive. A plea to truly know each other, to call each other by their names. Meanwhile, in a chaotic, dimly lit realm, Unsu's eyes widen in stark shock, his face a mask of disbelief as he takes in his new, brutal surroundings. The blonde girl's voice continues to echo, a hopeful whisper, wishing for them to become friends. With a determined glint in her eye, she ignites a small lighter, the soft chick sound a stark contrast to the unseen turmoil. Back in Unsu's grim reality, the grotesque forms of several dead creatures lie scattered, their bodies twisted and broken, a testament to the violence he has already endured and inflicted. His face still etched with shock, Unsu questions the unfolding events, his voice laced with disbelief as he asks, "What are you doing?" The blonde girl's voice, now more urgent, pleads with him, "So don't give up." Wheel, her words trailing off, filled with unspoken resolve. Her hand, adorned with a simple bracelet, holds the small lighter, a flicker of resolve in her grip. She reflects on her past, acknowledging that she always ran away for her own sake. But a fierce determination now burns within her, declaring that from this moment on. The lighter drops, igniting a small flame as it falls, and erupts into a violent, orange-red explosion, consuming the space around her. Her eyes, now sharp and unwavering, reflect the inferno as she vows to run for the sake of others. With a powerful impact, she lands amidst the fiery energy, the ground scorching beneath her feet. Her gaze is met by the grotesque, snarling face of a monstrous creature, its single eye glaring back. Kneeling amidst the swirling flames of her newfound power, the blonde girl prepares herself, a silent question hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Unsu watches, his eyes wide with shock, as he perceives a strange, blue energy emanating from the scene. Suddenly, a grotesque, multi-limbed creature emerges from the shadows, its monstrous form casting a chilling pall over the urban landscape. Its sheer size and alien anatomy dominate the view, a horrifying new threat materializing before them. The creature's textured, dark skin ripples with unseen power, its presence a stark contrast to the familiar city backdrop. Without hesitation, the blonde girl launches herself forward, a fiery blur against the looming monstrosity. She accelerates with incredible speed, leaving a vibrant trail of orange flames in her wake. With every stride, her feet ignite, propelling her towards the unknown danger with fierce determination. Her legs blur into motion. As she propels herself forward, a fierce resolve etched on her face. She skids, fire erupting from her feet, leaving a scorching trail in her wake. Then accelerates again, a vibrant orange aura now fully enveloping her. Her form becomes a streak of light, the ground beneath her feet igniting with every stride. As she pushes her fiery power to its absolute limit. With eyes glowing intensely, the blonde girl charges, a living inferno tearing through the city streets. A monstrous, clawed hand descends with a sickening crunch, tearing through the very ground beneath it, revealing the full, grotesque form of a towering entity, its body wrapped in thick, sinuous tendrils. From above, a deep voice echoes, "Where do you think you're going?" Unsu stands his ground, looking up at the colossal threat, a silent challenge in his posture as the monster identifies him. His eyes burning with resolve, he declares, "It is me." A sudden, chilling presence makes Unsu's eyes widen in alarm, his teal gaze sharpening as he focuses on a grotesque, bandaged creature with a pulsating red core. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, his foot erupting in a burst of fiery energy. The impact is swift and brutal, leaving him standing amidst a splattering of blood and gore. He stares down at the defeated monstrosity, a cold question hanging in the air. "Where do you think you're going?" The creature lies broken and still, its heart-like core no longer pulsating. Unsu's expression remains grim and resolute, his gaze fixed on the aftermath of the battle. His teal eyes glow with an intense blue light, a grimace of effort twisting his features as he grapples with an unseen force. His hand clenches, the sheer potency of it resonating through him, a strength unlike any monster he'd faced before. He perceives the source, a pulsating, organic mass, the very seeds of this immense power. And he can feel the raw, untamed life force overflowing within it. A grunt of pain escapes him, a trickle of blood at his lip, the sheer magnitude of it threatening to overwhelm his senses. Looking down at his faintly glowing hands, he knows there's no other option. He has no choice but to absorb it. With that decision, the remnants of the creature shatter into crystalline fragments, leaving behind only sharp, dark shards on the ground. His footsteps echoing with a rhythmic beat, he moves with purpose through the desolate landscape. Spotting a faint glow, he reaches down to retrieve a peculiar, nail-like object from the ground. Suddenly, a reptilian leg lashes out from the shadows, its sharp claws tearing through the air with a vicious snap. He braces himself, a surge of energy crackling around his arm, his expression a mask of grim determination. The monster's attack lands with devastating force, a massive, spiky weapon slamming into the ground and shattering the earth around it. The impact leaves him drained, white energy particles dissipating around his exhausted form. A cold realization dawns on him. The creature wasn't aiming for him, but for his weapon. From the shadows, a grotesque, multi-limbed monster emerges, its voice raspy as it questions the attack's true target. His eyes narrow in frustration, knowing that without his weapon, he has no way to discern the monster's true intentions. He remembers the stern words of the man with glasses. You must not depend on your weapon. The older man's voice echoes, weapons don't suit people like us. Eun-soo, younger and perhaps more naive, listens intently as the man explains. You'll soon come to understand what I'm talking about. A flicker of confusion crosses his face as he asks, what do you mean? What am I supposed to? A knowing, almost challenging smirk plays on the man's lips, as he gestures towards an array of formidable weapons, declaring, even without such weapons. His gaze hardens, filled with an unwavering conviction. As he finishes, we are still the strongest. Now, disarmed and vulnerable, Eun-soo reflects on those words, now that I think about it. He remembers the words, Dad never used a weapon. He recalls the man with glasses demonstrating a particular stance, emphasizing, in this stance, a fundamental posture that he claimed was the strongest among any other. The man with glasses had called it the human stance, his form glowing with an inner energy. Remember this, he had urged, his gaze intense. He continued, explaining that this very stance was simply meant to set one up. For the deeper truth, every organism carries a life force within them. He spoke of the humans on the surface, implying a distinction or a deeper understanding of their inherent power. The man with glasses continued his explanation, detailing how this inherent life force resided not only in weapons, but in all living things, from the beasts of the wild to the plants that grew from the earth. He gestured to himself, emphasizing that this power was within even him. Eun-soo listened intently, his expression a mix of contemplation and growing unease as the implications of the man's words settled upon him. And then the man's gaze sharpened, turning directly to Eun-soo as he declared the power was also within him. His voice dropped to a commanding tone, urging Eun-soo to use this power. He instructed him to focus on the ends of his fingers, demonstrating the action by extending his own hand, his finger pointing directly forward. A faint blue glow beginning to coalesce at its tip as he commanded Eun-soo to pull his life force there. The blue energy intensified, forming 3 distinct, glowing orbs that pulsed with raw power, a clear manifestation of the life force he had just described. His bandaged hand glows with an intense blue energy, crackling as he extends it forward. He demonstrates how to manipulate that power, his entire form briefly outlined in the same vibrant blue. Both he and Eun-soo appear to be concentrating deeply, a shared intensity etched on their faces. Eun-soo, however, looks downcast, admitting he still feels nothing, wondering if he's missing the point of this life force concept. The man with glasses offers a reassuring smile, telling him that while he might not understand it now, a time will come when he will be able to use it. Eun-soo closes his eyes, focusing inward, perhaps trying to sense the subtle energies within his own body. The man with glasses extends his bandaged hand once more, and a brilliant, golden light bursts forth from his palm. As shimmering particles drift through the air, he explains that this is the sensation one feels when they finally connect with their life force. A trio of luminous blue energy trails streak across the darkness, their ethereal forms hinting at a deeper power. As a human eye, now crackling with electric blue light, opens wide, the energy swirls and coalesces, forming a vibrant, chaotic storm of azure. Suddenly, Eun-soo is enveloped in the same brilliant blue, his hand outstretched as if conjuring the very essence of that power. But a look of surprise and discomfort crosses his face, a burning sensation overwhelming him. Yet, despite the heat, a strange fascination takes hold as he gazes at his glowing hand, a nascent power stirring within him. The man with glasses watches, a wide, almost disbelieving smile spreading across his face. Eun-soo stands, now fully channeling the vibrant blue energy, which pulses around his entire form. As the raw power surged through him, a voice echoed, promising, "You'll be able to move." Eun-soo's eyes glowed with an intense teal light, his form blurring as he struggled to contain the energy, which felt like a mere fraction of what he could unleash, yet still overwhelming, a tiny fraction of the true power that now enveloped him in a brilliant white aura, making him feel very tiny. His manifested life force, a colossal, glowing hand, pulsed with raw energy, while the man with glasses, observing his progress with a knowing smile, urged him to give it a bit more. His words carried the weight of experience, a subtle hint that Eun-soo's potential mirrored his own, like me. Eun-soo's hand, now seemingly normal, still thrummed with residual power, a stark contrast to the immense energy he had just manifested. As his eyes continued to glow with an inner teal light, the raw power still swirling around him, waiting to be fully controlled. Eun-soo launches himself into a brutal assault against the grotesque, multi-limbed creature, his movements a blur of speed and precision. As his glowing fist connects with devastating force, he follows through with another powerful blow, driving the creature back. The monster stumbles, its massive form recoiling from the assault, trembling visibly as the impact reverberates through its body. Its carapace shows clear signs of damage, cracked and broken from Unsu's relentless attack. Battered and bruised, he crouches low, his eyes burning with a fierce teal glow as blue energy crackles across his form. Damn it, he growls, his perception sharpening. I can see it now. His body finally fast enough to react, his fist clenching, covered in crackling blue energy. As his feet blur across the ground, kicking up debris, it's as if everything else has slowed down, leaving only him and his opponent in a hyper-focused moment. His entire body feels as if it's on fire, his blood vessels burning with raw power. With a determined gaze and glowing eyes, he is certain he can now fight the monster neck and neck. He prepares to face the massive, rocky foot of his foe. He stands before the monstrous wall of roots, his resolve hardening. As dark tendrils lash out from the depths, his teal eyes ignite with a fierce glow, a silent declaration of his readiness to face the onslaught. The rock monster lunges, its clawed hand tearing through the air. But Unsu meets it with a swift, glowing block, intercepting the blow. He pushes back against the monster's arm, his own limb radiating power, a desperate struggle for dominance. Yet, a sudden, unseen impact makes him recoil, a pained grunt escaping his lips. The monster's relentless assault continues, its arm striking again. Unsu is sent flying backward, a blur against the dark background. Still reeling from the previous blow, Unsu twists his body midair, narrowly avoiding another crushing attack. He lands with a sharp impact, his feet skidding across the ground. But the rock monster doesn't relent, its massive, jagged arm already winding up for the next strike. It lunges forward, a blur of stone and fury. The monster's blows rain down, a relentless barrage that slams into him. He is sent flying backward once more, the force of the impacts overwhelming him. Before he can recover, a massive, stony hand clamps around his torso, lifting him effortlessly. He struggles, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and defiance. The monster's face looms close, its orange eyes burning with predatory intent. Still caught in the monster's grasp, he manages to land a desperate kick. But the impact barely registers as the creature's rocky form absorbs the blow. He pulls away, putting distance between them, wondering if his attack had any effect at all. The monster stands unmoving, its feet rooted to the ground. Then its body shifts, revealing a grotesque array of additional limbs and a guttural growl. Its chest, now a mass of hardened rock, seems to be its most vulnerable point. And he curses, realizing the creature is actively shielding its weak spot. A fierce resolve hardens his gaze. This isn't enough, he needs more power. Unsu clenches his bandaged fist, a faint glow emanating from his palm, as he considers the raw power needed to finally damage the monster's weak spot. His hand tightening further, the sound of straining muscles echoing in the silence. A realization dawns on him, a clear path forward. His grip remaining firm and unwavering. Blue energy begins to crackle around his fingers, a nascent power stirring within. His eyes narrowing with fierce determination as the blue lightning now arcs around his entire form. The energy intensifies, swirling around his hand with greater force. As he declares his need for even greater power, the blue aura flaring around him. Standing before the monstrous, multi-limbed creature, he knows this is only the beginning. A chaotic vision of struggle and determination flashes, emphasizing the raw concept of power. As if responding to an inner call, Unsu's eyes ignite with a fierce, crackling blue energy, the very essence of that power manifesting within him. Around him, abstract swirls of vibrant blue energy coalesce, pulsing with raw, untamed force. His hand, now a conduit, crackles with electric blue lightning, the power surging through his very being. A deep conviction settles within him. This power, he realizes, is what he should have possessed all along. With a surge, his entire upper body becomes enveloped in a crackling blue aura, his eyes glowing with renewed intensity. His face contorts with the sheer effort, sweat and tears mingling as the immense power courses through him. But the struggle gives way to resolve, his expression hardening into fierce determination, his glowing eyes fixed on his goal. With every fiber of his being, he focuses the surging energy, ready to unleash its full potential. He stands poised, a faint blue aura shimmering around his form, ready to face whatever comes next. His teal eye now glows with an intense electric blue, and a defiant challenge escapes his lips. Come at me. From the darkness, a mass of writhing, crimson tentacles begins to emerge, coalescing into a crouched, monstrous form. Its fleshy, organic appendages fill the frame. Before it fully rises, a towering, grotesque horror. Without hesitation, Unsu surges forward, his face a mask of fierce resolve. He closes the distance, eyes fixed on the monstrous entity. And with a burst of speed, he strikes. A deep regret echoes in his mind, a silent lament that if only he had been stronger. His hand clenches, veins glowing with a nascent blue power, the energy intensifying around his bandaged fist. Before him, a gaping, jagged hole tears through the earth. And he thinks, no one would have gotten hurt. His eyes burn with a fierce, blue light as a throbbing pain courses through him. a gasp escaping his lips as the power surges, then settles with a heavy thud. Hunched over, a monstrous shadow looms behind him, yet he groans, pushing through the pain. Looking up, a defiant thought forms. Damn, but... He spots the last remaining threat, a monstrous form with a glowing core. Before he can react, a massive, club-like arm slams into him, sending him skidding across the ground, blood splattering from the impact. He struggles to rise, a desperate plea escaping his lips, urging them not to go this way. His gaze falls upon a figure, ensnared by grotesque, red tentacles. As the monster's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The monster's club-like arm wraps around his throat, choking him. But even as he gasps for air, his hand reaches out, his resolve hardening as he confronts the monstrous entity that holds its victim captive. His hand reaches out, trembling slightly, towards the grotesque, tentacled mass that still holds him captive. A low, guttural sound escapes the creature's jagged maw, a dismissive grunt echoing through the oppressive space. Even as its tentacles tighten around him, Unsu's gaze remains fixed, unwavering. His eyes fall upon the two bloodied figures lying motionless on the ground, their forms broken and still, and a chilling realization dawns on him. He doesn't know if they're even alive. As his resolve hardens, a fierce, red-orange glow ignites within his teal iris, a power awakening he can no longer contain. The intensity of the glow deepens, and a wave of disorientation washes over him. Despite the internal chaos, he pushes through, bracing himself as swirling energy erupts around him, ready to face whatever comes next. As the internal struggle intensifies, he finds there's only one thought, a singular idea left in his mind. His focus sharpens on the grotesque form of the rock monster. As he lies prone, his dark hair spreading around him like a shroud, the strands swirling with an unseen energy. A profound darkness enveloping his thoughts, a single, burning desire to kill it. As his resolve hardens, a crimson glow emanates from his hand, dark tendrils coiling around it. His eyes now burning with the same fierce, red light. Unsu's hands grip a rough, splintered log, his knuckles white with strain. As from the encroaching darkness, a monstrous head emerges, its jagged teeth glinting menacingly. Its maw opens wider, revealing rows of bloodied, razor-sharp fangs. The creature's full, grotesque form then bursts into view, a hulking mass of rock and malice, radiating a dark, oppressive aura. Desperately, a hand presses against a rough, dark surface, struggling to hold its ground. Then, a sudden, violent impact reverberates through the confined space. The monstrous entity stands triumphant, its menacing presence now fully dominating the scene. As the monstrous presence loomed, Unsu braced himself, hands clasped, preparing for the inevitable impact. Meanwhile, the rock monster's jagged hand tore through the environment, a sharp crack echoing as it shattered whatever lay in its path. Its grotesque maw opened wide, a guttural growl rumbling from deep within its rocky form. On the ground, Unsu looked up, his eyes now burning with an ominous red glow, a mixture of fear and defiance etched across his face. From above, he appeared engulfed by a swirling crimson vortex, the intense energy radiating from him as his eyes pulsed with power. The vortex intensified, its fiery tendrils reaching out. Deepening into a chasm of pure, raw energy, it threatened to consume everything. Unfazed, the rock monster let out another deafening roar, a crimson aura flaring around its head as it pressed its attack. The air itself seemed to distort, rippling with the sheer force of the clash. The sun rises over a city reduced to rubble, its skeletal remains reaching towards a hazy sky. A hand clutches a worn map, its owner muttering, "Never thought I'd see this again." The young man with glasses, the old man, and a young boy huddle together, the young man asking if they're in the right place, to which the old man confirms, though with a hint of uncertainty. His brow furrowed with concern, the young man with glasses calls out, Everyone?" He then spots something amidst the debris, his voice filled with a mix of shock and relief as he exclaims, "I think I found him." Kneeling beside the injured Unsu, the young man with glasses breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He's alive. Elsewhere, a man with a mohawk surveys the devastation, groaning in disbelief. What in the world happened here? The young man with glasses' eyes widen, reflecting the horror of the scene. As the sun continues its descent, a lone, enigmatic figure stands silhouetted against the ruined cityscape, prompting a whispered, "What?" From a high vantage point, a lone figure surveys the desolate expanse of the ruined city, its skeletal structures reaching towards a bruised sky. The devastation stretches endlessly, a stark reminder of the cataclysm that reshaped their world. Meanwhile, amidst the rubble, the young man with glasses confronts his companion, demanding to know why he keeps following him, only to be reminded that he needs to get stronger to survive with them. A determined young girl with orange hair and glasses, her expression fierce, declares her intention to eat a lot when they finally return home. The Mohawk man sighs, looking down, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he mutters, "Oh, come on." The orange-haired girl glares, demanding to know what he's doing, while the young man with glasses looks on in surprise. The Mohawk man, now carrying the young man with glasses, dismisses any thanks, insisting he's only doing it because they are friends, much to the others' discomfort. As they continue through the ruins, the young man with glasses urges the group to quiet down, fearing they'll be caught at this rate. He grips Eun-soo by the collar, his voice laced with concern, demanding to know if he's finally regaining his senses. A crumpled piece of paper, clutched tightly in a hand, holds a crucial message, and Eun-soo's expression twists in a grimace of pain or realization, his teal eyes widening as the words sink in. So she's alive. A gentle, knowing smile spreads across the young man's face as he explains how they found Eun-soo unconscious near a monster's den, prompting the protagonist to reflect on his own carelessness. His teal eye, now sharp and focused, gleams with renewed determination. Just as a rock monster lunges, striking the man with the mohawk, who cries out in pain. The orange-haired girl looks on in alarm as the young man with glasses steps forward, ready to protect his companions. I was just about to get somebody anyway, he mutters, preparing for the fight. As the rock monster loomed, a dark-haired figure turned to Eun-soo, a quiet directive passing between them. He then offered a reassuring word, his hand extending as if to ward off the danger himself. Before anyone could react, a surge of power erupted from his palm, striking the monstrous foe with a resounding impact. But it was Eun-soo who moved with blinding speed, weaving around the creature's clumsy attacks, his bandaged arm a blur. He dodged another crushing blow, the monster's own momentum causing its rocky hide to splinter and crack. From a safe distance, the young man with glasses and the man with the mohawk watched, their faces etched with disbelief. A bead of sweat trickled down the young man's temple as he stared, concern clouding his features. The monster's arm, already weakened, groaned under the strain, fissures spreading across its stony surface. Then, with a final, explosive burst of energy, Eun-soo unleashed a devastating attack, engulfing the creature in a brilliant, destructive aura. He hangs his head, droplets of sweat or water clinging to his face, the sheer exertion of the battle weighing heavily upon him. A firm grip steadies him from behind, the man with the mohawk holding him upright. His eyes closed, the mohawked man exhales slowly, a silent acknowledgement of the chaos they've just endured. Even now, the young man's expression remains grim, his thoughts racing through the aftermath. Meanwhile, an empty exit corridor stretches out, a silent testament to the evacuation. Far from the immediate danger, the old man clutches a wooden crate, his voice strained as he asks if anyone received a signal from the others. The communication device remains stubbornly silent, a complete failure. The young man with glasses, hunched over a console, advises patience, considering the possibility that their communication lines were already compromised. A small creature scurries across the floor, its tiny squeak echoing in the desolate space. The old man glances back, a sense of anticipation in his gaze, as if expecting someone. Meanwhile, the blonde girl, bound and sitting on the floor, whispers names, her voice filled with a desperate plea for them to return. She has been waiting, sleeplessly, for the boy. A sudden sound makes the young man with glasses look up, a surprised "huh" escaping his lips. His eyes widen as he realizes they are finally back. The man with the mohawk, his expression resolute, leads the way. He carries Eun-soo, still unconscious, on his back, while the young man with glasses walks beside them. All right, we're back, the man with the mohawk announces, his voice firm. Eun-soo stirs slightly, a soft whimper escaping him as he slowly opens his eyes. The blonde girl, tears streaming down her face, clings to the young man with glasses, whispering a familiar name as he holds her close. Her blonde hair falls across his arm, while nearby, the teal eyes of Eun-soo flutter open, a flicker of confusion in their depths. The young man with glasses looks down, a soft sigh escaping him, uttering a quiet, "Thank goodness, you're alive." He repeats the sentiment, his gaze tender, as the blonde girl looks up at him, her expression still fragile. Meanwhile, the man with the mohawk lies sprawled on the ground, utterly spent, his worn bag resting beside him. He slowly pushes himself up, surrounded by the rest of the group, the young man with glasses, the old man, and the young boy, all watching him with a mix of relief and concern. After what was dubbed the first expedition into the desolate ruins, they had successfully brought back enough rations to last 7 days, along with some much-needed medicine. Yet, despite the success, the young man with glasses, the old man, and the young boy still wear expressions of deep concern, their gazes fixed on an unseen point, perhaps contemplating the grim reality of their survival. He listens intently as the man with the mohawk explains that the expedition's results were not particularly meaningful, given the sacrifice of 2 lives. A look of deep concern crosses his face, the weight of the news settling heavily upon him. The desolate landscape around them, littered with the remnants of what might have been a monster, serves as a stark reminder of the brutal cost, a grim testament to the sacrifices made. Meanwhile, Eun-soo sits in quiet contemplation, his gaze distant. The blonde girl sits beside him, her presence a quiet comfort, as he begins to speak. He admits to having had a dream that someone had been hurt. She responds softly, recalling a feeling of warmth from her own experience. He dismisses it as likely just a silly dream, but his expression remains troubled. His gaze falls to his own feet, revealing them to be bruised and injured. He sits on the floor, legs stretched out, admitting his body feels worse than his mind, while the blonde girl opposite him, legs tucked to the side, assures him she'll be back in shape in a couple of days. She clarifies that she's not a monster, just someone with a fast recovery rate. A moment of quiet reflection passes over her face. He observes that she's his exact opposite, prompting her to confess that she always runs away. As images of grotesque rock monsters flash through his mind, he counters that she still chooses to fight. A monstrous visage fills the space, yet she hesitates, murmuring, but still. Looking down at her hands, then her feet, she calls herself a coward, then adds, I want to try my best to prove that I'm a coward. Still, a lingering doubt crosses her features. His gaze sharpens with resolve, declaring he'll try his best in his own way. A memory flashes through the blonde girl's mind, a quiet moment with the doll, as she whispers a name. She looks at the doll, a silent plea in her voice. Regret washes over her as she apologizes for leaving it behind that day, wishing she had spoken sooner. Suddenly, a hand extends into her view, holding a small, intricate hair clip. The blonde girl looks up, surprised, wondering what this unexpected offering could be. A voice gently clarifies, identifying it as her hair clip. A soft smile touches her lips as she takes the clip, the voice explaining it's a present, meant to be worn to better see her face. Her smile falters slightly, a shadow of her past regret returning as she recalls abandoning something important. Yet, she quickly recovers, a brighter smile gracing her features as she assures him it's all right, for she has another. She gazes down at the small blue hair clip, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her gaze lifts, and a voice observes, your forehead. She instinctively touches the small bandage there, acknowledging, this is evidence that I fought. Unsu watches her, a look of concern on his face. And now wearing the clip, she turns to him and another girl, asking if it suits her, to which the other girl enthusiastically agrees. The scene shifts to an empty room, filled with stacked shelves and various containers. Even in the midst of sudden loss and seemingly overwhelming guilt, we find the tiniest ember of hope. Unsu, lost in thought, touches his ear, a delicate thread held firmly in hand, and take a small step forward. Also, he clenches his fists, a new determination hardening his gaze. A faint crackle sounds from his ear. He speaks into the silence. Can you hear me? He adjusts the device, his voice echoing into the desolate air, testing the connection. 1, 2, 3. If you're still out there, I'll give you a hint. Turn up the volume. The old radio crackles, counting down. All right, 3, 2. His desperate plea broadcasts into the void. I wonder if this is enough. Everyone, pay attention to the radio. The sound carries, and he continues. I'll get straight to the point. The broadcast continues, a stark message appearing on the radio's display. I was already prepared, having known that the apocalypse was coming. His eyes widen, reflecting the gravity of his words. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a young man with glasses watches a screen, listening intently, whether you believe it or not. He murmurs, "It's up to you." For the time being, a voice broadcasts, offering some words of encouragement to the survivors listening to this message. More importantly, the voice continues. It asks, who among them are still alive? The broadcast then urges them to disclose their locations to each other. If humanity is to defeat these monsters, the voice insists, they must come together. To do that, they need to know each other's locations. As the broadcast fades, the young man with glasses voices the group's shared concern, wondering how they could possibly figure out the next step. A hand reaches out, grasping a flashlight. A focused beam of light pierces the dimness, as a voice expresses a cautious hope that no rough monsters are lurking, hidden from view. The young man with glasses clarifies the strategy, explaining that monsters aren't sensitive to artificial light, implying a different purpose for their illumination. A wrist, adorned with a watch, is carefully observed. The instruction is clear. Activate the flashlight for precisely 10 seconds at its maximum setting. Counting down the final moments, the young man with glasses anticipates the outcome, declaring, now. A sharp click echoes, followed by a blinding flash of light. The blonde girl's eyes widen in shock, her expression a mixture of fear and surprise at whatever the sudden light has revealed. After the blinding flash, the group stands in stunned silence, their gazes drawn upwards to the now illuminated, desolate cityscape. The young man with glasses, his expression grim, begins to explain that they weren't the only ones who had foreseen the apocalypse. Another man, with spiky orange hair and his own pair of spectacles, adds that it's likely due to their concentrated presence in one area. The city's skeletal remains stretched into the distance, a chilling testament to the devastation. The young man with glasses theorizes that the monsters were drawn to their high concentration, prompting the man with the mohawk to question if that means humans are their primary target. He confirms that the creatures are indeed attracted to humans, causing the young boy to nervously ask if they are all doomed. Unsu's hand clenches, a surge of determination filling him. He realizes that the man who knew about the apocalypse might hold the key to his mother's whereabouts. And in the newly revealed darkness, the jagged, rocky maw of a monster looms, its presence confirming their fears. He looks out at the desolate cityscape, a single word echoing in his mind: location. The young man with glasses, his voice firm, reminds them that the light is brightest where the danger is greatest, and simply states, well then, survive. As the group prepares to move, Unsu pulls his scarf higher, obscuring his face. The young man with glasses leads the way, urging them forward with a simple, direct command. Let's go. Unsu hesitates, a quiet protest escaping him, but the young man with glasses cuts him off, sternly instructing him not to follow his orders. Despite the warning, a resolute no forms in Unsu's mind, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve. He knows he must act, a chilling thought driving him forward. If he follows the young man's path, the same tragic outcome as last time will surely repeat. His head snaps back as a hand clamps down, fingers digging into his hair, pulling him roughly backward. A sharp, angry glare flashes across Unsu's face as he demands, what are you doing? Stop it. The man with the mohawk, his expression stern, simply replies, Blue, don't look down on me. Those guys went easy on you if they wanted to. Unsu's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Later, inside a moving vehicle, the mohawked man continues, his voice firm. They probably weren't even serious from the moment they saw you. So don't shoulder the burden all by yourself. He leans in, his gaze direct. If you think like that, then you'd be belittling them. A slight smile plays on his lips as he adds, Why do you look as if you've been through everything? His tone softens, a hint of warmth entering his voice as he concludes, You're still much younger than me. At times like these, you can depend on me. He stands before the mohawked man, who asserts their shared status as colleagues. A flicker of surprise crosses his face as he considers the implication. Then he hesitates. No. Wait. Actually. The mohawked man grins, a challenge in his eyes, insisting, Call me Hyung. He turns away, a hint of frustration in his voice. I won't stop you. You're gonna follow me. The mohawked man, however, simply points to a nearby chicken comb, then clarifies, It's not a chicken comb. It's a rooster comb. As he walks away, his companion's voice follows him. I was wondering where you went. Meanwhile, a blonde girl, hidden from their view, watches them go, muttering, I want to go too. You're gonna make it hard this way if you keep disappearing. Her expression shifts to one of concern. I wasn't asking you. Unaware of her presence, he continues on, a thoughtful look on his face, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A blonde girl, her expression a mix of concern and resolve, states her intention not to interfere. Meanwhile, the young man with glasses looks on, a slight question in his voice, while the man with the mohawk simply acknowledges, Oh, I'm on. The young man with glasses then muses aloud, realizing the implications of Unsu's actions, that the boy almost went without his weapon, a thought that had just occurred to him. He quickly dismisses the concern, however, believing Unsu doesn't even need it. The mohawked man reiterates his readiness, while the young man with glasses continues to reflect. Watching Unsu walk away in the distance, the young man with glasses remarks on how the boy always amazes him. He recalls a past encounter, remembering how Unsu had easily knocked out an enemy much larger than himself the first time they met. The memory continues, showing Unsu delivering a powerful, explosive blow to a rock monster, and how he had gotten rid of a creature the young man had thought impossible to kill. Returning to the present, the young man with glasses concludes his thoughts, having heard that Unsu has already advanced to the next level, prompting the mohawked man to ask what their next move will be. Still processing the blonde girl's words, the young man with glasses questions her meaning, asking what she means by he can become stronger, while Unsu walks away in the background. Meanwhile, high above the sprawling city, a massive, glowing energy rift hangs ominously in the sky, a silent testament to the world's changing reality. Back with the others, the man with the mohawk turns to his companion, his expression serious as he asks if he's saying he does. Suddenly, a jolt of energy courses through Unsu, causing him to cry out in surprise, his eyes wide with an unexpected sensation. The blonde girl, observing his reaction, explains that he needs to feel his life force. Meanwhile, the young man with glasses and the man with the mohawk examine a screen, the former noting that it's the energy reading for Unsu. Unsu, still processing the sensation, muses aloud about the moment he can clearly feel his life force. As he continues to walk, a new realization dawns on him, prompting him to stop and acknowledge that there's something more here. Back at the screen, the man with the mohawk confirms that he has already advanced to the next level. Trapped within a dark, debris-filled space, a young woman struggles, her face smudged with dirt and fear, as she realizes the impossible truth of her situation. Her voice cracking with desperation, she pleads for help, recounting how her family fled from monsters, only for her to be crushed beneath falling debris. As her desperate plea echoes, Unsu, the blonde girl, and the young man with glasses listen intently, their expressions a mix of concern and shock. Looking up with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, the woman makes a solemn promise. She will grant one wish to whoever helps her. Her voice firm despite her injuries, she reiterates, anything you wish. Chapter 30, titled Wish, opens with a gathering of familiar faces, including Unsu, the blonde girl, the man with the mohawk, the young man in glasses, the old man, and the young boy. As a conversation unfolds, a figure with glowing eyes questions, anything? While the blonde girl responds with a frustrated, ugh. Meanwhile, the man with the mohawk stands, surrounded by crackling energy, his form radiating power. The figure with glowing eyes firmly states, we're not doing that. As the blonde girl, looking exasperated, suggests, let's help her out. before asking, "And what's your wish?" Eun-soo, his expression serious, then asks, "What kind of wish are you going to ask for?" The blonde girl confirms, "Of course," before Eun-soo clarifies, "That's why I'm asking you." Turning away, Eun-soo muses to himself, "That's weird." He looks out at the bustling city, a sense of unease settling over him despite the crowd. A slight frown creases his lips as he processes the implications of their conversation. Meanwhile, the blonde girl's eyes glow with a faint, unsettling light, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she considers the situation. Eun-soo turns to her, a look of surprise on his face, as she casually mentions her original plan to take him to a base. The man with the mohawk interjects, his expression suggesting that the current circumstances have complicated things considerably. He then asks a pointed question, wondering what the blonde girl intends to do now. She responds with a frustrated outburst, accusing someone of tricking her. The mohawk-wearing man points a finger at her, teasing her with a laugh and calling her foolish. Her face contorts in a silent snarl, clearly enraged by his taunt. With a predatory glint in her eye, the blonde girl demands everything he possesses, even his clothes. When met with disbelief, she snaps back, questioning if he truly believes she is jesting. Reluctantly, Eun-soo begins to unbutton his shirt. As a voice from off-panel questions his compliance, asking why he is taking off his clothes. Surrounded by three menacing figures, the blonde girl reiterates her threat, warning him of dire consequences should he refuse. Suddenly, her menacing expression shatters into one of wide-eyed shock, her mouth agape in surprise. Her companions, too, contort their faces in anger, their expressions mirroring a sudden, unseen provocation. Despite the sudden shift in mood, one of the thugs steps forward, his voice gruff as he orders the bag and clothes to be placed on the ground. Eun-soo, now stripped of his shirt, looks up at the demanding figure, his bag already discarded at his feet. Still reeling from the previous assault, Eun-soo lies prone on the ground. Suddenly, a young man with glasses bursts onto the scene, letting out a determined cry as he prepares for battle. Meanwhile, the man with the mohawk continues his assault on Eun-soo, callously taking his clothes. The young man with glasses confronts the thugs, demanding to know their intentions, while the blonde girl, her face etched with urgency, shouts for them to eliminate the monster. Without hesitation, he charges forward, ready to engage. But before he can land a blow, a knife-wielding thug intercepts him, thrusting a blade towards his face. The thug presses his attack, forcing the young man with glasses to defend himself against the relentless assault. With a swift motion, the thug throws the knife. The blade finds its mark, striking the young man with glasses and sending him reeling backward. Still reeling from his injury, the young man with glasses struggles to comprehend the unfolding chaos, while the blonde girl looks on in confusion. Despite his pain, he clenches his hands, a desperate resolve hardening his expression as he mutters a defiant challenge. Meanwhile, the blonde girl, her voice sharp with indignation, demands to know what the attackers are doing, pointing out that there are only two of them. The man with the mohawk, however, simply points a finger at her, ordering his subordinates to eliminate the brainless kid first. A sudden burst of speed erupts, as the blonde girl turns and flees, now pursued by the mohawked man and two other figures. Her eyes wide with terror, she pushes herself faster. The chase intensifies. As she glances back at her relentless pursuers, her fear palpable. As the chase culminates, Eun-soo steps forward, shielding the blonde girl from an approaching figure wielding a bat. But before the confrontation can escalate, a new, terrifying presence makes itself known, causing the young man with glasses and the old man to scream in sheer terror, while Eun-soo can only question what is happening. The blonde girl joins their cries of alarm, and the young man with glasses urgently shouts for everyone to run. As the rock monster lunges, Eun-soo instinctively positions himself to shield the entire group, the blonde girl, the young man with glasses, the old man, and the young boy, from its immediate threat. Finding a momentary reprieve, they manage to take refuge inside a secluded wooden house. Inside, Eun-soo immediately takes post by a window, his gaze fixed on the desolate landscape outside. He remains vigilant, his back to the others as he continues to survey their surroundings. Despite his unwavering focus, heavy, ragged breaths escape him, betraying his exhaustion. Turning to the young man with glasses, Eun-soo suggests they stay hidden for a while longer. Eun-soo and his companions survey the desolate, ruined landscape, one of them remarking on the sheer amount of debris. Another voice suggests the area is deserted, a sentiment quickly agreed upon. This place, where everyone had been instantly transported, was indeed empty. The ruins were filled with an unnatural amount of clutter. It all felt strangely artificial. Suddenly, a look of shock crosses the faces of the blonde girl and the man with the mohawk. As Eun-soo takes another step, a faint glow emanates from beneath his foot. He cries out a warning, but it's too late, as his companions let out startled yelps. In an instant, both the blonde girl and the man with the mohawk are suspended upside down, caught in an unseen trap. The blonde girl cries out in confusion, suspended mid-air, while the man with the mohawk protests his innocence, both ensnared by an unseen force. Their desperate pleas echo, as a heavy thud reverberates through the desolate space. A massive, rocky foot descends with a resounding stomp, signaling a new, formidable presence. Standing before the helpless pair, a stern-faced man with stark white hair and a powerful build surveys the scene, another figure lurking in his shadow. Eun-soo, his expression hardening, realizes the identity of the new arrival, thinking, I was wondering who it was. The white-haired man raises a glowing blade, his voice cutting through the silence as he addresses the protagonist. You're the one who's been causing trouble. A smirk plays on his lips as he finishes his accusation, his gaze fixed intently on Eun-soo. Aren't you?